Hello and welcome to the Reviews Brothers, where we have collated 10 PlayStation 2 games for every letter of the alphabet that you might not have tried. We're not saying these are the best games out there, but I'm willing to bet that you haven't played them all. Here is the complete A to Z in one bite-sized video for you to enjoy. As always, don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. And now, I'll shut up and let's take a look at 270 PS2 games that you might not know about. We're going to start with a movie tie-in, which might surprise you. This is Aeon Flux, a video game based on a movie, based on an anime, based on a manga, based on... no, I think that's about it. But actually, I don't think it's technically anime, as it originated in Germany. Who cares? We're talking about the video game. The story here is set in the far future, where most of humanity has been wiped out, so probably about 2028. And all that's really left is a massive walled city that managed to keep out the virus that caused all the naughtiness. Scientists have found a cure, but there's plenty of bastards that either want to steal it, destroy it, or use it for their own gain, one of which is a government leader. Shock. You play as Aeon Flux, who is an assassin, badass, sexy lady person, and you have to infiltrate various labs, etc. in order to assassinate the Git. The levels take you around quite a few places, from inside laboratories to city rooftops, battlegrounds and more, and getting around them is all really good thanks to some sweet acrobatics you can do. Aeon has a pretty large moveset, being able to run, jump, climb and flip over just about everything you see. And the game really is built around this. You've got a grappling hook that you can use to get around the higher areas, and you'll need to use combinations of wall running and grappling to get around. You get a few objectives on each level, which can be as simple as beating up people, or other times you need to place explosives, steal things or information, or rescue people. There's plenty of enemies here for you to deal with as well. These come in your usual varieties, with standard thugs, some with guns, some without. There's people with shields, and later on you'll meet mutants and monsters that you'll need to take down, as well as tanks and helicopters. Thankfully, the combat here is pretty fun actually. It's mostly hand to hand, and you have a good few combos and throws you can do by hammering the various buttons. Each enemy has a life meter, and what's cool is that when it gets to a certain point, you have a choice of finishes that you can do, and depending on which one you choose, you either get back health, ammo, or fill up your special bar. This makes the fights quite tactical, as you really need to decide what you need at the end of it. You do also get a few guns, but these aren't always the best to use. They can feel quite weak, but are of course useful against flying enemies and gun turrets, etc. As you explore the levels, you'll also find these strange ball things that you can get into to roll around, like a sort of cross between Metroid and Monkey Ball. These are really prominent in some levels and let you do some cool boosts and attacks into enemies. The game does a pretty good job of making you feel like an agile infiltrator with your cool moveset, and you're often required to do some tricky platforming to get around the levels. Sometimes I did find it hard to know where I needed to go, and I would sometimes get lost, but it was never for too long. Graphically, it looks decent enough. The likeness of Charlize Theron is good, and there's some really impressive animation here. What's also good is that it's not all greys and browns, and there's a fair bit of colour in some of the levels with some cool looking architecture, which I'm assuming is out of the movies or comics. I haven't seen or read any, so I don't really know. Thankfully, the controls are decent too. They are very responsive, and although there were times where I wouldn't grab the thing I was trying to and fall to my death, for the most part they did the job. The camera can be a pain in the ass though, and you do have some control over it most of the time, but there's points in the levels where it tries to do it for you and often doesn't let you quite see what you need to do. It is always manageable though. I was genuinely really surprised at the quality of this game. I'm about halfway through it at the moment and would happily carry on to the end. Definitely one to check out. Airborne Ranger is one I'd never heard of, so was dubious going in, but you know what? Well, of course you do, it's in this video. This is a third-person action game set during World War II. You play as a paratrooper whose plane is shot down, and you've got to fight your way to safety over 7 levels. Each level sees you in a different part of the French town of Normandy, and you'll be fighting through sewers, towns, houses, farms and more. You start out with just a knife and a pistol, and depending on the level, you have the option to take it stealthily, trying to not attract too much attention, or you can just go in guns blazing, looking for cover to hide behind as you shoot Nazis in the face. You do have objectives in the levels, and what I really like about these is that they sort of appear organically, as you're a lone soldier and have no annoying radio buddy. For example, you'll come across some anti-aircraft guns, and then your character gives a voiceover about how he should probably destroy them so his friends don't get shot down. Or later you'll spot some vehicles and then realise you can use them to escape, etc., and this will update your objectives. It sounds kind of simple, and it is, but it is just a really nice change from having some all-seeing, all-hearing person in your ear telling you this stuff. Instead, you hear your character's motivations and reasoning behind the objectives, and it actually made me quite like him. As you play, you'll find a variety of weapons, from pistols and rifles to machine guns. These are all easy to use, and you'll also spend a lot of time just clubbing enemies with the butt of the gun so as not to alert their friends. Though it's never too much of an issue if you do, as the enemy AI really isn't very good. Enemies will just sort of stand still and shoot at you, often giving you plenty of time to aim for their heads, but when there's 4 or more, then you do have to be careful. The levels are quite linear, and you can really tell this is a budget game, but I actually think that plays to the game's favour, as you never really expect too much from it, and it never outstays its welcome. You tend to follow a single path until you find your objective, and then you might need to explore a bit more to find an item or a key to use, and then you're all set. The graphics are actually quite good. Again, it still looks like a budget game, but I don't think it looks bad at all. The animation is smooth, and there's a good variety in the locations. The controls here are responsive, though it is from that time when they hadn't quite figured out what buttons should be where, so aiming and shooting can be a little clunky to start with, but it doesn't take long to get used to it. The only real issue is the dumb enemy AI, but as I said before, it kind of actually helped me with enjoying the game, as it made dealing with most of them much more manageable. Overall though, this is a really fun budget title. You'll be able to play through it in just a couple of hours, maybe even one sitting if you've got a free evening, but really you'll probably have fun time going through it, even if some of the laughs will be at the game's expense. Fighting game time now with All-Star Fighters. This is a one-on-one 3D fighting game featuring all your favourite characters from the D3 Simple series of games. And no, I don't really know them either. Well, actually that's not quite true. This series includes Earth Defense Force, which I love, and I still buy the games for to this day, as well as the Wanchunbara series, which I know is all about bikini-wearing zombie killers. Excellent. So yeah, it's a one-on-one fighter. You choose from the wacky selection of characters, from pumpkin-headed men to women not wearing a lot, and then you read a flimsy story which, in its defence, is not meant to be taken seriously at all, and then you have a ruck. Each character has his or her own moveset, a lot of which are based around the games that they have come from, and of course there's a few special moves and even super moves you can do. These are all done using Street Fighter style inputs, and for the most part they work well enough, but I did have some trouble pulling off the super moves and never really knew what I did differently when they did work. The fights themselves are quite fast paced, but I did find that your attacks aren't really all that powerful, so they can feel like they go on for quite some time, but discovering new moves and combos was pretty fun. You've got 4 attack buttons, weak, medium and strong punches and kicks, which I know doesn't add up, but you just have to trust me. For specials, it doesn't really matter which buttons you press, it just depends on the strength of the move, and sometimes adds an extra hit in there too. I found that the opponents were never too difficult, they do tend to block a hell of a lot, and you have to be quite aggressive. A few of them took me a few tries to beat, but when I got used to their style, I didn't have too much trouble. There is a boss at the end as well, but it's just a reskin of the big-boobed woman that you can play as anyway, which is a shame. It just says that she's been brainwashed. She does move a little faster, but just seems to have the same moveset. As such, there's no real secret characters to unlock, and that's never good. For me, fighting games should always have things to unlock. There are a few backgrounds in the game, but I don't think every character has their own one, which is also a shame, especially as there are not that many characters. It does look surprisingly good though, with some decent character models, and the backgrounds that are there are great, with a fair bit going on most of the time. The character animations can be a bit stiff, and the collision detection is questionable at times, with you often really needing to be close to your opponent to hit them. But this is still a fun fighting game. It's by no means the best one out there, in fact it's not even the best one in this video, but it's got a wacky cast of characters and is one that you probably haven't played. It's not all about Tekken, you know. This one's fun, try it out. Here is Alter Echo, a 3D platform action game set in a world where people use a thing called plasts to make anything they like, from structures to creatures, you'll never believe it, weapons. An evil git named Parvo has found a new type of plast called Echoplast on a distant planet, which is way more powerful than the stuff the rest of us puny humans have, and wouldn't you know it, he's decided to use it to take over the world. You play as Nevin, another Plast user who gets tangled up in the whole affair, and it turns out that the Echoplast is actually its own sentient being and decides to help Nevin take down Parvo. Stupid names. To do this, you're given a suit made of Echoplast. This lets you shapeshift into a few different forms, with each one having its own uses and abilities. In his normal form, Nevin can run, jump, double jump and attack with his sword. This is your main form that you'll be using, as it lets you get around the many platforming sections quite easily, and it's basically the all-rounder. Then there's the big hulking form, which is slow but powerful, and it has a gun with unlimited ammo. This is great for attacking enemies at a distance, but has limited movement as it's so slow and you can't jump. You'll be using this to start big battles so you can dwindle down numbers before getting in a bit closer. You can also hit people with your gun, which does decent damage. This form also allows you to use the stationary gun turrets that are found in various convenient locations. And finally, you have your dog form thingy. This one is really cool and kind of looks like a dog predator. In this mode you move quickly and you can climb certain surfaces, no matter where they are. So there's times where you can walk on the ceiling. You also have a cloak ability in this form that hides you from enemies or gun turrets for a short time. You can still attack, and the attacks are good but weaker than the other forms, so this is basically your sneaky form. You get all of these things pretty much straight away, and you can switch seamlessly between them, which is really fun to do. There's also other abilities you get, like the Super Sweet Slash. When your special meter is built all the way up, you can press the R3 button to enter a focus mode, where you've got a sort of a rhythm mini game where you need to create a route through a list of enemy icons. If you do it right, you get a really cool cutscene of you chopping them all to bits. In fact, you've got a fair few combos you can do here, and you can earn upgrade points to make yourself more powerful and give yourself new moves. And the enemies come in a lot of varieties that require you to use specific forms and combos. It does get pretty frantic, and it isn't as easy as you'd think. Something that's cool here is that the entire alien planet is made of this Echoplast, which means that the sentient voice thing that guides you around can manipulate the world around you. Though rather than just opening a path to the final boss, he is only limited to opening locked doors or creating bridges or platforms when you've defeated all of the enemies in the area. Graphically, the game looks excellent. I really like the cartoony style that a lot of games from this generation have, and this is a great example of good design, with lots of colour and imagination. The animation is smooth and the controls really complement this. My only real gripe with the game is that it's one of those ones where you can't walk 5 steps without the game stopping to give you an unskippable bit of dialogue or a cutscene, or the 20-second thing showing you where the door that you have to go to is, which is only 5 feet ahead of you anyway. Or when you press a switch, the game will pause to show a flyby of the area showing the door you've just opened, even though it's right next to you. I really hate this in games, and I just want to play the game for more than a minute or two without having to stop. Even a few hours in, it was still doing this. But it's so fun that it didn't really stop me from playing, and in fact I had a really good time with this one. It looks great, plays great, and it's well worth your time.
What would I do without your double mouth? Opening one up and then shooting one out. You've got my head stinging, no kidding, I'm passing out. What's going on with those 3 little dots? I'm hit by your magical shoulder cannon. And I'm so dizzy, don't know what hit me, but I'm not alright. When Belt Buckle Bill was 9 years old, Alien vs Predator was his favourite comic of all time. 40-year-old Belt Buckle Bill still feels the same way, to be fair. A humanoid hunter with ridiculous weapons, seeking out the worthiest of foes to defeat, trying to take on hordes of creatures with acid for blood that are bona fide killing machines. What's not to love? Alien vs Predator Extinction is to love. That would be the cliff note, but I've got content to upload, so I'll give you some more meat on the bone. Alien vs Predator Extinction is a real-time strategy video game developed by Zono and published by Electronic Arts for the PlayStation 2 and Xbox in 2003. You play as Marines, Predators or Aliens. I'm going to have to pause quickly. One of my favourite video games of all time is Command & Conquer, a real-time strategy. So, if I love Alien and Predator and real-time strategies, then I should love this, right? Moving on. The game is set on LV-742, a distant planet used by the Predators as a hunting ground for aliens. Human colonists discover the alien hive and must deal with a growing war with the Predators. I wasn't expecting to enjoy this as much as I did. I remember watching a friend play this very briefly on the Xbox when it first came out, and I remember being very unimpressed. Well, I don't know who that guy was, but he clearly wasn't me. A disclaimer, I've only played one campaign for each species, but I'm going to play them all. I'm curious to see just where these levels go. A word to the wise, complete the tutorials. They only take 5 minutes each, but will stop you guessing what to do at various times. Marines first. So you get medics, comms techs, synthetics, gunners, and probably others too. If you lose a medic, you can no longer heal. Lose your comms tech and you can no longer call in backup. Lose your synthetics and you can no longer obtain money from air purifiers. At least I think that's what they're called. It'll make sense when you play it. If you have landing support, a comms tech and money, you can call in a dropship to bring in more medics, synthetics, etc. Whilst campaigns will no doubt differ, they will generally involve the same exploration of the level, uncovering shroud as you go and killing aliens and or predators, and probably rescuing people too. You can upgrade units to make them more powerful, and you need to kill your comrades if they become comatose, so they cannot be impregnated. Predators next. You, of course, have a predator shrine, which you can move and also call in more predators who drop in individual pods, which is pretty cool. As with Marines, there are different types of predators with differing abilities. Some are good at hand-to-hand combat, others with projectiles. You can stealth the predators until they attack, and heal them using honour points, which you earn by collecting skulls of your kills. You can spend honour points to bring in predator guns and upgrade your predators, including adding different visual modes, making it easier to spot humans, aliens, and others? I think. I've only managed to unlock the first two. As with Marines, you've got to go around killing humans and aliens, no doubt. I imagine there will be campaigns where you have to defend your shrine too. Finally, aliens, my favourite in all ways. You start with an egg, but which came first, the queen or the egg? Hatch a facehugger, impregnate a living or comatose being, livestock is fine. Out comes a chest burster, which cocoons and then becomes a drone, a warrior or a runner. The second option is to upgrade your eggs, of course, to follow the same life cycle but turn out a Praetorian instead, which are much stronger, and if you don't have a queen, you can choose to cocoon your Praetorian to make it become a queen. Once a queen, you can tear your enemies apart, upgrade your brood, or lay eggs. Brilliant! As facehuggers leave their nest, their health will deplete until it dies, or until you jump on someone's face, so don't rush off too much. The better way is to send out fully grown aliens, kill the beings, then drag them back to the nest and impregnate them in the comfort of home. But adults can also drag eggs to their intended victims, which is so cool. I cannot tell you how much of a kick I got out of this game. It is probably the coolest game I've played for a long time, and building a horde with a queen and a supporting cast of aliens and destroying everything in your way is awesome. The graphics are fine. Nothing to write home about, definitely a victim of their time, but they look like Marines, Predators and aliens, so it's all good to me, and you can tell them apart. The controls are surprisingly good. I imagine it'd be better with a mouse, but it works pretty seamlessly with the control pad. The sound effects are awesome. I don't know if they're taken directly from the movies, but they sound pretty spot on, and it's quite exciting listening to aliens shrieking, predators roaring, and pulse rifles rattling away. The only negative for me is it can feel a bit sluggish at times, but with only 21 campaigns to complete, if each one takes 15 minutes, the target time for the first campaigns at least, that's still at least 5 hours of gameplay, likely to be more though, as I spent 2 hours on the first 3 missions alone. And that just about wraps it up for me. Thank you very much for listening. Remember to like and subscribe. And just remember, on Earth, if it bleeds, everyone will hear you scream if you kill it.
If you like hardcore tough-as-nails shooters, then you might want to try Alien Hominid. This is a 2D shooter like the old Contra games. In it, you play as an alien who's crash-landed on Earth. The FBI have stolen your spaceship, so you have to get it back so you can leave this stupid planet. But the FBI doesn't want that, so they send everything they have to stop you, and boy, it is a lot. The levels just need you to get from left to right and kill everyone you see. Most enemies are just FBI agents, and they're easy enough, taking just one hit most of the time. You've got a gun with infinite ammo, and you can hold down the button for a charged attack. You also have grenades. These are limited in supply, but pretty powerful, and can even be used to destroy the background buildings to reveal secrets. It doesn't take long for enemies to get tougher though, and take a lot more hits. Thankfully, you have other weapons to find, like an ice gun that freezes enemies, a flame shot, acid shot, laser and spread, and these are all very handy to use. If you want to get up close and personal, your alien buddy will chop enemies with a knife if you're close enough, and you can even land on their heads and bite their head off when you're jumping. This will scare away anyone that sees you do it, which is cool. Or you can even be sneaky and burrow into the ground and pull people down to their deaths. But even though you have a lot of ways to kill people, this game is still hard as balls. Enemies are everywhere, and there's always so much going on that it's hard to keep track of everything. You really need to be on your toes. The bosses are especially hard, requiring you to learn their patterns, and they've got a ton of patterns to learn. It's really not easy at all. Oh, and did I mention you can only take one hit and you're dead? This is not a game for people that give up easily. But it is just so fun to play. I've actually owned this for years, and back in the day I could actually complete it. Coming back to it now, I've got no idea how I managed that. I really should have gone out more. This game also has a great sense of humour, not taking anything seriously at all. It really helps keep you invested, and you really want to see what's coming up next, because there's so much wacky shit happening, with you fighting all over the world on freeways, streets, forests, Soviet bases and all sorts of cool places. And the whole thing just has a really cool 2D pixel art style, with some really excellent animation and character designs. I love it. The controls here are super responsive, and you really need that, as you definitely won't be beating this one in a hurry. There's no saves, so you've got to play through it all in one go, but you do get unlimited continues. You can play the whole thing in 2-player co-op as well, but this makes it much harder, as player 2 will need to be just as good as you if you want to survive. It's one of those games where you'll be playing the first level over and over, but it'll make you want to come back again and again as you get that little bit further each time. I really love this game, but it is a tough one for tough people. Are you tough enough, punk? Let's stick with 2D for a minute as we take a look at another fighting game. Here is Arcana Heart. This is a 2D one-on-one fighting game featuring an all-female cast of characters, each of which seem to know each other as far as I can tell from the cutscenes. What's more is that there's also magical beings called Arcanas, which grant the user special abilities. So in this fighter, you choose your character from one of the wacky selection of ladies, which include your usual creepy schoolgirl, big-boobed conservative women, witchy-looking ladies, and of course little girls who shouldn't be in a game like this. No matter who you choose though, you have a decent set of attacks and combos, all using the tried and tested Street Fighter control scheme, so if you're familiar with those games you'll be right at home here, putting together some awesome combos and doing some massive special attacks. When you choose your character, you also have to choose your Arcana. This determines the special moves that you get, which is cool. Essentially, it gives each character 2 sets of moves, one set specifically for that character and the other ones for the magic creature you pick. It's fun playing around with different combinations and seeing which ones work best for you. The fights themselves are always quite intense. The computer opponents don't mess around here, but they are a fair challenge, countering a lot of what you do if you don't play strategically. Each character has their own story, which is nice, but I found I skipped most of the dialogue. It's all quite melodramatic and doesn't really add too much, not for me anyway. You also have the arcade mode, which is where you just choose your fighter and fight everyone else in turn without the melodramatic stuff. Either mode is good though, and the fighting is smooth and responsive. There's some really cool stuff you can do here, like chase moves, so if you knock your opponent away, you can press a button to fly after them and smash them in the face before they can recover. You've got the super meter at the bottom of the screen that lets you do super moves that use a few bars, or you can make a regular move more powerful and use up a bar as well. There's actually quite a lot to it, and I'll be honest, I didn't get a lot of what was going on most of the time with the special bar, though it never held me back. Maybe I was just distracted by the bouncy anime boobs. As you can see, the game looks fantastic with some excellent character designs and animation. It plays really well, and some of the super moves are really quite impressive. I did find that a lot of the fighting took place at the edge of the screen, which is a bit annoying as you can sometimes lose track of what's going on, but still, as long as I was winning, I didn't really mind. Overall, this is a really fun fighting game that'd be great to play with friends, if you have any, unlike me. Area 51 is a cool first-person shooter that I never hear anyone talk about. You can probably guess the story. You're a soldier based in Area 51, you know, where all the aliens live. And then that shit starts to hit the fan. One day people start getting a virus that turns them into bloodthirsty, half-human, half-alien monsters, so you and your squad need to fight them off and stop the virus from spreading. This is all done in a first-person way, of course, and your main objectives are to go from point A to point B while shooting everyone you see in the face. Pretty much the whole game takes place in an underground base, so you'll be exploring various laboratories, living quarters, science centres and weapons facilities. You're rarely on your own, with your squad mates being on hand to have conversations with you for exposition and to make sure someone is there to shout at you every 4 seconds if you haven't started walking to the door that they want you to go to. Like most games like this, you appear to be the only competent person in the base, so you'll be in charge of completing any objectives that are given to the squad. If a button needs pushing or a computer needs hacking, you gotta do it. If something needs fixing or a gun turret needs using or an enemy needs killing, you need to do it. Your team will be around there just to shout and shoot at the walls or whatever it is that they do while you explore and complete the objectives. Of course, you will need to do a lot of shooting yourself as well, and you do get a few decent weapons, mostly machine guns and shotguns, but there's also a few alien laser weapons, and later on you get some really cool stuff to blow people to shit with. I do have to say that the actual shooting here is solid and done pretty damn well. As with most games like this, you'll find your favourite weapons and pretty much stick with them the whole way, and you can even dual wield a lot of them as well. And you'll need to, as the enemies are pretty tough, often in pretty high numbers as well. There's lots of mutant people after your blood, and later in the game you'll see a range of different aliens that have high-tech weapons or abilities, and sometimes they're just massive brutes that punch you in the face. A little while into the game you're also infected with the virus, but find that killing stuff actually suppresses it, which is handy. But this also gives you access to different abilities and hand-to-hand combat. You've got various vision modes and some really powerful punches, but it does mean that you have to get up close to enemies, making it easier to take damage yourself. When you've sufficiently suppressed your bloodlust, you can go back to shooting things again. Something that impressed me with the game is just how much is going on all the time. The levels are packed with interactive things, and when you blow stuff up, the rooms really show it, with tables, chairs and paperwork going flying. It all looks quite impressive. And the game in general looks quite impressive, with some excellent graphics and lighting just about everywhere. It is a shame that the colour palette is pretty drab, being the grey and brown era of gaming, but it's still good, and the ragdoll physics on aliens lead to some really funny moments when you send them flying with a particularly well placed headshot. Although I think the game does take itself a little bit too seriously, and the overly chatty radio buddies can be irritating, this is still a really solid and fun game. I'm actually surprised it doesn't get talked about very much, though I guess there were a few good FPS games around at this time. If you haven't already, give this one a go. Back to Japan now for Appleseed EX. This is another game based on an anime or manga or whatever. Here you're part of an elite police force made up of people, robots and women. Your squad has been given a mission to rescue a bunch of civilians that are trapped in a massive block by some evil criminal scum types. The game starts you out in the police headquarters where you can explore and talk to just about everyone you come across, which didn't help me at all because the whole game is in Japanese. You can also find people that will sell you weapons and items to take on your missions with you. You also have the choice between two characters, a sexy lady woman and a robot. I tried them both, but never seemed to do very well with the robot. He seems to be a bit better with weapons, but I kept dying very quickly when I played as him, so stuck to the lady woman. When you enter a mission, you're usually in a series of smallish rooms or corridors, and there'll be enemies. Defeat the enemies and you'll have access to more rooms. You have to go from room to room, finding the hostages and beating up the bad guys. To do this you have a few options. You've got your melee attacks, which are all done with the square button. There are quite a lot of combos you can do with just one button though, and these change depending on what enemies there are and what directions you press. When you're doing hand to hand, enemies can take forever to beat, but as you're fighting them they'll drop ammo and items. You can collect a load of guns to use, and these are much more powerful, taking out most enemies in just a few shots. So a good tactic is to get a few punches and kicks in to find some ammo from them, and then finish them off with a couple of bullets to the face, as they can be hard to come by. Also, some enemies are immune to certain weapons, and some can only be killed in hand to hand, others with shotguns or rockets. In fact, combat is actually pretty tough in general, thanks to the enemies taking quite a lot of hits. You can lock onto enemies to shoot them, but it's only the closest one, so if an enemy in the distance has a gun, it's really hard to get to them without taking damage. Thankfully, most of the enemies do drop ammo or health, which you'll need, especially as you only get one life before you go back to the title screen. This really sucks, and although you can load your most recent save, it does mean you lose a ton of progress in just a few seconds, as enemies can gang up on you and can kill you pretty quickly when they want to. But there is something really satisfying about playing the game, and it's one that you'll want to keep trying at. It's one of those games where you have to play by its rules and take your time to think about the best way to take out the bad guys. Sure, running in like a madman will work a lot of the time, but you also have to make sure that you keep an eye on your supplies and what weapons you have, and you need to take out certain enemies. Thankfully, the controls are decent, though I would have liked a better block or dodge mechanic, as they're basically non-existent, but they're really needed in a game like this. The graphics are very good, but there is a strange fuzziness to it all. There's like a weird blur filter on it, though this could be my totally real PlayStation that I need to change the settings on. Feel free to let me know. Overall, this is a tough but fun game that doesn't hold your hand. Or maybe it does, just in Japanese. But if you like 3D brawlers and can take a challenge, this is one to try. If Adult Swim cartoons are your thing, then you might like Aqua Teen Hunger Force Zombie Ninja Pro AM. Or is it AM? This is an action brawler golf game, and yes, you heard that right. Based on the wacky cartoon, the story goes that you're learning to play golf, when all of a sudden the world goes to shizzle, with aliens appearing, zombies cropping up, and even the local wildlife and fauna turning evil and wanting to kill everyone and everything. Not wanting to let that ruin your game of golf, you carry on playing anyway. So what you have to do is play golf on a number of different holes. You do this in the usual golf game way by pressing a button to time your power and accuracy once you've chosen the club you want to use. You get a map that shows you where the hole is, and you've got to take wind and other obstacles into account if you want to make par. When you're close to the hole, you'll be putting, which is harder than you'd think and definitely takes a bit of practice. But what about the zombies and aliens, I hear you cry? Well, in between each swing, you have to walk to your ball, and this is when a bunch of enemies show up. Using the 3 characters, you have to kill everything that appears, so the coast is clear for you to take your next shot. You can use the golf club to smash enemies in the face, but along the way you'll find more powerful ones, like swords, etc. Alternatively, you can switch to Frylock, who has a laser beam he can shoot to kill enemies from a distance, but he is much slower. Or you can convince Meatwad to turn into various things that will either distract enemies or damage them. There's also a load of power-ups you can find on the golf course to help you, either giving you new weapons or abilities, health, or sometimes just secrets that let you unlock an exclusive episode of the show only available in the game. Every few courses you get to do some racing in a golf buggy. These sections are pretty tough thanks to some twitchy controls, but they do manage to be quite fun. The problem with most of the game though is it is very repetitive even after the first couple of holes. The gameplay just doesn't really change enough. You play golf and then attack waves of enemies that can take too long to kill at times, but it does work fine, and the enemies are mostly reskins, and though they change up every few levels, they rarely do more than just come at you so you can smash them in the face. But the game really has a way of keeping me involved, at least I thought so. Mainly because of the humour and the awesome cutscenes. There's loads of crazy random stuff going on all the time, and I love it. The game is actually really funny, and it made me want to see what was going to happen next. The golfing parts are definitely my favourite bits, but they are tough at times as well. The graphics here are excellent, with a cool cel-shaded look that really suits it, and it still looks excellent to this day. And it looks just like the show. You will get sick of hearing the same 4 or 5 voice samples over and over again, but it's not the end of the world, and if you like golf, racing, or hitting things with a club, this could be the game for you, especially if you're a fan of the show. And finally for today, here is the Japanese exclusive Azumi. Azumi is a 3D brawler based on a manga series in which a female assassin starts out on her life as a cold-blooded killer. From what I can tell, each mission she is given involves her going to various places in feudal Japan and killing prominent people, which lends itself nicely to a video game really. So in the game you are put in a series of medium-sized levels which you can explore freely for the most part, but your aim is always the same. Kill everyone you see, and once you've done that, the boss will appear and then you kill them as well. Azumi has a few different ways to attack. Most of these are with her sword. You have a weak attack, which is a flurry of small strikes, a medium hit, which is a single slash, and a strong attack, which is a jumping slash that can be chained together 3 times for massive damage. What's interesting is that these are all done with the same button, and you have to press the L and R buttons to cycle between what attack you're going to do. which is represented by the coloured orb in the bottom left of the screen. Green for weak, blue for medium, and red for hard. It does take a minute to get used to it, but it's not hard to figure it out, and it works. You also have a couple of other sub-weapons. There's knives you can throw, which aren't knives, they're those ninja dagger thingies, but I don't know what they're called. I'm sure someone in the comments can enlighten me. These target a single enemy and often knock them down, giving you some breathing space. When an enemy is on the ground, you can walk over to them and kill them in a single blow. No honour there. You also have a bomb. You only get 3 of these per level, but they kill most enemies in just one hit, and have quite a large radius, so are really handy against groups of enemies. And that's pretty much what you'll be fighting, big groups of enemies, usually 3 or more at a time, and they spawn in constantly, often catching you off guard. For the most part they're not too tough to beat, and the weak combo deals with most of them quite easily. But you do have to be careful, as some enemies have ranged weapons, and some use spears, not swords, so if you run straight at them they'll be able to just hit you before you're close enough to hit them. You don't have a block, which is kind of strange. Instead you've got a dodge roll, which actually works really well. You can dodge most attacks, but be careful, as this is one of those games where you have to finish your animation before you can do anything else, so you can't block or dodge in the middle of a combo, which is annoying if you miss an attack. What I do like though is that if you time the roll just as an enemy strikes you, you do a counter attack, which sees you do a sweet finishing move on the enemy, or if it's a particularly tough enemy, you'll just deal massive damage. The bosses are always just one-on-one fights, and they're not really that much tougher than regular enemies, other than they have a bigger life bar and are better at blocking. So all you have to do is get a combo off, roll away, and repeat. I actually beat every boss I fought like this, but I didn't mind. You level up as you play, getting more experience depending on the combos you do, and this increases your life and special bars, which is used for counters. You can also find items in the levels which you can equip that change your stats and attacks. This is a nice idea, and you can change what you have equipped in between levels. The graphics here are actually quite good. This is another budget title, but it all looks clean. The main thing that you'll notice is that there's only a handful of enemy models, so you are fighting the same clones over and over, which does get repetitive, but it's something that most games like this suffer from. This is another game that I'd never heard of, and while it really doesn't do anything new, what it does do is solid enough, and it's a good time if you want some surprisingly cool looking, bloody chopping action. We are starting with Bionicle, based on the LEGO spin-off thingy where there are mystical robot people made up of weird LEGO parts that have to go on missions and that. You know what I mean? I hope so, because I have no idea about Bionicle, so this game is all I've ever seen of it. Bionicle on the PS2 here is a 3D action platform game where you take control of 6 of the Toas, who are the robot people, and they've got to rescue a bunch of stupidly named natives on their home planet from a stupidly named evil thing that I'll never remember the name of. Each character has their own level, which is a cool idea, but it does mean that there's only 6 of them. Each level is a typical video game theme, like fire, water, ice, jungle, etc. You can't select all of them from the start though, and you'll need to complete each one to move on. What I do like though is that every character has their own play style, and while there were times where I did think it would have been nice to have a bit more consistency, it meant that things didn't get boring. You are mostly 3D platforming, and you can run, jump and attack. Weapons vary depending on the characters, but basically play the same. Your goal is to explore the levels, find captured natives, and defeat the Guardian at the end of each stage. Something that's cool is that as well as your attack, which is a projectile that you fire out of a sword, which is kind of odd, and you can't actually just swing your sword, you've got a block, which you need to use to absorb enemy attacks, which is what powers up your weapon to let you shoot energy. So the game forces you to block attacks so you can fight back. This is kind of cool. Some levels aren't so combat focused though, and see you doing some rad snowboarding or lava surfing, because this was the early 2000s. These levels are actually quite fun as well. Even the other platforming levels try to mix things up, having a larger focus on swimming for the water levels, or tricky platforming in the jungle levels that are set in the trees. It's actually quite nice how they've done it all. In the levels you can also find light stones. There's 200 in each one, and these unlock bonuses like artwork, you know, the stuff that no one cares about. So you can pretty much largely ignore these. Graphically, the game actually looks pretty good. It doesn't really lean into its Lego-ness like other games would later on, but it is still detailed, and the worlds are nice and varied with a few of their own unique enemies in them. The controls are decent, each character controls quite differently from the others, but they are all easy to learn and are responsive. It is a pretty short game though. I got to the last level in just over 2 hours, and I wasn't even particularly trying to rush. You can go back to previously beaten levels to collect the light stones that you might have missed, but other than that, there's no reason to. I initially thought you would need to go back to levels with other characters or ones you had no abilities, but that's not the case. It is a one and done. But still, I liked playing this a lot more than I thought I would. The camera can be a bit of a pain at times, but other than that, I didn't really find myself complaining about anything. It's a perfectly fine action platform game that is inoffensive and short, like me. Next up is Bajungai, sometimes known as Bajungai the Forbidden City. I always thought Bajungai was a name for boobs, but what do I know. This is a third-person hack-and-slash adventure game where you play as an old god, who is also a Blade Master. You are defeated in battle by another evil Blade Master, and after 5,000 years, you come back to get your revenge. But wouldn't you know it, in your absence, monsters have started popping up all over the place. Being a Blade Master though, you've got some funky swords as well as some magical abilities that you'll need to use to fight enemies and kill the bosses on every level. The levels here all play quite similarly. They're pretty small and compact, and you have to explore every inch of them, killing all of the enemies you come across so the doors or magical barriers that are there disappear and you can progress. Some levels give you different objectives, like having to collect a certain number of orbs or beating a time limit and so on. Some of the levels though are more vertically orientated, meaning you have to do some cool parkour to reach higher levels. Thankfully you can wall run and even glide for a short distance. Sometimes these levels can be confusing to get around. You do get a map, but it only shows you where the exit of the level is and doesn't show if it's higher or lower than where you are. That's up to you to find out. But it's never too crazy hard to find, and most levels only take 10 or so minutes to get through. But the combat here is really where it's at. You've got two attack buttons, a weak and a strong one, both doing different combos, and different button presses of both of them at the same time do weird combos as well. And they all look really cool, with you flipping around all over the place, chopping shit up. It's super easy to pick up and play. You also have a lock-on that you can do. When you're locked onto enemies, this lets you do different moves as well, and you can also block their attacks. When this happens, the game will pause for a second and you can get off a powerful counter-attack. What I also like is that even when you're not locked on, if you time your attack right so it hits another enemy when it's trying to attack you, this also starts a counter where you can do some massive combos. And like I said, there's a few magic attacks. You get fireballs or whirlwinds, and these are all very powerful, but you will need to fight to build your magic meter to keep on using them. After every level, you go back to your base where the story will progress, and you'll be able to use the orbs that you've collected to upgrade your attacks, or you can upgrade your health and magic. These upgrades are quite expensive, so make sure you kill everything you see and get as many as possible. These orbs are also littered around the levels and often in places where it's tricky to get to them, so you've got to do some pretty cool platforming to collect them. I like this touch. Graphically, the game looks fantastic. The characters are all really well animated, even if they are a bit generic looking, but the use of colours and effects here are great and it all moves at a really good pace. The controls are simple and work well, and my only real complaint is that maybe that your attacks are a little too flamboyant. Sometimes you just want to smash a box that's next to you, but you have to do an over-the-top combo to break it rather than just kicking it. It's also one of those games where you have to wait for your animations to finish before you can move again. It didn't really affect me in combat, but it is noticeable. Overall though, this game is really fun. I'd never heard of it before downloading. I mean, totally buying it. But I'm glad I gave it a go. It does get repetitive, and it's not really a game that you'll want to play in one sitting probably, but it is only about 4 hours long, so playing it over a few days is good fun, and it's a hell of a spectacle while you're doing it. Fighting game time now, and here is Bloody Roar 4, a fighting series that really should make a comeback. Bloody Roar is a great one-on-one 3D fighter that started out on the PS1 and hasn't had a game since the PS2 era as far as I'm aware. There's the usual boring fighting game story here, but the big difference and main mechanic here is that all the characters can change into a beast form, making them stronger, faster and giving them access to a whole bunch of new special attacks. And the character selection here is really cool. You've got a bunch of generic fighting people as well as weird looking freaks who all resemble their animals in either some sort of look or personality way. Depending on who you choose, you can turn into lions, tigers, chameleons, rabbits, bats, wolves, bugs and more. Each beast form also has a fighting style that matches it, so you'll be biting or clawing your way to victory. Each fight is the best of 3 rounds, and there's a slight change from the other games in the series here, where you used to have one life bar for both human and beast form. In this entry, you have a separate life bar for your human and beast forms. so if you get beaten to a pulp in human form, you do still have a chance to win in beast form in that same round. And the fighting here is really fast, responsive and easy to pick up. You've got a few attack buttons, a grab button and a button that transforms you between beast and human. You can transform at will, which is nice. Pulling off special moves is easy and uses Street Fighter style inputs. These work well and you can pull off some really cool combos quite easily, which is nice. There's also power moves and super specials which all look really good. The best ones though are the moves that start with you doing a combo as a human but see you transform halfway through but carrying on the combo. It's just really cool to see and satisfying once you pull it off. There's a few game modes here. There's a story mode with each character having their own one to play through. You also have a career mode which lets you choose multiple characters and you can unlock new moves and things for them as you play. This is pretty interesting and well worth playing through. Then you've got your training, survival and sparring modes as well as a 2-player option. A lot of effort has clearly gone into this one for the stories and the characters, and they will have animated intros and endings which is really nice and it makes you want to play through them all just to see what they're doing. What's also good is that I really didn't find a character that I didn't enjoy playing as. Some of them are much easier to pick up and button mash with, whereas others you will need to actually learn with, but all of them are actually pretty decent. I've been a fan of Bloody Roar since I got the one on the GameCube on its launch day, and even though it's a shame that we won't likely get another one in this series, it is nice to see that it went out with a bang. If you're into your fighting games, I would say this is probably a must play. If you prefer your fighting games to feature construction vehicles instead of people, then you might like BCV, Battle Construction Vehicles. And yes, this is a real game. You play as Hayato Kongo, a kid who was actually born in a construction vehicle and is the best behind the wheel of any construction vehicle you give him. You are in charge of a construction company after your dad passes away, and it's not going well. You're losing a lot of contracts and a rival construction company is trying to muscle its way in. So your mission is to find the best construction vehicle operators, recruit them to your company, and then start raking in the business. Of course, to do any of this, you need to battle it out in your vehicles to prove that you're worthy. The story here is mental, and it's actually incredibly endearing as well. There's danger, drama, love, gay marriage, and backstabbery. It's honestly so much fun to read, and believe it or not, I did not skip a single cutscene. When you meet a new person, you'll want them to join you, which means you have to battle them in your vehicle. This puts you in a small arena with you and your opponent. You've got different buttons that do different attacks depending on your vehicle. So you'll be able to swing any arms left or right, or if you're in a digger you can raise or lower the shovel in front. If you get some distance between you, you can get up to ramming speed and you'll need to spin, crush, wedge and plow your opponent until their machine is out of action. As you fight, you build up a special attack, which is unleashed by ramming into your opponent. These are really funny, and totally silly, but you'll always want to see what each one is. As you progress and recruit people to your business, you'll also get to play as them in their vehicles. There's diggers, cranes, bulldozers, and all sorts to fight in. It's just so silly and fun. And it's not particularly good, I'll give you that, but I had a smile on my face most of the time when playing. The computer opponents don't really put up too much of a fight, and most of the battles can be won by literally just driving into them and chipping away slowly at their health. But if you want to do the massive damage, you'll want to take the time to do some of your speedy ram attacks, or swinging your crane arms around into them, or something along those lines. But for me, it was the awesome cutscenes that stole the show. They are just stills for the most part, with some truly awful voice acting, but somehow it made me want to keep on playing. I've got no idea who the hell came up with the idea for this game, and even more confusingly, how they actually managed to get it approved to be made. But it is a great game to play through, and one you should definitely play with some friends in one sitting. You'll have a blast. Unless you're one of those people that doesn't have a sense of humour or fun, in which case I just feel sorry for you. And don't worry, for those of you who prefer your battles to be dance-based, I've got you covered too, with B-Boy. B-Boy is a breakdancing battle game which is exactly as 2000s as you'd expect. You play as a rookie dancer who wants to earn a reputation as a breakdancer, and the only way to do that is to practice busting moves, earning money to buy new threads, and doing other such things that I'm too old and white to talk about. You create your character at the start of the game, and if you're too lazy to name them like I was, you get stuck with the name Custom. Then you're taught the basics of dancing, and it's actually quite easy to pick up. In your apartment you can practice your moves, which is nice. Then once you're ready you can log on to your MSN Messenger account, where you'll have messages from various people challenging you to battles, either one-on-one or as part of a competition. The battles all have a similar format, with each person having 45 seconds in which to put together as big and cool a routine as possible, and whoever does the best one wins. You've got a few moves at your disposal, like windmills, 6 steps, holds, spins and more. As you compete, you'll unlock more than 30 different moves to do. Each of the core moves is assigned to a button, and you can just press that button in order to start doing that move. Once you're doing it, you can then start to add variations of it by doing a button combination and then pressing it again. So for example, you might press square to do a windmill, and while you're doing that you can press up, left and square again, and you'll do a slightly more advanced version. It sounds more complicated than it is, and it actually works quite well. Also, the more you use a certain move, the better you get at it, which is really cool. And as you'd expect, it's all about timing here. You need to make sure that your transitions between moves are timed well, so you stay to the beat. This is harder than you'd think, and also some moves don't transition into other ones without needing to stop dancing, which will mess up your combo. So you really need to learn what moves go smoothly into other ones in order to beat some of the harder characters. As well as this, you also have a beat meter going around you on the floor. For extra style and points, you want to press L1 and time with the beat to keep you in time. When your opponent is doing their routine, you can use disses to try and put them off their stride, so basically you can insult them or do a nasty gesture. Sadly, this isn't an 18 rated game, so they're pretty lame. The songs here are all licensed ones, and it's actually got a really good hip-hop soundtrack, which is why you're probably listening to some royalty-free music at the moment. But in the actual game you get some Black Eyed Peas, James Brown, DJ Shadow and more. It is pretty sweet. And surprisingly, the game itself is actually quite good, and also addictive. It is hard to master, and you'll definitely need to spend time doing the tutorials. But the good thing is that the more you use the certain moves, the better they become, the better your dance routines look, and it is really cool to see your character progress. And your character does get better at the transitions and holds the more you play. This is a nice touch. But that is all there is to it. You do some dances, unlock some moves, and then add them to your repertoire, until you're the best 2000s looking dancer out there. This is another game that I really didn't expect to enjoy, but it's actually not a bad game. Well, it kind of is, but it's something so different that it is worth checking out, and it will likely entertain anyone who's into this sort of thing.
This is a game for all the players trying to break blocks like a major gamer. Shooting them down because you are a baller, smashing them up till they get smaller. Okay paddle, get in the saddle, hit them balls so no one can taddle. A friend walks by, you wish you could beat him, but you've only one pad so you can't defeat him. Next level's coming, you are humming, the game is silent but you're still running. Screen comes on and you start to play, but you miss the return and your ball's away. Your friend starts laughing, you start farting, he gets out his pad, his name is Martin. Then he sits there and he starts to rock, and now he says, Bust a block! Bust a block, or as I keep calling it, Blick-a-block, Brick-a-block and Bust a Brick, is a 3D realisation of Breakout where you star as the paddle. The storyline is subtly told, but essentially evil blocks have invaded Earth and can only be destroyed by balls, and bombs of course. Release your ball, then move left and right, making sure you hit your ball if it comes back to you, until all the scummy blocks are dead. Sounds simple, right? And you would be correct in thinking that. While this game does have some extra spice, it barely lifts what is a slow and dull game. Sure, you can make your paddle jump, it is quite cute, and by pressing X you can make it vibrate, which makes the ball change colour when you hit it mid-vibration, and it sometimes gives you the ability to curl it. But enjoyment is strictly limited to completionists, co-op kings and bitter rivals. Maybe I'm selling it short. Did I mention there are special blocks that give you extra lives? Another one that makes your paddle bigger, and who doesn't want a bigger paddle? How about that some blocks take more than one hit to destroy them, and some can't be destroyed at all? The shoulder buttons and triangle buttons allow you to shake the arena, which can change your ball's trajectory, and speed, making it easier to bust blocks. I mentioned bombs earlier, so if you hit a blue bomb, all the blue blocks die. If you hit a yellow bomb, all the yellow blocks die, etc. And as for black bombs, well, they just explode, causing more damage. I have saved the best mechanic until last. Multi-ball! Hit the correct object and fire 4 balls in all different directions, which you can hit with your paddle and keep causing massive damage. I'd be lying if I said I didn't enjoy this part of the game. The arenas are themed. There's a jungle theme, a China theme, and others that I've already forgotten. They look fine, and it is amusing to see dust falling when you shake the arena, but it is mild amusement only. Arcade mode has you playing through a variety of stages, defeat the blocks and move on to the next stage, all while scoring points so you can be super cool and on the leaderboard, if that's your jam. There appears to be an end to this game, but I'll be loath to play it to find out. Got a friend? Double team the hell out of the blocks with 2 paddles and 2 balls. Double your smiles. You can lose, of course, but only if your ball goes behind you, just like in real life. You have multiple lives and can gain more as mentioned above, but I only lost a ball when I wanted to, as I couldn't find a way to make the game end. Oh, and sometimes you have a temporary barrier behind you, and sometimes not, and I never worked out why. Versus mode has you pitted against your bitter rival. Who can score the most points? Who can lose the least lives? Who can break them all? Without this mode, I would have had no real joy. It'll always be fun to beat your friends and family and strangers. Finally, endless mode, where you take on stage after stage of block breaking with no end point. Literally the least fun I've ever had, and I've had a vasectomy. The strangest thing to me is the lack of music. The sound effects are fine, with baps, blips and bangs, but having no music is just plain weird. It makes a game that is already quite slow, super slow, and really lacking in atmosphere. As a freebie or a gift, sure, you can have a good few minutes of entertainment. Got a friend? Then you have a few minutes more, but I would challenge anyone to enjoy this game for longer than half an hour. Anyway, maybe give it a go? Probably don't. Thank you for watching and or listening, and if you like this content, then like. If you want to see more, then subscribe. And in the wonderful words of Corporal William Hudson, game over, man! Game over!
Thanks for that, Belt Buckle Bill. But I think it's about time we shot some stuff in the face. So here is Blowout. You play as the terribly named John Dutch Kane, which seems to be the default name for when a developer wants to have an edgy character. And boy is he edgy. He's wearing a bandana, talks exclusively in a gruff one-liners, and has a permanent cigarette in his mouth. Pretty cool. You are part of a crack group of space marines sent to investigate a giant space platform that's gone quiet for some reason. Turns out that reason is a hell of a lot of bug-like aliens have taken it over and killed everyone on board. So your mission is to explore the space station and kill all the bugs. Interestingly, this is actually a 2.5D run and gun game, and you don't really see many of them on the platform. At first it kind of seems like it's going to be a Metroidvania kind of game, but actually it's not. It's divided into some relatively large but kind of linear levels. There's doors, lifts and secret passages all over the place that you'll need to get through to power on the teleporter, which basically is the end of every level. Once you've powered on the teleporter, you still have to go and find it though, and make it out of the stage. It plays very much like an old school game, with the main thing you need to be doing is finding key cards of various colours that will open locked doors. There's also blast doors on levels that are all numbered, and you've got to find the right number switch to open up the right number door and progress. The levels are pretty large, and you do need to explore quite a lot to find everything that you need. Thankfully, getting around is pretty easy thanks to a good map that is at the top right of the screen. This shows where you've been and where you need to go. You can also find a map computer that completely reveals the map, but not always its secrets. You can destroy a lot of the walls to open up shortcuts, which is a nice touch, and it does mean that you'll be shooting pretty much every wall you see, just in case. Of course, there's a ton of enemies all over the place as well. They're all very bug-like, which, to be honest, I've never really been that interested in games. It just seems like a bit of a cop-out. The only time I've liked it is in Starship Troopers films or the Earth Defense Force games. This means that you've got enemies that look like wasps, ants, beetles, slugs and that sort of thing. It's nothing you haven't seen before, and I'm sure some of the sound effects are the same that the zombies make in the original Quake. Every level does have its own boss, and these are kind of fun to fight. Interestingly, the game changes so you're shooting into the screen here and not on a 2D plane, making it easier to dodge attacks. You get a few weapons on your adventure. You've got a machine gun with unlimited ammo, which is weak and can overheat, but it's probably still what you'll stick to most of the time. Other weapons like the shotgun, laser, flamethrower and rockets are much more powerful, but can run out of ammo pretty quickly. Actually, aiming can take a while to get used to. Instinctively, I was trying to use the left stick to move and the right stick to aim, but in fact you only actually aim up and down, and you use the left stick to do this, which means you can't run in one direction and shoot in the other. You can only shoot forwards, basically. So really the game plays more like old school shooters like Metal Slug and Contra. Thankfully, unlike those games, you do get a life bar here, so you won't die in one hit. It does take a little while to get used to, but you'll be fine. Another slight complaint is that all the levels feel way too similar. They're all on a space station and just a mixture of greys and browns, and there's very little to distinguish between them all. It doesn't mean that the game isn't fun though, and even though it really seems to be a budget game, the exploration is quite addictive, and I found that I wanted to keep exploring even when I'd got all the keys and opened the teleporter, just so I could find more ammo or maybe a weapon power up. While this isn't a game that will blow you away, it is still a bit of fun and a good blast for a few minutes every now and then. Here's a really cool hack and slash game called Blood Will Tell. You play as Hyakimaro, a samurai who has had 48 of his body parts taken away and given to 48 demons by an evil bloke in exchange for demon powers. Somehow you survive all of this and even get some fake limbs and sword arms attached to you, and then you set out to track down the 48 demons to get your body parts back. It is very silly but an awesome premise and I love it. The game starts out in black and white as you've lost your eyes, and even then the sounds are muffled as you've lost your ears and you can't interact with anyone because you've lost your voice. But as you progress and kill enemies and bosses, you'll get these things back and will be able to see and hear properly as well as talk to people. You'll also need to get your arms back, which gives you access to new attacks and weapons, etc. It's all very cool. You also meet a little thief kid who is actually quite annoying but has her uses. She'll follow you around everywhere, but you can also give her some simple commands on the fly, like asking her to attack an enemy, look for hidden items, collect any items that have been dropped and that sort of thing. This helps in some of the larger battles as you can often be fighting a lot of enemies at once. The levels play out similarly to a lot of hack and slash games in that you're put in some quite linear, medium-sized stages that are packed with enemies, and your only real goal is to kill them all and move on to the next bit. Things do get mixed up a bit though, and sometimes you'll play as the little kid and have to hunt down certain items, or sometimes you have to go on a rescue mission where you'll need to stop someone or something being killed within a certain time limit. The game does do a good enough job of mixing things up. But the combat is the main focus, and it really is well done. You've got your standard weak and strong attacks which come in the form of a variety of combos, and you can also block attacks and do some cool counters, and you'll need to get used to this as it's a vital part of defeating some of the later bosses. Being as you've lost your limbs, you also have some hidden upgrades, like a machine gun arm, which can be used whenever you like, but it uses ammo, and there's also a rocket launcher leg that lets you shoot explosive which do massive damage, but they're hard to aim and ammo is very limited. You can find the ammo, as well as health and other power-ups, by killing enemies or in breakable stuff around the levels. The bosses here are of course the big focus, and they have some really cool designs, and the fights are all really fun. Once you beat one, you'll get your body part back, and you're shown which one, as well as how it changes your stats or gives you new abilities. It's really cool and a nice concept. The graphics are great with some excellent enemy designs, which are mostly classic Japanese style monsters like zombies, those turtle things and evil umbrellas. They all look cool and it doesn't take long for the game to start to get tricky. It is also a lot longer than you'd think, clocking in at around 12 hours on your first playthrough, and the cutscenes here really do a great job of keeping you interested. This is a really cool game in just about every way, and I'm surprised that it doesn't get talked about all that much. It is highly recommended, and probably my favourite one in this video. If 3D platform games are more your thing, then you might want to check out Brave, the Search for Spirit Dancer. Here you take control of the generically named Brave, a Native American who rescues his lady friend from a particularly hench bear and then goes on a quest to become a warrior by taking on some traditions of his tribe. This will see you go through a variety of locations, from jungles and deserts to frozen tundras and of course forests. You're always given a few objectives in all of these places, and you'll need to explore every inch of them to complete your objectives, like killing certain enemies, finding certain items, you know, the usual 3D platform things. But also, you do have some pretty cool things like tracking animals, which you learn to do early on and lets you find hidden footprints around the levels. These often lead to new items or enemies that you need to track down. You can also learn to use nature in helping you out, becoming friendly with certain animals and learning their calls. Doing this lets you call birds to help you by dropping items from trees or even taking you to places, or just revealing hidden items. You'll also find cave paintings hidden around the environment. These are vital to progress, as using them shows you techniques used by your ancestors that lived in the area and how they survived. So some paintings will teach you how to use fire, or how to track, or how to craft items like axes, which you can use as a weapon, or to climb ice caps. It's all pretty cool. If you ever get stuck, you can use your spirit stone that was given to you by your grandfather. He'll give you some advice about what you should be doing. I like this, and it never tells you exactly where to go or what to do, but gives enough of a hint to point you in the right direction. There are of course a ton of enemies all over the place as well, and these are all different depending on where you are. So in the desert you'll get bugs, in the forest you'll get evil birds and wolves, and you even get to fight skeletons and other things that have come to life to make your life a misery. Thankfully, controlling Brave is very responsive, and using all of the abilities you get is easy. The combat is simple enough with just one attack button, but you're fast and nimble, and it really does help make the game enjoyable to play. Graphically, it's got a nice cartoony style, but I do have to say that I'm not a big fan of the character designs. They look kind of strange and goofy, but it's definitely not a bad looking game and has some really cool designs in the locations. It's not a particularly difficult game, and other than a few times where I got stuck with where to go, I didn't have much trouble at all, but it really did make me want to carry on playing. I've heard a lot of people give this game a lot of crap, but honestly I don't really know why. I think where it's cool to shit on things on the internet, this game gets a bit of a bad rap. Though it's actually a very solid platform game. Sure, it is a little bit generic, but it does actually have some really cool ideas of its own. I recommend giving this a go for yourself to see if you enjoy it as much as I did.
Brave long ago, a terrible creature ravaged our peaceful.
And finally for today, here is Battle Engine Aquila. Here you are a pilot for a battle engine. You get caught up in a war between the evil Muspels and the usually peaceful Foresti. Thankfully the Foresti are good with tech, so don't go down without a fight. The battle engines are mechs that have two forms. One lets you fly around for a short while, and your main one, which sees you running around on your robo feet. You'll need to switch between the two modes regularly to take out an army of robots that want out to blow you up. Levels see you going on various locations around the planet which are under attack, and really your main objectives are just to blow everything up. You'll be fighting other mechs, flying things, tanks and more, and there's times where you'll need to blow up enemy bases or of course defend yours. In fact, that's basically the whole game. Thankfully you've got a fair bit of firepower at your disposal. Your battle engine starts out with laser cannons and a machine gun. The machine gun uses ammo and the lasers use energy, which has to be recharged just by not using it. After every few levels you get new weapon loadouts for your craft, giving you access to missiles, beam lasers and more homing things that are powerful, but obviously have to recharge every few seconds. New enemies are also introduced, but there's not a whole load of different ones, which is a bit of a shame. The actual combat though is decent and it all plays very smoothly. The game has a generous targeting system which really helps with the bigger battles, and the whole thing is played in first person. Some of the battles here do get pretty massive, and I did at times have trouble knowing where I should be and which group of enemies I should be focusing on. You've got a couple of radars, one which shows individual enemies that are close by, and the other one is sort of an overview of the whole map, with the red sections showing where enemies have most territory. Basically, you want to get all the red to disappear, though you never really know where the bombing raids are coming from or the ground attacks. You do have a ground commander that is sort of shouting at you the whole time, but sometimes I'd go after the bombers and then fail the mission because the ground troops get too close, or vice versa. There is a bit of trial and error here. The levels themselves are never too long, so the fact that you have to restart the missions from the beginning every time you fail wasn't really the end of the world. And blowing things up here is well done, so you never really mind anyway. The graphics in the game are decent. I think this is quite an early PS2 game, but it still looks clean and crisp, and it's easy to see even the tiny enemies in the distance, which is good. The maps are never particularly large, which really helps keep the action fast and smooth, though there was a little bit of slowdown. My main complaint is that most of the levels basically all look the same, taking place on various islands, and the only real difference seemed to be how many trees were knocking about. Though the controls here are easy to get used to, and the fact that you unlock new characters and weapons to use, each with their own stats, really kept me playing. There's also a ton of levels to get through, so it will keep you busy for a while. I did find that I do a couple of levels though and need to take a break, as the variety wasn't great and you do start to get bored. Though overall this is a pretty cool game that I'd never heard of before looking for games for this video, and I'm glad I played it. It is good fun. Let's start with Crimson Sea 2 from Koei. This is a third-person action-adventure game that is interestingly exclusive to the PS2, even though the first game was an Xbox exclusive, so if you want to play both of the games, you'll need both systems. The story here is that you are in the Theophilus star system and it's being overrun by an alien menace called the Menace. Talk about self-fulfilling prophecy. You play as Sho, who is the toughest person in the star system, and you can tell because he has the best hair. Sho is given a number of missions across a variety of planets and locations, and you'll need to kill hundreds of evil alien monsters in order to save everyone that isn't already dead. You've got a hub world where you can talk to some of your allies, buy items, and most importantly, save your game. And it's here that you can go on the mission select screen, and over the course of the game have access to dozens of missions. There's multiple locations and each one has a good number of missions within it. Some of them will advance the story and others will just give you the chance to kill enemies, which is a good thing as they drop items. Most importantly, a thing called Origin. Killing stuff is really cool here, and you've got a few weapons to help you out. You've got a staff thing, which is your melee weapon. This is powerful and does a really good job of taking out just about every enemy quite easily. They don't all die quickly though, so you'll need to be careful if you're surrounded. Then you've got a Vulcan gun, which is basically a machine gun. This is your all-round weapon. It's got fairly decent firepower and range. And you've also got a shotgun that I can't remember the name of, but I rarely used it. It is very powerful, but the range is really short and it takes forever to reload between shots. What I do like though is that all the weapons have unlimited ammo. They just need to recharge if you use them continuously, apart from the staff. And remember that Origin I mentioned earlier that enemies drop? Well, that's used to upgrade your weapons to make them more powerful, unlock new attacks and combos, and increase their range, etc. This is a really nice touch, and the combat here is so fun that I always wanted to get stuck into fights and do all of the missions. Most of the time, missions are a case of killing everything, but there are a few other types, like having to plant bombs or even defuse them. Other times you've got escort missions and that sort of thing. It's nothing groundbreaking, but it's enough to keep things fresh. And the battles here are really fun. You often have a dozen or so enemies around you at any one point, and fighting them is nice and fluid. You've got a lock-on ability which comes in very handy, but you'll also automatically lock on to the nearest enemy when shooting. What's odd is that if you are locked on and you kill an enemy, you stop for a moment to do a weird little motion before you can attack again. I don't really get why, and it actually made me stop locking on in big battles. It was never a real problem though. You've got a few abilities to unlock as well. These are usually massive blasts that take out lots of enemies, or you can slow down time, etc. These come in handy in battles, but also sometimes have to be used outside of battles to solve puzzles, like slowing down time so you can run to a door before it closes, that sort of thing. The graphics here are very good, and it all runs super smooth, even with all the enemies it's throwing at you, but that's kind of Koei's thing. I really like a lot of the boss designs, and more planets open up as you play, which gives more variety in locations, with various towns, bases and villages all in need of being helped. I have actually never heard of this game until now, and I do have the original Xbox, so I might see if I can track down a copy of that first game. This one is well worth a play if you like a bit of action. If you'd rather save more familiar places and not outer space, then City Crisis might be for you. This is a surprisingly fun flight sim where you take control of a number of different helicopters that are let loose into a city where you've got to do all sorts of emergency service work, like putting out fires, rescuing people from said fires, or other hazards, chasing down stolen vehicles, and well, that's actually about it. There isn't really a story as such, it's more of an arcade style game. You choose from a few levels, all of which need to be unlocked as you play. Then you choose from a few choppers, which of course have their own stats. Here you have speed, handling and capacity. These are all important, and the capacity refers to how many passengers you can carry on board. When you've chosen your level, you've got to fly around a rather large open city, usually following waypoints until you come across whatever's happened. So you'll find a fire that needs putting out, then you'll need to rescue the people that are on the roof of the burning building. Then you'll need to take them to a safe zone and drop them off, which is where the capacity comes into play, as there'll be times where you don't have enough space to pick everybody up, so they might burn to death, or the building they're on might even collapse. Pretty dark stuff. Thankfully, doing all of this is actually quite easy. Controlling your chopper is simple and intuitive. You use the shoulder buttons to fire your water cannons and missiles, as in water missiles, not explosives. You get points for how quickly you do it all, and take too long and the fires will spread, and of course if you crash, you've got to try again. To rescue people, you've got to lower your little man on a winch, which is really cute. Then position them over a civilian and bring them back up. You even have to rescue dogs, which of course always take priority. Your water cannons have limited water, but it does always automatically recharge, so make sure every blast counts. As you explore, you also come across other people that aren't part of your main mission but have had an accident, so maybe they've crashed their car or something, and they'll need an airlift. These are mainly for bonus points though, and should actually be avoided sometimes if you don't have much space left in your chopper. I did fail a few missions because I tried to rescue everyone, but didn't have enough time to drop them off at the safe zone. The other thing that you'll do is chase criminals who have stolen vehicles. These missions are the easiest probably, and you just have to follow them around the streets, not letting them out of your sight while the police catch up. These can be over in just a minute or two. In fact, the whole game actually can be beaten in under 2 hours when you get quite good at it, and you can unlock a few extra things to fly around in, so there is incentive to go back through and get better scores. The graphics are decent enough, they're certainly not going to blow you away, but they have done a great job of creating a large living city, and even though it is just one city, the missions still take place all over different areas of it, so you don't really notice all that much. It's of course a clearly budget game, but it's one of those ones that doesn't do anything particularly badly. In fact, the worst thing about it is probably the fact that it is just so short. The actual gameplay isn't offensive at all, and I quite enjoy games like this, and I would recommend giving this one a go. If you'd rather shoot stuff than save it, then maybe Castle Shikigami 2 has you covered. Set in the futuristic year of 2006, a giant castle appears over Tokyo and the battle takes place between gods and mortals. Mortals with magic god powers, but mortals nonetheless. This is a vertical shooter where you get to choose from 8 characters, each of which have the name that I will probably get cancelled for if I try to pronounce it, but the names aren't important. What matters is they all have their own attack styles and specials. Each character has an unlimited attacks, either by hammering the button repeatedly, or you can do a different attack by holding the button down. Then of course you have the screen clearing bombs that are limited in supply. It is really fun to try them all out and see which character works best for you. You've got a bloke who fires regular lasers which are pretty good, and when you hold the button down, a samurai bloke appears in the sky and kills everything on screen. This is really cool, but you do move at half speed when doing this, so it's easier for you to die. Another character throws cards like in Pocky and Rocky on the SNES, hold down the button with her and the sword comes out and slashes all around you. It is super powerful, but you need to be close to enemies to use it properly. Then there's another one that lets you drop bombs and so on. They all have a surprising variety in how they work. And the characters actually each have a couple of firing options that you choose from before playing, so there really should be something for everyone. The actual gameplay is exactly what you expect from a shooter. You fly up the screen and shoot everything that comes your way. There's loads of enemies all the time, and they come in a decent variety. Most of them are random spinning things and ship-like things, but you also get a few strange-looking creatures in there for good measure. To be fair, you don't actually get too much time to watch them, as you'll be busy making sure you avoid the torrent of bullets that are coming your way at all times. I'm not entirely sure if this game would class as a bullet hell or if it's just on the cusp, but there's a lot to avoid here, especially with the boss fights, which are all big multi-stage events and really good fun. As usual, you can only take one hit before you die, but I would say that it's a fair challenge. You get 3 lives and a few continues, and even on my first try I was able to get a fair way into the game, and it definitely made me want to come back again and again. Enemies drop coins for points, and you'll get extra lives at certain point milestones. The levels are all sort of urban affairs that I've seen. I haven't actually managed to beat this one yet, so you'll be flying through a variety of cities, temples and cave areas and so on. But again, you don't really spend too much time paying attention to the backgrounds with all the hectic enemy patterns and bullets that you need to keep your eye on. I do like the graphics though. It's a nice smooth running game that does a good job of keeping things fresh, with a few new mechanics within the levels popping up every now and then, and all the colours look really cool here. And of course you can play this in 2-player co-op, so if you're one of those people that has a friend, they can join you for the battle. This game actually has a few releases and can even be found on some modern consoles, so there's a good few ways to play it now, and I would recommend that you do. Fighting game time now, and here is Capcom Fighting Jam. One of those rare times where a Capcom fighting game really doesn't get the praise it deserves, in my opinion. This is another Capcom classic crossover where you can choose from an admittedly slim roster of characters from a few of their games. You can choose 4 characters from either Street Fighter 2, Street Fighter Alpha, Street Fighter 3, Darkstalkers, and the not very well known Red Earth. Now, while the selection is decent enough, I do feel like having so many Street Fighter games is a bit of a cop-out, but hey ho. So your classics like Ryu, Chun-Li, Huilei and M. Bison are here, but the ones that people might not know are the Red Earth characters. It's a game that was only released in arcades until some recent compilations, and features more fantasy-style characters. So there's a lion imaginatively called Leo, Hauser, who's a T-Rex, Kenji, a ninja bloke, and Hydron, a water-based Nautilus thing. There's even a couple of hidden characters and one brand new character, Ingrid, who is basically an evil witchy woman who's the one that made all these universes collide in the first place. She's actually a really fun character to play with, and I'm not sure if she's appeared anywhere else. I actually bought this game back in the PS2 era and really enjoyed playing as these crazy characters, and that hasn't changed much. You get to choose from any two of the characters here, and then you just battle the other pairs until you beat the final boss, which is the final boss from the Darkstalkers games. The fights are your usual best of 3 rounds, and each character has their own usual special moves. And what's cool is that they have the same super bar as they do in the games that they're from. So for Street Fighter 2, it's the usual punch people in the face to charge a meter and then do super specials, which I think is actually from Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo. Darkstalkers characters have the charge bar from their games, and, well, you get the idea. You start each fight with whichever characters you choose from first, and then between rounds you can swap between the other characters if you want to. Even if you have lost a round with that character, you can still select them, which is cool, and a good way to try out new characters if you have someone familiar with on your team. The actual fighting is spot on though. It's classic Capcom and the controls are fantastic. The moves are easy to pull off and it's all just fast and fluid, exactly as you'd expect. The graphics are all really good as well. The 2D sprites are all very well animated, and there's a decent amount of backgrounds from all the games featured, though I did notice some of them were a bit static. I know this game doesn't get much love, and I can see why to be fair, as it does feel like a bit of a rush job, which apparently it was, as it was meant to be a huge crossover game with way more characters and modes, but that got cancelled, so they just sort of shoved this out the door instead. But playing it now, it's still a really solid Capcom fighting game that's a hell of a lot of fun and would be great with a few friends having a few scraps of an evening. If you like fighting games, you'll probably like this. Sticking with oiled up muscle men now, here is Chowaniki Sainaru Protein Densetsu. And in case you didn't know by now, I will talk about Chowaniki any chance I get. In this awesomely quirky series, you play as a couple of mostly naked muscle men who are also basically gods. In this entry, you are protecting the Holy Protein, which may or may not be a blob of jizz. So you actually control the blob of jizz, as you would a spaceship, and your 2 muscle-bound protectors will just fly around you. It's a shooter, so you have to hold down the attack button to fire a constant stream of laser fire. Levels also auto-scroll and are packed with enemies. These come in a range of wacky varieties, from almost standard flying things to cigarette lighters, evil jellyfish, firemen, babies, and of course sexy maids. None of it really makes any sense, at least to me, but that's why I love it. You want to keep playing to see what the hell is going to appear next. Every enemy you kill drops a power pellet. You can collect these with either of your 2 men or your blob of jizz, and they will power up individually depending on who collects it, getting more and more powerful the more you collect. I said collect a lot there. You can see how powerful you are by the indicators at the bottom of the screen, and interestingly, if you carry on collecting power-ups when you're at full power, you reset back to your weakest form, but you get a bomb attack that you can use at any point to pretty much clear the screen. The other big gimmick here is that the 2 big muscle men are actually invincible. It's the blob of jizz that you want to stop from being shot. At the start of the game, you can choose from 2 of 4 formations that your men will have, so you can have them positioned wherever you'd prefer to make it easier to protect the blob. You can switch between these 2 positions with the press of a button. If the muscle men do get hit, they will lose some of the power that you've built up, but they won't actually die, and this is your main strategy. You do want to avoid being hit as much as possible though, but if you absolutely must, make sure it's a man and not his seed that gets splatted. Makes it sound easy, but it's really not, as it's just 1 hit and you're done. And there's some obstacles and enemies that can't be killed and must be avoided. You'll die a lot on your first few tries. The game uses polygon graphics, which I have to say aren't actually very good. I much prefer the awesome 2D sprites of the previous games and wish they'd just used those but made them even better. It does still work and the strange designs are still cool, but it just doesn't have quite the same charm to them. Control wise it's fine, you are forced to use the D-pad, which is a bit strange, but actually that's probably what I'd choose anyway if I have the option. And really that's all there is to it. It's a very simple game that was only released in Japan, as we just can't handle things like this over in the West. But it is so crazy fun and I really love this series. Definitely one to play if you can. I wonder if there's a compilation out there for modern consoles I can get. Anyway, get your baby oil out and give this a try.
Chaos! Wars! Yeah! What is it good for? Playing in the study! Chaos! Wars! Yeah! What is it good for? Lengthy turn-based fighting. Say it again, y'all! Hello, I'm Belt Buckle Bill, and this is my review of the best game that isn't Vandal Hearts. Chaos Wars is a tactical turn-based role-playing video game released on the PlayStation 2 in 2006. I'm only about 3 hours in, which is unusual for me. I usually play for 30 minutes with an intention to play more, but never do. Admittedly, 1.5 hours is me probably reading text, which you can skip, but they worked really hard on the storyline, and I feel I should see it through. The story, so far, follows a group of school kids. One of them has a dream about a sky beam and a cave, then wakes up and finds a sky beam and a cave. He and 2 friends are teleported to another dimension, or a multiverse, before multiverses were cool, and meet someone who he clearly wants to have relations with, but resorts to schoolyard bullying to woo her. I imagine it will work by the end of the game. The dialogue is terrible, but I love it. The characters are constantly belittling each other, and no one comes off well. Please bear with, as I'm only 3 hours in, as I said, so I'm not sure where the story is going, but they have travelled to India, where people sometimes teleport. There are baddies, of course. The main one wants to control teleportation. They use terms like keys, portals, knights and other jargon. And I think the main baddie wants to rule everything, but I'm holding off judgment until I've finished it. Fundamentally, every now and then you have to fight things. If you've played Vandal Hearts, then you'll know the battle system. Some fights you have predetermined characters, others you can choose up to 5 to take turns at take-turn fighting. The order in which the characters take action is shown at the top of the screen and will depend on character attributes and what you get up to on your turn. For example, if you only take 1 action on your turn and then wait, your waiting time is less for your next turn. On your character's turn, you can move, attack, use items, and realise. Movement is pretty straightforward. You can move up to 25 paces, shown in the red circle, but objects on the battlefield will limit where you can move to. Attacks range from melee, ranged, or magic, including healing and buffing. If your characters are well positioned and an exclamation mark shows in the turn bar, then you have a chance to do double or triple up and do extra damage. Attacks level up so they do more damage, but can also change randomly, so make sure you lock in your favourites so they don't disappear. I've not used items very much, but you have healing potions, anti-poison potions, and I'm assuming items that do damage. Apologies for the vagueness. Realise is the term they use for swapping your weapon for an item in another dimension with similar shapes and sizes. An example is the main character is initially armed with a stick, but when you realise, it turns into a sword and your damage doubles. This lasts only a few turns and then it recharges. You'll fight other humans, animals and monsters. So far I haven't struggled with any battles, although some bosses can take a long time to defeat because they've got so much energy. You can zoom in and out and spin the camera so you can see terrain blocked areas by trees and rocks and things like that. In between battles, you can read up about the world you are in, talk to other characters, level up your characters and equip items. The character designs are great, the attacks are interesting with lots of different movesets, the music is bearable, voice acting is terrible but fits with the game. All in, it is a great little game. If I had to be properly constructive, I'd say that fights can take a bit longer than desired due to the fighting system and excessive menus, but it's a turn-based RPG, so you shouldn't really expect a quick game. Would I play it again? Absolutely. Well, in fact, I'm still playing it now. Would I tell my younger self to play it? Yeah, young Bill would have lost hours to this little gem. And would I recommend it to a friend? Only if they like turn-based RPGs. Thank you so much for watching and or listening. If you like this content, then like. If you want to see more, then subscribe. Game over, man! Game over!
Another Japanese-only game is Chain Dive, which for some reason didn't come out anywhere else, even though it probably should have done. Oh well, we've got emulators now. You play as Shark, because that's an edgy 2000 name, and you are a chain diver. Your planet is under attack, and you've got to protect it, and all of the bouncy-boobed women from the aliens who are trying to give them a good feeding up. I'm not sure if there is more to the story, but it's all in Japanese, so I don't really know and skipped a lot of it, sorry. Interestingly, this is actually a 2.5D game. It's all in 3D but plays entirely on a 2D plane, but that does actually probably work best for a game like this. Gameplay is built around your two weapons and abilities. You've got a cool double-edged sword thing as well as a laser grappling hook. Also, around every level there are these green orb things that just float around everywhere. The idea of the game is to use your grappling hook to attach to these orbs and swing yourself around the level, killing enemies until you get to the end. Strangely, your massive sword thing doesn't actually kill enemies, instead it just freezes them, and when they are frozen, you use your grappling hook to launch yourself through them, smashing them to pieces. It is a bit odd to get used to, but I tell you what, it's loads of fun when you do. You can do double jumps off of the orbs as well as a sort of boost move with the X button, which is what kills enemies off. Most of the levels are in cities or flooded areas, while a few of them do have a floor you can run along. The idea is to be constantly swinging and killing, which is also what my neighbours do on their weekend parties that they never invite me to. Bastards. Basically, it kind of plays like a cross between Spider-Man and Bionic Commando, with some hack and slash in there for good measure. The levels aren't too long, and you can beat the game in just a few hours. Probably one evening if you wanted to. But the acrobatics you can do are super fun, and there's some really cool diving attacks available that really make you feel like a badass. You have some massive boss fights as well, with the bosses taking up most of the screen, and you have to find their weak spot and learn their patterns, which is always fun. But they're pretty tough, and the first boss took me a good few tries to get past, though that was also while I was still getting used to the controls. Honest. Thankfully, you do have a training mode, and I would recommend playing through this so you get a proper feel for the controls before chain diving into the story mode. The graphics here are okay. I'd say they're probably below average and pretty jaggedy, but on the plus side that does mean that it all runs super fast all the time. It can be very confusing though. The camera isn't always the best, and there'll be times when you're flying around in the air at high speed with no idea of where the next thing you need to grab is. You do have a bit of control over it with the shoulder buttons, but you just can't point it where you want to, which can be annoying in places. But even with these minor gripes, I still had a blast playing this one. It's something quite original and a whole lot of fun. Definitely recommended. Here is Crash and Burn from Eidos. This is a really cool arcade style racing game which doesn't mess around and lets you get into some crazy action packed racing right from the get go. It's one of those racing games from, as far as I'm concerned, the golden era of racing games where you pick your car, pick a race or championship, and then you just race a bunch of laps to get points, and you want to have the most points at the end of the championship. Winning races also gets you money, which you can use to upgrade your car or to buy new parts for it. Winning races also unlocks new tracks to race on and new cars to race with. Unfortunately, there aren't a whole lot of different vehicles, only a handful in fact, but there are a load of different tracks, and the whole thing is still just loads of fun to play. You race on courses all over the place, well, in America anyway, but the tracks vary from city streets to desert areas, oval tracks in Las Vegas, or downtown hilly courses in Detroit. They all have a different feeling with them, and hazards, ramps, and even oncoming vehicles for you to watch out for. As the name suggests, crashing and burning is a big part of the game. In fact, it's one of the main mechanics. Every race starts with 16 racers, but I guarantee none of them will end with 16. Every car can be destroyed, but that includes you, so watch out. You can ram cars into walls or other racers to try and destroy them, and you get bonus money for doing it, though this isn't Burnout 3, so it's not actually very easy to do, and you will often come off worse in most cases. Cars that are on the verge of blowing up are easily spotted thanks to the smoke bellowing out of them, so you want to keep an eye out for those cars and give them a nudge. After the first lap you also get a turbo which really helps out. The only way to recharge it though is to smash up other cars. Also, any cars that are destroyed stay on the track and will leave fires burning and oil slicks all over the place, which can cause you trouble. The fire will damage you if you run through it, and the oil slicks will make you slide. What I really like though is that you can actually use this to your advantage at times. If you get an oil slick on a tight corner, you can actually use it to your advantage to do a tighter turn. The fires though are more of a problem. Most tracks have a particularly tough or narrow part, which is where most cars will get wrecked, and this becomes a sort of graveyard for them. The fires and carcasses, will block your view, making it hard to get through the section. But don't worry too much, it makes it hard for the computer opponents as well. Thankfully, the controls here are really good, and the handling of the vehicles is easy to get used to, especially with a few upgrades, though most of these are just for the look of your car. It can take a while to unlock some of the other tracks and vehicles, so you will be spending a lot of time in the first few, but I didn't really notice this or mind as they do all control well and the tracks are fun to race on. It's not like some of those races where you get a real pile of shit car for your first one and you're forced to use it longer than you'd want to. This is another game where the graphics are good but nothing really special. Again though, this all helps it run at a good speed, and there's not really any slowdown. Some of the crash effects and the fact that your car has proper damage physics really make it look cool though. I am a big fan of racing games like this, with Burnout 3 being probably my top non-kart racer game out there, but I tell you what, this would probably be somewhere in the list as well. Lots of fun to be had here. Code of the Samurai from Sega tells the tale of a samurai and his mates who are trying to stop an evil gang of samurai and ninjas that are taking over parts of their region. You play as a samurai and some of his companions who set out to different areas of the region to take down the gang leaders and put an end to their evil reign. You know, samurai stuff. Everything here plays like a hack and slash adventure, but not quite. You've got a mission select screen where you can choose to play through all the story missions, and you're often given side missions as well that you can do. The story missions mainly see you wandering around various parts of your towns where the evil gang members are known to reside. You have to explore everywhere and usually kill enough of the gang members for the leader to get annoyed enough to come out and battle you, at which point you'll have to fight the boss. The side missions do play similarly, but the main objectives are to collect items or patrol the streets, kind of like a policeman, and stop any bandits and keep the peace in places that you've already liberated. None of the side missions are actually required to complete the game, but they do come in handy. You see, the companions that I mentioned earlier, as well as your character, all level up as you play, giving you access to more powerful combos and attacks. You only actually control one character, Soji, but you have a number of helper characters to choose from. As you fight, you build up a special bar, and when it's full you do a really cool powerful attack that kills most enemies instantly, and even does massive damage to the bosses. Each of the side characters also gives you a little perk, like one makes it easier for you to break an enemy's block, another one lets you dodge enemies that attack from behind, and so on, so you'll want to choose one that works best for you. On top of this, they each have a trust meter to show how much they like you. The more you use them and the better you fight and work alongside them in the levels, the more this builds, giving you access to more attacks and making them stronger. The combat is the main focus of course, and it's quite different here to other games like this. While you often have multiple enemies to fight at once, you really want to always focus your attention at one at a time. You can lock onto enemies and have a few combos that you can do, but enemies are actually all pretty good at fighting back, and you'll really need to time your attacks well. You'll get an arrow pop up on screen at times. This shows when an enemy is about to attack you. So what you want to do is press the highlighted direction and X when you see it. Then you'll do a dodge out of the way, from which you can do a counter combo, and these are really powerful and can take out a lot of enemies in just 2 or 3 hits. If you're just using normal combos, it can take around 20 hits to kill some of the regular enemies. This really is a game where you want to take your time, block and counter all of your attacks, and not just go in swinging. You won't last long if you do. Once you get used to it, it is loads of fun though, and you have some really cool battles even with regular enemies. There's also a ton of bosses here as well, and these guys are pretty tough. They each have their own fighting style, and you even get a hint on what their specialty is. For example, some of them can do attacks that you can't counter, and can attack without even drawing their sword, so you'll need to learn the signs that they're about to do this, which is a really cool touch. And often enemies in the following levels will then use these tricks against you as well. I will say that some of the levels here really can drag on, and there's parts where you're just running down long ass roads following your map to find enemies. Thankfully, the map does change from red to blue when you've defeated everyone you need to in a particular section though. The game looks good enough, as pretty much all Sega games do. They always have decent clean graphics. It is a bit generic, and you will fight a lot of copy-pasted enemies, which is a shame. But even so, this is a really fun game that isn't the same as most brawlers, and you do have to have some battle strategies if you want to get anywhere here. Check it out. And finally for today, here is Psy Girls from Konami. Now this is actually based off a line of action figure toys which I had no idea about. The Psy Girls are an elite unit of female crime fighters according to Wikipedia. That's right, I actually looked something up for once. The video game here though sees you play as one of 2 characters, Ice and Asuka. Again, 2000's edgy names were the best. And the game is a spy thriller affair with some Matrix style elements thrown in for good measure. It's a third-person action game which comes on 2 discs, 1 disc for each of the characters. Unfortunately I only had the chance to play as the first disc, which is Ice. Sorry, I needed more time in the day. With Ice, you have to infiltrate an evil corporation, don't you just hate them? Solving puzzles in order to find or destroy evidence for and against various evil plots. I'll be honest, there was a lot of over-serious waffle going on here that I did largely ignore. But the gameplay here is pretty fun. You'll get into a lot of gunfights and can collect a few different weapons to help you with them. You get a number of pistols, shotguns, machine guns, laser guns, rocket launchers, and they're all pretty easy to use. You can run and attack, but doing so is pretty inaccurate. What the game wants you to do is either stand still and shoot, which is far more accurate, but leaves you open to attack, though you can get into some sweet headshots that way. Or you can snap to cover with the classic L2 button, so you don't get shot to bits and are more accurate. A nice touch is that you can always shoot no matter what's happening, so even if you get knocked to the floor, you can actually just lay on the floor and shoot people from there. It actually looks pretty cool, and the game really does try to make your moves look stylish, and for the most part does a pretty good job. You even have a dive move that you can use to throw yourself around. This can be handy in stopping enemies from being able to lock onto you properly, and you can still attack them from the floor. I like this. The missions themselves give you a number of objectives, and they can be pretty cryptic, hence the puzzle element. You'll need to track down items to use at various points, but it's not always easy to know where and when you can use them. Even early on you have to hack some mainframes, which I found quite easily, but it took me ages to figure out how to actually do it, and it turns out you have to knock them over and then hack the panel that connects them into the ground and not the top of the thing. It is kind of frustrating, but also rewarding. Eventually you get plugged into a computer, kind of like the Matrix, and your virtual avatar here has to explore the mainframe, and you'll be able to get hidden files which are on the evidence you need. To get them, you've got to do a certain button combination that performs certain moves. Yeah, it took me a minute to understand what the game wanted me to do, but I actually quite liked it when it clicked. While you're here, you can also fight what are essentially virus protection bot things. You can't use guns in the virtual world, and instead have to use fisticuffs. This all works fine, and I like the change in action. In fact, there's a few different elements here, even with just Ice, and you'll visit a few locations across your mission. From what I can tell, playing as the other characters is more stealth based, and you have a sword as your main weapon, and do a lot more in the way of acrobatics, being able to wall run and climb all over the place, and it's all told from a new perspective with new levels to explore. The graphics here are quite good, and I like the character models, although the environments are mainly just corridors, but to be fair, the same could be said about most games on the PS2 era, so I shouldn't really moan about that. The controls are fine, they are a little janky at times, but for the most part it was always able to do everything I needed to, with relative ease as well. I can't say if it's any easier with the ninja lady though. The camera did sometimes have troubles, so it might be tricky to do some of the platform needed with her. Now I'll be honest, this game got quite a few bad reviews from what I can see, but I really don't think it's that terrible a game. In fact, I wouldn't even say it's a particularly bad game, it's just very mediocre. I did enjoy what I played of it, and I have a bit of a soft spot for these middle-of-the-road games that try something new, even if they clearly don't have the biggest budget or most talented people on the teams behind them. Surprisingly, this isn't the cheapest game out there though, and I wouldn't say that you should pay more than a £5 for it, but if you have other means to play it, it can be fun for the 10 or so hours that it should take you to play through with both characters. First up is Dark Angel Vampire Apocalypse, a strange kind of RPG that's sort of in the style of the Diablo games. Not to be confused with the TV show starring Jessica Alba that also got a video game adaptation on the PS2. Here you play as Anna, a vampire hunter who has to protect 3 villages from evil monsters. You start the game immediately battling monsters in a town with no warning, and once you've beaten them all you can talk to all the townsfolk and have access to the world map. From here you can choose where you want to go. All the locations on the map are available right away, but some have much stronger monsters in them that will kill you pretty quickly if you're not strong enough. Luckily, you can access the map at any point by pressing start, and can run away to a town that isn't infested with monsters, or to one of the dungeon towns. The 3 towns that you have to defend basically have massive underground dungeons in them. You start at level 1 in each one, and once you're there, it turns into a dungeon crawler, where you explore each floor of the dungeon, fighting monsters, collecting items, and leveling up. The fighting is easy and incredibly addictive. You have a pretty wide range of weapons, from swords, axes, maces, guns, bombs, and more. These are found by killing monsters or by ransacking some of the many chests that are hidden on each floor, so you'll want to take a look at the stats and perks of each one, as some of them even offer bonus damage to certain monster types, or maybe inflict fire damage, or even something like a vampire sword that will drain health from enemies. The variety is actually quite impressive. It won't take long before you find some combinations that suit you, and you'll also find armour and boots. Armour makes you take less damage, and the boots can make you move faster and jump, though there's never really any need to jump. You can assign weapons and items, like health potions, to all of your 4 face buttons, so you do have a combination of weapons at your disposal, making you ready for any occasion. I really like this. Once you've explored enough of a floor, you need to track down the staircase to go to the next floor, until eventually you fight one of many bosses. These are large, tough enemies, and it can take a bit of punishment. You can actually just ignore every other enemy if you want to until you find the exit, but you won't stand a chance against the bosses if you do this, and you'll need to kill as much as possible just to level up. A good way to do this is to visit the towns that aren't dungeons. These just have a pretty much unlimited number of enemies spawning in, so you can grind as much as you like and level up. It can take quite a while to level up though, so be prepared to put in some time. But the whole gameplay loop here is just so damn addictive that I really had a hard time putting it down. In all honesty, it's not even a particularly impressive game in almost any way. The graphics are kind of basic, the gameplay is bare bones and quite shallow, but I had a really great time playing it, leveling up and going back to dungeon floors that I struggled on and smashing through them with a new weapon after leveling up a bit. You can visit the other towns to buy and sell equipment, and there are special items you can find to permanently raise your stats. There's one for health, one for strength, and one for mana. You only find one type of these in each dungeon, forcing you to switch between where you're fighting to level up the different attributes. Then you take them to specific towns to increase the stats on top of your regular leveling up. This is very addictive, and I've considered going back to it quite a few times since playing it. As you can tell, I'm quite a big fan of this game, and I'm not entirely sure why. But if you like dungeon crawlers, I would say this is a great one to check out. Diabolic, the original Sin, is a really cool action point-and-click puzzle game that is pretty unique. The story starts with you as a woman called Eva locked in a prison cell, and when you're about to escape, your captors come in and throw a dead body in with you. That body happens to be your friend and master thief and assassin, Diabolic. He's been killed. Then the game sets you back 72 hours and you play through the events leading up to his death so you can find out what happened. The story here actually really got me hooked, which, as Belt Buckle Bill will likely tell you, is a very rare thing. But I'm actually a big fan of point-and-click style games, and this one really did get me interested. As it's on the PS2, the controls are quite a bit different, and in a good way. You move your character with the analog stick, and when you're close enough to things that you can interact with, they start to glow. You have some info in the top right of the screen that always tells you what each button does, which is very handy. So it's very easy to interact with things, pick up items, look at things, and use the items that are in your inventory. And that's basically what the whole game is. You'll be walking around the environments, which take you all over the place, and you just have to interact with everything and try using all your items with all sorts of other things. What's good is that you can't waste items when you have them, so you never get completely stuck. However, this can mean that the game sometimes falls into the trap of that thing that a few point-and-click adventure games do, which is where you're stuck, and rather than finding a logical answer to a puzzle, you just have to resort to trying every combination of item with every object you see, and eventually something will work. After a while, you do get used to the sorts of puzzles though, and will be making an effort to use the correct items, inspecting objects, and so on. Unlike some games of the sort, you can actually lose this one. There are a lot of guards and enemies in the game, a lot of which have to be snuck around, but sometimes you have to use a variety of your weapons on them, like your blowgun or sleeping grenades. When this happens, you'll need to complete a minigame to successfully kill or subdue the guard, and if you don't do it in time, you lose and gotta reload the area. There's other sections where you have what are essentially quick time events and minigames to do things like dodge or use your grappling hook, and these are always really well done. The game also does a good job of keeping you informed of what you need to do control-wise, which is nice. Something that really stands out with this one is its presentation, which I really enjoy. I read that the game is based on a comic book, and they really leaned into the comic book style here. Cutscenes are a mixture of FMV and comic strip style animations that work really well. The game also has a really cool intro with its own theme song, which is really great, and the things like when you talk to people and how it's all handled is really engaging and makes you want to listen to what people have to say. One gripe I do have though is that none of the talking is skippable, so if you accidentally press the interact button with something you've already done, you sometimes have to sit through 5 or 10 seconds worth of talking and Diabolic telling you the same thing over and over, or if you talk to a person that has nothing new to say, you can't skip what they've already said. The voice acting is a very mixed bag. Diabolic, well actually it's pronounced Diabolique I think, sounds pretty great. but some of the other characters sound like they've just got an intern to record a few voices. But then again, I grew up with Resident Evil, so I kind of like it. Overall though, if you're a fan of cryptic, story-driven point-and-click games, then this one is really worth a try. Fighting game time now with Dragon Ball Z Infinite World. I'm a pretty big Dragon Ball fan, and I had all the Budokai and Tenkaichi games for the GameCube and Wii, but as I wasn't a PS2 owner till much later, I never had the chance to play this one, which wasn't released for my beloved Purple Cube. It's a one-on-one fighting game that takes you through most of the Dragon Ball Z sagas, in fact all of them as it goes all the way up to the end of the Majin Buu one. The story here is incredibly well done and has some of the best graphics and cutscenes that I've seen in a while. It really does look fantastic, and the cutscenes are faithful recreations of the series but in the in-game engine that has an amazing art style that's all cel-shaded. All of the battles in the story mode will be familiar to fans of the show, letting you take on Raditz, Nappa and the Ginyu Force, Frieza, Cell and so on, just like they did in the series. Something that is a bit of a shame is that the game starts off very Goku heavy, skipping the smaller battles where Krillin, Piccolo, Gohan and the rest of the gang have fights, and just starting from the point where Goku shows up. This is fine I guess, but the game has an absolutely huge roster of characters, more than 40 in fact, and it takes ages before you get to use anyone other than Goku in the story mode. The fights themselves are good though, and the fighting is very solid. It's been a while since I've played the Budokai games, and as far as I can remember, this basically plays identically to those. You've got a punch, kick and energy attack button, as well as a block. Doing combinations of these does different combos, and the fights are smooth and fast and also really bloody difficult a lot of the time. Even though the fighting itself is easy to pick up and play, and doing specials is literally a case of pressing one direction and the energy attack button, meaning you'll be doing Kamehameha hards in no time, the opponent AI is crazy good and you'll get your ass kicked a lot. It took me forever to get past Frieza, and I was getting quite frustrated, so I had to leave it and come back to it a bit later. Even on the easiest difficulty, enemies will dodge your attacks, parry your moves, deflect your blasts, and then smash you in the face with a super attack immediately, and it doesn't hold back, and you really need to practice a lot so you know how to block, dodge and counter yourself. Thankfully, the world map you explore has lots of training levels against the good characters. You use these to build up skills and earn Zenny. You can use the money to buy capsules in the shop. These contain perks and new attacks that you can equip to your characters, boosting their stats and giving you more powerful attacks. This is essential to winning fights, as characters are kind of balanced like they should be in the show, having vastly different attack powers and life bars. So if you don't sort this out, kind of like I didn't when I first fought Frieza, he had about 8 life bars and I had 3, meaning after just 2 or 3 of his bigger attacks I was dead meat. But the whole point is to buy moves and perks and power up your character with them. There are other battle modes like what if scenarios, and of course one-on-one fights that you can do where you can choose from any of the characters you've unlocked, and these are always good fun and needed practice. There's also levels where aren't fights, and they're kind of like mini-games or even platforming sections. There's one where you have to explore a 3D area looking for checkpoints, or you've even got to run down Snake Way or chase Bubbles the monkey and that sort of thing. It's cool to have these in there, but I did find that they were kind of redundant after a while. This would be a great game to play with like-minded friends, but I would say that if you've any of the other Budokai games, then you probably can skip this one, as a lot of the content, especially the story mode, is the same that you've seen in all of those ones. But it is still a fun game that might be too hard for casual gamers to get into, but if you're a massive Dragon Ball fan, then you should get a kick out of it. Though, I guess if you're a massive Dragon Ball fan, you probably already own it. If you prefer your dragons to not have balls, then you might want to try Dragon Blaze. Dragon Blaze is a vertically scrolling shooter that I'm sure has a story, but there isn't really much of it going on during the game other than between levels. It originally started out as an arcade game before being ported home to a few consoles. It's made by Psychio, and I've played a fair few of their games by now, and all of them have something in common, which is that they're bloody hard, and I guess they can be considered what I believe is known as a bullet hell shooter, where you've got loads of enemies on screen, all of which shoot a ton of bullets at you that are incredibly hard to avoid, but not impossible. Now, as far as I can tell from the cutscenes between the levels, you, as your chosen one of 5 characters, fight through a series of levels where all sorts of goblins and other crazy creatures are being a nuisance. Each of the 5 characters has their own stats in terms of speed and of course weapon types, so you'll want to try them all out to find your favourite. I didn't find that any of the characters were that bad to play as, but I definitely did have my favourites, mainly the all-round ones that were quite fast and had a decent spread of shots. There's only a handful of levels here, but they're all reasonably long, and they have some really cool artwork in them. You'll fight over mountain ranges, underwater, through enemy strongholds, and of course a forest. There's always a forest. But you won't have much time to stop and smell the roses, partly because the game auto-scrolls and you can't stop, and partly because there's so much shit coming at you at all times that you just don't have a minute to relax. Killing enemies often makes them drop power-ups to make your shots more powerful, and you'll really need these as some of the enemies can take a few hits. Of course, you can only take one. Thankfully, your hitbox is incredibly small and the game is kind of fair. You just need to get good, as the kids would say. The bosses here are especially really tough, but the designs are pretty cool. Attacking is easy, you just hold down the button for a continuous shot, or you can use your screen clearing attack, or if you're a pro, you can even jump off the dragon that you're riding. Yeah, I didn't mention you were riding a dragon, did I? Well, you are. When you do this, the dragon just stays wherever you left it, and it's invincible, and will carry on shooting forwards and leaving you to move around the screen still, avoiding enemy shots. The downside to this is that you move at half speed when you're not on the dragon. Funnily enough though, this sometimes makes it easier to dodge projectiles, as you can be more accurate with your movements. Graphically, the game looks great. The 2D sprites and digitised ones all look excellent, and I love the designs for most of the enemies here. You get unlimited continues as well, which is nice. You just press select to insert a fake coin. When you die, you start where you left off, unless you're on the last level, where if you do lose all of your lives, you can still continue as many times as you want, but you've got to start from the beginning of the stage. I've never actually managed to beat this stage, even on the easiest difficulty. It's really bloody hard. But more importantly, it is loads of fun, and it is one that I would definitely go back to, and I would recommend playing it if you're a fan of shooters.
Well, somebody told me to play Dirt Track Devils, complete all the levels, and then do time trials and a versus game. It's not confidential, it's got potential. Hello, I'm Belt Buckle Bill, and here are my thoughts on a video game. Dirt Track Devils is a vehicular racing game released on the PlayStation 2 in 2002, brought to you by Vante Un Systems, D3 publisher, and Midas Interactive Entertainment. There is no storyline, at least not one that I could figure out, but that's not unusual for a racing game, so let's not lose our shit just yet. There are 4 modes to choose from: Off-Road Race, Gymkhana Race, Versus Battle Race, and Free Race. Off-Road Race takes you through 5 courses, twice each, with no discernible reason as to why you need to race the same track twice. I imagine it was to pad the game out a little bit. You have to place in a certain position in order to progress to the next stage. Win the final race and you are the King Devil. This is only an assumption, I didn't get to the final stage. Gymkhana Race, or Gymkhana, no idea, but it's a time trial. You race around a track, different to those featured in off-road races, and see how fast you can go. There is a leaderboard, so you know if you are the very best, like no one ever was. It's a good place to test out different vehicles without others on the track, and a fun way to compete with friends to see who is the fastest. Next, Versus Battle Race, the mode I got to enjoy the most because, unlike Martin, I have friends. And by friends, I mean I forced Son of Bill to play it with me. You get to go mano a mano with a chum or unchum in head-to-head split-screen action. You can choose from 2 courses and 3 conditions: clear, rain or cloud, and 1 to 5 laps. Winner takes all. In Free Race you can choose to race any of the 5 stages: National Park, Seashore, Night Parade, Snow Mountains or Rocks. So you can try out different vehicles over 1 to 5 laps and in different weather conditions. On to the characters. There are 6 to choose from, each of who have their own personality and vehicle, with differing attributes such as acceleration, cornering, top speed, handling, etc. Dude 1 is your typical 2000 rad dude, complete with blonde spiky hair, 1 dungaree strapped trousers, and an I don't care, but secretly I do care, tude. His ride is the Speed Star buggy, an all-rounder with average attributes all round. Dude 2 is slick. He'd still look cool today, with his leather trouser and jacket combo and slightly undone cropped t-shirt. His car is Nitro Ninja, a drag car, super fast but not great at cornering or acceleration. Dude 3 is a lady dude, a feisty redhead in short shorts who likes to feel power between her thighs as she zooms around on her AT4 quad bike. Great at cornering but not very durable, although I'm not really sure what that means, as I tried to break it but no matter how many times I crashed it, it didn't affect anything. Dude 4 is not Guile from Street Fighter, wink wink. With his blonde flat top and camo trousers, he cruises in his monster Hummer with great durability, a poor max speed and average other stats. Be wary choosing him if you are going to play in third person view, as his vehicle blocks half of the screen. Dude 5 is a sexy racer guy with sexy racing gear, undone slightly to show you his bare hairless chest. He drives the Rally Master with poor cornering and braking, but the best acceleration. And finally, Dude 6. Another not dude, it's actually a lady, although I guess dude isn't necessarily associated to men and women. Moving on. This blonde dirt track devil likes to race in her crazy truck, a pickup truck. Amazing at drifting, not that I could really drift, but with a terrible max speed and poor cornering. Because I'm basic, I started with Dude 1, and whilst I accept it could be me being terrible, I failed to qualify the first 2 races. I changed driver to the one with the best acceleration, and then didn't lose a race that I tried to win for the next 7 races. I tried a few others in versus mode, but Dude 5 was the fan favourite. Gameplay is simple enough: accelerate, brake, no reverse, change view and left thumbstick to steer. You can choose to have automatic or manual gears, and whilst I understand manual is usually better, I'm not great at gears in real life, let alone fake life, so I stuck to automatic throughout. The vehicles respond to their attributes to a degree, but I didn't notice much difference with handling, drifting or durability. Only really acceleration and max speed seem to make a huge difference, but you don't really hit max speed for very long, so it doesn't seem to be a huge benefit. They've tried to make the stages look interesting, with your classic green hills and tree level, beach level, snowy level, city and mountain levels. There are people and houses dotted around, and the change in weather makes slight visual differences. As briefly mentioned earlier, there are 2 views, third and first person. With third, of course, you can see your vehicle, which is simple enough, and then in first person you see nothing but the track ahead. Whilst this is good in some respects, it's so bumpy it was actually nauseating to watch at times, so I very quickly stuck to third person. With bigger vehicles, you can see less, so the small vehicles are better if you want to stand a chance of seeing what lies ahead of you. Would I play it again? Only if someone else really wanted to play it. It wasn't terrible, but as someone who isn't a fan of standard racing games, then I wouldn't gravitate towards it. But I did get a kick out of 2-player split screen. Would I tell my younger self to play it? As above. Whilst I enjoyed some elements, there were much better racing games out there to spend your money on. Would I recommend it to a friend? Only if they loved racing games. Overall, whilst I enjoyed the ride, it isn't an experience I'll be repeating. Sometimes Martin and I play the games, so you don't have to. Thank you so much for watching and or listening, and if you like this content, then like it. If you want to see more, then subscribe. Game over, man! Game over!
Here's a great game that doesn't get the love it deserves. It's Darkwatch from Capcom. Darkwatch is a first-person shooter where you play as Jericho. Original name, I know. You're an outlaw who goes to rob a train. As you've heard, there's a crazy treasure in the vault on board. Turns out though that the treasure that was in the vault that you opened is actually a crazy powerful vampire demon called Lazarus. Another original name, I know. And you've just set the bastard free, and wouldn't you know it, he's raised an army of the dead. Git. And to make it worse, he's killed you and made you into a vampire as well. Double git. Lucky for you, this actually kind of helps you out, as you now have vampire powers. So, on top of your already impressive human outlaw powers of being able to shoot stuff real good, you can do crazy vampire shit. Another stroke of luck is that you happen to have not been the only person on that train, and there was a sexy woman also on board who happens to work for the Darkwatch, a super secret group of gunslingers who protect the world from evil. As Jericho isn't actually evil, he reluctantly joins the Darkwatch and goes on a mission to right his wrong and take down Lazarus. What really sets this apart from other FPS games of the time is the awesome western undead settings. Yeah, we've got Red Dead Redemption these days, but at the time there was really nothing like it. The game is largely level based and quite linear, so you'll go from level to level where your objective is basically to get from A to B, but actually doing so is actually loads of fun and can also be frustrating at times. Being a western, you get a load of weapons, as you might expect. You get a 6-shooter, a rifle, shotgun, etc. These all work well enough and actually feel quite powerful. You even have dynamite that you can have as a secondary weapon. But the best thing about the weapons are the melee attacks you can do with them. All of the Dark Watch weapons have spikes or blades on them and are often more powerful used as melee attacks rather than shooting ones. Of course, you can still blow enemies to bits, but getting up close and using the shotgun melee attack to dismember a zombie never gets old, especially with the great ragdoll physics that they have here. The levels are also kind of what you'd expect. You explore towns, caves, mines, saloons and desert areas, and you've got a few levels on horseback which are a nice diversion. The levels are all pretty long and often a case of getting to an area which is then blocked off with a magical barrier, then you have to kill all the monsters in the area to proceed. Often some evil trees will even appear, and these have to be destroyed first as enemies won't stop appearing until they're gone. And the monsters really come in some cool varieties. Most of them are just zombie things that run at you, but you've got undead gunslingers, snipers, big fat blob men, and of course the big boobed saloon looking banshee prostitute ladies. I hate these women as they are absolute bullet sponges and a real pain in the ass to kill. You do also get vampire powers, most notably a shield that recharges, so if you're running low on health, just hide for a bit. You also get a double jump, a silver bullet which kills most enemies in one hit, and a death stare that scares enemies and stops them from attacking you. These are all acquired as you play, and you find souls that you have the option to consume or free as you play. Basically, you're choosing to be good or bad, and depending on what you choose actually determines the powers you get, which is cool. And to be fair, I've only ever been a good guy, because obviously I'm a good guy. And I don't actually know what the bad guy powers are. I might have to play through this again. The graphics here are fantastic and the designs on everything are really great. Some of the levels are a bit samey and can be confusing to know where you've been and where you need to go, but it's never too hard. The controls aren't necessarily the best though. They work fine, but aiming does feel a bit stiff and imprecise a lot of the time, and sometimes jumping can be a pain. Something I didn't expect though is that you can play this game in 2-player co-op, and I actually have owned this game since it was released, and I remember me and my friend Julian playing through it in split screen and having an absolute blast. And I actually just picked it up for the original Xbox recently, and I look forward to trying it out there too. Anyway, this game really is great. It does a good job of standing out amongst the other FPS games, and it's a game that I would really love to see get a remake, remaster, or even a sequel on modern consoles. It would look fantastic, and I really think it could have been a great franchise. Deep Water is an interesting budget title from the Budget Kings at 505 Games. Here you play as the captain of a ship and you're plonked into a pretty large open world in your boat. Right off the bat you're given very little direction, but that's kind of the point. Once you've figured out the relatively simple controls, which to be fair are actually explained to you, you get exploring and you'll soon find one of a few harbours. Here is where you get to the meat of the game. At these port towns there are a few places you can go, all via a menu system. You'll find a bar where you're given tips and information about the various locations and locals of the world. There's a shop where you can buy weapons and upgrades for your ship, and there's a mission board where, surprisingly, you get missions. This is where the story is told through the missions. To get them to appear, you often need to speak to everyone in the bar, which will let you find out that people need a ride somewhere, maybe making a delivery, or something's lost, or even that some sharks or pirates are being a pain in the ass and need to be shot in the face. Once you know all about all of this, then you go onto the mission board to choose which of the tasks you want to take on. You're given a brief description and it's up to you to figure out the rest. You get money for killing enemies as well as completing missions, and you'll eventually unlock more and more upgrades for your ship to make it faster, stronger and all that jazz. Exploring the open seas can be tricky, at least it was for me for the first couple of hours until I realised that if I went to the back of my boat I could have just gone to the chart that is kept in the storage and see where I needed to go. Somehow though, I was able to find my way to most places thanks to the directions given in the mission briefings. What an idiot. You do have to take care of your boat though. It can only take so much damage, so going back to harbours regularly is essential to make sure it stays fixed. It also means you want to complete as many missions and kill as many enemies as you can, so you've got enough money for all the repairs and upgrades you need. You can also run out of fuel, so be very careful. You also have to keep an eye on your engines, which can overheat. This is easy enough to fix though, and you just have to use them and there's an item to cool them down. It can be tricky when you're trying to escape a massive sea monster or pirate ship though, only for them to overheat in the middle of your escape. The more you play, the trickier the missions become, and you actually get to see some pretty cool stuff here. There's some actual mysteries in the seas and some treasure that you'll want to find. The graphics are very budget, but they're that kind of charming side of it, where they aren't just very bad, just basic. The sea looks alright, and some of the larger boats and stuff look pretty cool. There's a few enemies here, though it's mostly sharks and pirates, and you'll be fighting the same ones over and over again. None are particularly tough to beat, just need to be shot a few times. Even your weakest weapon that has unlimited ammo makes light work of most enemies. The controls are a slightly different matter, they're definitely not great. They are functional and responsive, and actually the boat control's fine, but attacking enemies is a bit of a pain in the ass. You've got to press a button to bring up your weapon and then aim the crosshair, but you can't move at all while the crosshair's on screen. Also, the screen doesn't rotate while aiming, so if an enemy goes off screen, you have to stop aiming, reposition your character, and then start aiming again. No strafing or moving the camera here, and in fact the right analog stick doesn't do a thing. Very odd. But other than that minor niggle, this is one of those games that is very basic and quite repetitive, being basically a grind fest so you can buy all the best stuff, but there's something charming and actually quite addictive about it that I like. I know a few people might not like this one, but I really did find it quite enjoyable and different. Check it out if you want something else to play. Here is Dino Stalker from Capcom. This is a cool light gun shooter that works a little differently. It's another game that I owned back in the PS2 days, and one that I don't really think I appreciated as much as I probably did playing it again through for this video. This game is a spin-off of the awesome Dino Crisis series, and you play as a World War II pilot who gets sent back through time after the scientists of Dino Crisis, they decide that the best way to deal with the dinosaur menace they've created is to send them through time. But forward, not back, only it all goes wrong. So yeah, somehow it all gets messed up, and as you're taking down some jetties in your plane, you suddenly appear in a prehistoric looking time and are surrounded by dinosaurs. You have to battle your way through a bunch of levels and time periods where dinos are wreaking havoc so you can get back to your time and of course save the world from toothy lizards. It's a rail shooter, but this one works differently in that you can actually walk around freely here using the joystick. And actually back in the day I had some of those guns that have joysticks built into them. I'm pretty sure they were like a blue Mad Catz one. Do you remember Mad Catz? Of course, the light guns don't work on modern TVs, and I may or may not be emulating this, so I had to use a controller, and that actually does work well enough for the most part, but will never beat shooting enemies in the face as with a light gun. So you wander around the levels, which are still quite linear, and you shoot everything you see. And I do mean everything. Sure, there are plenty of dinosaurs, but you can also shoot all the plants, trees, rocks and boxes that you see. Doing this will reveal power-ups like health packs, extra lives, and a surprising amount of weapons. You always have a pistol with unlimited ammo, but you also get a secondary weapon, and these come in the forms of shotguns, machine guns, lasers, rocket launchers, and grenade launchers. These are all really powerful but have limited ammo, and you can only carry one at a time. But what's cool is that you can switch between your pistol and the secondary weapon as often as you like, so you don't have to waste it all straight away. You can also find crystals in the levels. These are important as they give you extra time, and you have a limited time on each level. If you run out of time, you have to restart the level from the very beginning, so get used to picking these up. Oh, and be aware that while you can shoot crystals to collect them, any of the other items have to be walked into if you want to pick them up. Shooting weapons or health will just destroy them. In terms of enemies, you get a decent selection of dinosaurs, each level introducing new ones, which is nice. You start with raptors, but you'll soon be fighting pterodactyls, plesiosaurs, triceratops, T-rexes, and a bunch of other ones that I don't know the names of. The dinos all look really good, and I'm a big fan of the graphics here. The levels also have a ton of detail in them, and being linear must actually help with this. And each level is very different, and travelling through different time periods is always fun in video games, and it all runs super smooth. I am a massive fan of light gun games and dinosaurs, so for me this was a match made in heaven. Some people might have preferred this if it was purely on rails, and to be fair, I think I'd probably be one of them, as aiming with a controller can be a bit of a pain, though you do get used to it. But this is still a super fun game that I would highly recommend. Next up is a game that is probably a bit more well known since the invention of the internet. It's Demolition Girl. This is a wacky budget title from our friends at 505 Games again. Expect them to cop up a lot in this series. The story here is that a model is doing a photo shoot on the beach in her tiny bikini when she comes across a strange looking creature. Naturally, she goes to pick it up, but it turns out that it's an alien and it bites her and makes her turn into a huge 200-foot tall woman. As the story progresses, the alien uses mind control on her to get her to smash things up and also send more aliens to come and help to try take over Earth. Throughout the course of the game, you take control of a number of vehicles, mostly planes and helicopters and at one point a tank, and you've got to complete various objectives to stop the woman from doing too much damage, as well as getting rid of that alien scum. Of course, the first and most important thing you have to do is collecting the measurements of the woman. So you've got to fly around her, checking out her tits and ass. That was a nice way to start a game. Then you have to tranquilize her so she can be taken safely to a lab to be cured, but that's when the aliens attack and try to steal her, so you've got to fight them off. And it carries on. In fact, there's only a handful of levels here, and you can finish the whole story mode in less than an hour without any real problems. Apart from the controls, which just aren't great. They are functional, and you can just about do what you need to do. The helicopter in particular is actually fine to control, but the fighter jet is pretty crappy to fly in. And this is what you're going to be using for basically all the combat. It is really hard to aim properly, and all I can say is thank goodness for the lock-on rockets. I would have been buggered without them, and even with them I had to restart the mission a few times. Before each level you're told what vehicle you'll have, and you've got a few options for customizing them with certain weapons and skins. This is cool, but largely pointless as it really didn't matter, as some of the weapons are pretty redundant. There is a few modes once you've completed the game where you can replay missions with certain different objectives. This is kinda cool though, and gives you a reason to go back, other than the big bouncy lady of course. All the levels do take place in very small areas, and there's really nothing else to do other than your specific objective, but for a game like this, it's fine. It's a budget game. Graphically, it's actually not that bad. The big sexy woman looks good, of course, and has all the right jiggle physics that you'd expect. The levels themselves are pretty basic, and kind of what you'd expect from a 505 game. I actually think by now that I could probably spot one just from a screenshot, as they really do seem to use the same art style as some of the assets. And I don't mean those assets. I like to imagine that all of their games take place in the same universe. While this game isn't going to be on anyone's top 10 lists, well, not for the right reasons anyway, it is one of those curious games that is so strange that you just sort of need to experience it, and for the hour or so that it will last, I would say you'll probably have fun. I wouldn't recommend paying a lot of money for it, or even any money, but if there's other ways you can play it, then definitely give it a go. It'll probably amuse you. And finally for today, here is Disaster Report. This is a cool action survival puzzle game where you play as a reporter going to the fictional capital city when a huge earthquake hits, causing mass destruction. You were on a train at the time but managed to survive and realise that you're on a bridge that's about to collapse, so you got to get off that damn bridge and get to safety. But it's not that simple. Even once you've managed to get off the bridge, you find that the city is in ruins and that there's people all over the place that need your help. Throughout the 7 or so hour story mode, you'll meet loads of other characters that need rescuing from certain death, or even give you little puzzles or riddles to solve about what's actually going on. This is often where the puzzle elements come into play though, as they give you simple tasks and puzzles to do in order to save the civilians from falling off of things or sometimes being crushed or that kind of thing. You'll have to explore the environments to find items which let you craft new items or can be used at certain points to help you out. You also need to be sure to carry water with you at all times, as you can die of dehydration, which in this world doesn't take long, maybe 10 minutes or so if you're doing some particularly strenuous activities. Thankfully, there are water outlets and taps that can be used to drink from or fill your water bottles. These can be used as many times as you want once you've found them. You've got a backpack which can carry a limited number of items, and along the way you'll find bigger ones as well. People you rescue will often join you for a while, and can help you reach things you wouldn't normally be able to, and you'll need to work together to solve a lot of the puzzles with these people. At times you'll need to choose which people or person to take with you to various places, and each one has their own strengths and weaknesses. Some are stronger, some are bigger, some are smaller, and some are more agile, so they'll all be required for different parts of different missions. As you play, more and more tremors and quakes will keep happening around the world, and the city around you gets more and more destroyed. This is really cool, and seeing the buildings collapsing around you is actually quite a nice touch. The story here can be a bit slow to get going, and there is a lot of talking, some of which pushes things forward, but some is just people waffling on. Thankfully you can skip a lot of it, so it's not that much of an issue. You'll also learn that there's more than meets the eye to these earthquakes as well, so being a reporter, you need to get to the bottom of it, no matter the risks. Controlling your character is quite good, but there's definitely times where you don't have the response or agility that you need to get through some of the sections. Sometimes it doesn't help that the camera is pretty damn terrible as well. You can't control it freely, but you can make it go behind you with the L2 button. You can also hold triangle to go into a first person mode. But even with these things, it makes it hard to find items that can be right in front of you, as a lot of the areas are very cramped and full of smashed up stuff. Not ideal. But I do have to say that I really like the idea of this game. It's a fantastic concept, and I'm actually pretty sure that I've got a similar game, which might even be a sequel, on both the Wii and the Xbox 360. I'll have to get around to trying those out at some point. So yeah, if you want a game that is unique and surprisingly exciting, even if quite a bit janky, then this one is well worth checking out.
First up is X-Zeus, or is it X-Zeus? I don't know. This is a mecha-inspired shoot-'em-up where you are a mecha pilot who has the exhilarating task of navigating a heavily armed and agile mech through waves of enemies. Alien robot things have come from space and forced humans to live underground, but after years building themselves these massive mechs, we are ready to head back to the surface and see if we can reclaim what's ours. And to be fair, the aliens didn't do all that much damage in the first place. The game plays a lot like your classic Star Fox style games, where you're just flying forwards, aiming a crosshair at just about everything, and hammering on the attack button. The levels themselves only last about 5 minutes each before you get to a boss, and they have a decent enough variety of various places around the world that have been smashed up a bit by the aliens. There are 3 mechs, and they all have the usual stats of fast but weak, slow but strong, and then the all-round one. I found them all fine to play as. Sadly, though, that's the only difference, and the weapons and abilities are all the same no matter which one you choose. As you get further into the game, the levels have more hazards, as well as enemies that you have to watch out for, like poles or rocks or toppled over buildings. The enemies themselves come in a few varieties, all of them fly and often shoot projectiles at you, though some just try to kamikaze at you. Killing them is easy for the most part, and it is a little clunky. You've got a regular blaster, and this is decent enough. It'll kill most things quite easily, but can feel a little slow. This can be powered up by collecting items that enemies drop, cunningly named Power Up. This adds more shots to your attack, so you basically end up with a spread gun, which is nice as you can take out multiple enemies at once. You also have a charge attack. Your meter is constantly building, and to use it you just hold down the fire button for a second or so. When you do this, you will stop moving, and you fire a massive energy beam that does massive damage, though do be careful as you can still be hurt while doing this. Thankfully, you can still dodge. You also have a lock-on attack done by pressing the square button. You can target multiple enemies with this, but it does have limited uses, so don't go too mental with it. You'll be firing out a load of rockets, and it does look pretty cool. And finally there's a bomb attack, which is your standard screen clearing one. These are pretty hard to come by, so make sure you use it wisely. What's interesting here, and sometimes quite annoying, is that you don't actually get more ammo, health or shields between levels. Instead, you earn money as you play and have to use this between levels in a shop to upgrade your health as well as replenish your ammo, buy shields and smart bombs. Everything is pretty expensive as well, which is a pain in the ass, and you really do have to decide what you want to get. Having said that though, it did seem that you get unlimited continues here, and if you die, you come right back to where you left off with full health, so I just focused on weapons. The biggest issue with the game though is probably the collision detection, which is a bit wonky. There were loads of times where I'd take damage from enemies, but really have no idea why. It's hard to see projectiles, and enemies can seem to hit you wherever, even if their shots are miles away. Even with that though, I was able to get through the game with very little trouble, and it'll only take an hour or so to do that, which is just as well as there's no save or password here. The bosses here can be some of the standout fights, but they are kind of similar in playstyle. They just seem to stay in one place, and you just have to keep blasting at their weak spot while it's visible and their blue shields are down. They do look cool though, and it's fun blowing their limbs off and seeing how their attacks change throughout the fight. Graphically the game is fine. It was a very early one for the system, and it looks like a budget game. It's not offensive, just a bit basic. The controls are pretty decent though, and I did actually find this to be one of those games that I had to do just one more level. My main control issue was the dodge though. You can do a barrel roll using the shoulder buttons to dodge attacks, but you can also do this by double tapping left or right, and you'll accidentally do this all the time as you're trying to just dodge regular attacks, and they'll mostly end up with you flying straight into them, which is kind of annoying. But these are only real minor complaints, and if you like scrolling shooters, then this one is fun and chaotic while it lasts. More budget goodness now with Earache Extreme Metal Racing, a crazy kart racer with a metal theme. Being a kart racer, you kind of already know what to expect here. You've got a surprisingly decent roster of racers, 10 in total, some of which need to be unlocked, and yes, they have the usual stats available for each racer of speed, weight, handling, etc. And I actually really like the character designs here. Each one has their own car, and it's kind of like Wacky Races if it was made by an edgy 14-year-old, but I kind of mean that in a nice way. You have various demons, undead people and bondage women all taking part. What's cool is that each character has their own weapon as well. These range from axes, clubs, spikes and buzzsaws. The variety is cool, and you can use the weapons to attack both left and right, kind of like in Road Rash or Street Racer. You also have a nice amount of game modes to choose from. There's single races, where you just choose from any of the tracks you've unlocked. There's a challenge mode, which is actually the cup mode, and this is what you'll want to play through to unlock everything else in the game. Each challenge has 4 races, and you'll get points depending on your finishing position for each one. Have the most points at the end, and you'll unlock the rest of the tracks. These can be used in every other mode once you're completed. Races only have 4 racers taking part in them, which doesn't seem like many, but they're so fast paced and frantic that actually it is quite a blessing. You'll be racing through graveyards, hell, barren wastelands and other such things that metal lovers are into. You know, all things death and destruction. The game is so edgy. The courses themselves are always quite convoluted, but never too confusing, and you do get a mini-map in the corner that helps you see where you are. You'll need to use your car's weapon to destroy the other racers or knock them out of your way, but destroying them doesn't take them out of the race, it just sets them back a bit. There's also zombies on the tracks. Killing these gives you points, and once you've amassed a certain number of points, new characters will be unlocked. It doesn't take long to unlock them all though. Also, some of the zombies have icons above their heads. One is a skull with horns, and I'll be honest, I never really figured out what this did. I kind of have a feeling that it gives you some health back or even more points, but it was hard to tell. The other one is a lightning bolt. This blasts whoever is in first position with lightning, making them go flying into the air and really making their life miserable. You do have to be careful though, as if you're the person in first place and collect it, you will still zap yourself. There's also a zombie massacre mode where you and 3 other racers have to kill all the zombies on a given stage, and then whoever has the most kills at the end of the day wins. This is fun and would be good with a friend or two. As it's a budget game, it does have its flaws. For the most part, the racing isn't too bad, and the controls are actually quite responsive, but there's not much finesse to them. Also, when you get attacked, you just randomly go flying around the area, and you never really know where you're going to end up. Also, the computer AI is crazy good, and the game is pretty hard even on the easiest difficulty setting. In fact, when I first started playing, I didn't really enjoy the game, but after 2 or 3 races, I actually started getting really into it. The graphics are decent enough, the tracks still look a bit samey, which is a shame. There's only a few landscapes, but the tracks themselves are slightly mixed up. This is still a surprisingly fun game though, and it's definitely a game that I would play with a few friends. It's fast and smooth, which I also didn't expect. Oh, and I should mention the soundtrack. It's all licensed metal music, and even though I do like metal music, believe it or not, I didn't really like many of the tracks, if any of them, that were here. It's just full of those bands that sound like the singer is vomiting into a bucket. I actually had to turn it off after a while and put some Enya on instead. But even so, this is a funky racing game that technically is a load of crap, but actually it's somewhat amusing to play. Fighting game time now with Elemental Gerard, whatever the hell that means, and I've probably said that wrong. This is a 3D fighting game based on an anime, which you can really tell right from the get-go. It might shock you to know that I have no idea about the anime or its story, but from what I can see, there's a bunch of sky pirates, some of them like each other, some don't, so they have a fight. The thing is that some of the sky pirate people, mainly the sexy women, can turn themselves into some elemental weapons, like swords or boots, and then attach themselves to another character to use in battle. So basically, each character is actually a pair of characters, well, most of them anyway. One being the one you control, and the other being the spirit weapon, though none of this makes any difference while you're playing. So you choose your character and then you play through the story mode, which is full of Japanese text and cutscenes, and I'm assuming follows some kind of story quite closely as it possibly can in a video game format, or at least a version of the story that requires everyone to have a one-on-one fight. In the story mode you don't get to choose who you play as and switch depending on what's going on, but you seem to mostly be Ku and Ren, who are the main characters, as you can tell from their generic anime hero design. You also have an arcade mode where you can choose from any of the fighters that you've unlocked, and there's a nice fair few to unlock, and you fight everyone else in a best of 3 rounds. The fighting here is simple, but there are a good amount of combos, specials and super specials that you can do, mostly with Street Fighter style inputs, and they're also quite easy to do. The super specials can be confusing though. The ones I got to work would activate what I assume were quick time events, but even though I would press the buttons in the correct time, they never seemed to work and I have no idea what I was doing wrong. This is a 3D fighter, and there is a decent emphasis on dodging around your opponent as well as blocking, which is done with the R1 button. Sadly, I prefer holding back to block. But dodging is fast and easy, just like Belt Buckle Bill. But while the fighting is solid enough, there isn't a whole lot of depth to it, so this isn't going to be a game that's made for the hardcore fight fans. More for people who like a scrap, but prefer the button mashing method. Though, as always, playing with someone who knows what they're doing will always be harder than just button bashing. The characters themselves are actually all quite fun to play as, well, the 6 or so that I tried were at least. They feel different enough, but have similar button commands that you aren't spending ages trying to figure out new moves. Graphically, the game is actually brilliant, with some incredible high-res cel-shaded graphics. The characters all animate really well, and there's a ton of backgrounds with loads going on. In fact, this game gave my totally legit PS2 and not PCSX2 emulator a bit of a hard time with a few frame rate drops. But yes, my totally legit PS2 doesn't have the best specs out there, so it's likely that your totally legit PS2, which has higher specs than mine, probably won't have this issue. Overall, this is a fun fighting game though, and it's worth checking out if you need some spiky haired people to punch each other that aren't Saiyans. Now for a game in one of my favourite gaming franchises. It's Escape from Monkey Island. Escape from Monkey Island takes the classic point-and-click formula from the awesome DOS games and transforms them into a 3D for the first time, with surprisingly good results. The Monkey Island games are probably my favourite point-and-click ones out there, and this is actually my first time playing this one, as I really wasn't sure I'd enjoy the transition to 3D. Basically, the game is a puzzle adventure, filled with obscure, nonsensical puzzles, dozens of characters to talk to, and some mini-games to play. The story goes that the mighty pirate Guybrush Threepwood and his wife, Governor Elaine, are returning to their home on Melee Island after being married in the previous game. Sorry, spoilers. But because their honeymoon was 3 months long, everyone assumed that they died at sea, and a new election is taking place with some suspicious-looking candidates. So you have to do a bunch of crazy shit to get a bunch of new pirates in your crew, find some lawyers and fix the whole mess. And you never know, the evil zombie pirate LeChuck may or may not rear his ugly head again. You control Guybrush with the analog stick, where you explore a load of environments, towns, islands, etc. that are all filled with crazy characters and items to interact with and collect. You've got to speak to everyone and get as many items as you can to use in the puzzles throughout the game. But as I mentioned, the puzzles rarely make any sense, but deliberately so, and things are very tenuous and almost always played for laughs. For example, the first puzzle sees you needing to stop a man from destroying your house with a catapult. While wandering around, you find a deflated rubber tube which you have to then tie around a cactus to use as your own catapult. But to do this, you also need to distract the man with some pretzels, but you can only get the pretzels by conning a darts player into bursting a drunk man's birthday balloon. Yeah, like I said, it doesn't make much sense, and that's why I love it. It's good if you can handle the off-the-wall comedy. If you've watched the other videos in this series, you probably would have heard me mention that often games like this can be easy to get stuck in, and you end up having to resort to using every item with everything else to see what works, and to be fair, that is still the case with this game. They are not the sort that you can breeze through, and progress is often very slow, but that is sort of the point. Technically, you could beat this game in just a couple of hours, but on your first playthrough without a guide, it really could take weeks to explore everywhere, find everything, and figure out what you need to do. But for me, that's half the fun. It might be because I grew up with games like this, but I really do enjoy this sort of gameplay, and I'm particularly impatient, so that's kind of surprising. As mentioned, the game is basically a comedy, and the writing here is excellent. All the characters have loads to say, and you'll probably want to listen to everything that they do say, as this is where you get all your clues from for how to solve puzzles and where to go and what to do next. The game looks decent, even though it has lost some of its charm by going from 2D to 3D, but they have done a great job of keeping the style and plenty of comedy in the cutscenes, and when talking to people it makes you want to keep talking and playing, and this is a game I could easily lose hours to. The controls are a little bit iffy here on the PlayStation, being primarily a PC game where you'd have access to a mouse, but here you do have the shoulder buttons to highlight items that are on the screen, and each of the face buttons does a different action, like look, pick up, use, etc. There's no on-screen indicators though, and I would always forget which button was which, though this doesn't really have an impact on the gameplay as it's not a game where you can die. It just more means that it took me 3 button presses to pick something up rather than just 1. Still, if you have a PS2, this is a really cool game that I would definitely recommend adding to the collection and playing through. It is very self-aware and just a good time.
Hit and run dinghy accident?
Hurt your back while pillaging another ship?
No.
Play Eternal Quest now. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Play Eternal Quest now. Hello, I'm Belt Buckle Bill, and here are my thoughts on a video game. Eternal Quest is a top-down, turn-based RPG dungeon explorer, released on the PlayStation 2 in 2004. Brought to you by Tamsoft and Midas Interactive Entertainment. The plot. There were 2 raging armies, one led by a shogun, the other a realm king, and a war led to plague and starvation. The dogs, greed and ambition, spread wild across the lands. Evil and malice, I'm assuming 2 other dogs, found their way to Jinuma. Luckily, the shogun ordered Gyukuru to wipe out the demons. That, I guess, hid in an ever-changing dungeon in Jinuma. Let's be real. Whilst there is a plot, it doesn't overly matter. It doesn't develop further until level 50, which ends in a boss fight, but I won't spoil it in case any of you are brave enough to roll up your sleeves and delve deep into this, as it isn't a quick playthrough. So, you are Gyukuru. You can move in any direction, if the dungeon will let you. You can move, block, melee attack, and throw throwing weapons, if you have them. Each time you carry out an action, the enemies carry out an action, even if you can't see them. This will make sense later. As you take turns trying to descend the dungeon and destroy the evil on level 50. I seldom used block, it didn't seem to do too much, and sometimes you naturally block anyway. If you have a melee weapon equipped, you'll use that for your melee attack. The weapons have a durability, so once you've used it X amount of times, it'll break, and you'll have fisticuffs only, which are significantly weaker. You start with a sword, and pick up other weapons as you explore each level. And explore each level you should, as the enemies get significantly harder the deeper you go, which shouldn't really be a surprise to anyone. The game was super hard initially. The first handful of times I played it, I died pretty darn quickly. You start at level 1, which tracks, then walk to the exit to level 2. Think gauntlet, and so forth. If enemies see you, they will typically move towards you and bash the heckins out of you. Bugs take at least 4 hits, but they can kill you in 4 hits too, so don't try to take on more than 1. Luckily, you self-heal over time, unless you're affected by a status. So early on you really have to avoid fights unless you're at full health, or you picked up a super weapon. All weapons encountered so far are types of swords or daggers with swordy names. When you go to equip them, you can see what it will do to your base attack stat. Daggers are for throwing. Other items you pick up include armour, which improve your defence, herbs and pills, which have varying attributes such as restoring health or recovering from a status effect, like poison. Statuses are received from enemies during battles, and include burn, manic and paralysed. They last for a while, or until cured, and can lower your attack, your chance to block, stop you from healing, and probably other things as well. I didn't really work them out. I've only met a bunch of enemies, but from catching footage of someone completing the game, I could tell I've seen most of them. They just change colour and design slightly, and they become slightly more powerful and have different names. There are flying creatures, bugs and birds, floating monks that summon bugs and birds, giant ox-like creatures that have great strength and health, rocks that you hit and they turn into gargantuan beasts that hand your ass to you, and floating skulls. And if you don't kill them quick enough, they possess you and stop you from healing, which is a pretty cool mechanic. To clarify, that's just the skulls. Like every RPG ever, you gain EXP when you kill things, and level up, which improves your base stats including health, so it does bode well to fully explore the dungeons, collect the items, and kill evil things. Weirdly, you have an item which is a bell, which when you ring it, it takes you back to level 1 and experience 1, but you have all of your items. Very weird. There is a hack, which I didn't know until I'd watched a playthrough, where if you get into a fight that is a little hairy, save and exit, then reload and you'll be back in the same level but a different layout. And that's something I haven't mentioned yet. The levels are randomly generated, so there is no point remembering anything, just explore each time. That's probably the biggest negative for me. It's a lot about luck early on. If you get good weapons or armour early on, you'll live longer. If you don't, you will die. Lots. The graphics are pretty shite, but I don't mind that. The level designs are uninspiring, grass, caves, water, etc., but they're fine. The sound effects are acceptable, with slashing noises and explosions aplenty, but the music is a very annoying loop of eerie nonsense. The controls are okay, especially when I learnt to use the right thumbstick to change the direction in which I was looking, and then you can move diagonally. Would I play it again? Definitely, and if I'm honest, I'm still playing it. I want to get to level 50 and kill the boss. Spoiler alert, it doesn't end the game though. So I did give up watching someone on level 101 and nothing happened on level 100. So I'm not sure how much replayability it will have once I complete it. Would I tell my younger self to play it? Yeah, absolutely. I've sunk a couple of hours into it already, but because you can save progress, you don't have to sit there for hours, but I totally would have done that as a teenager or young adult. Would I recommend it to a friend? Yes. I think you have to be a grinder to truly appreciate this title, but it is very easy to pick up and play and improve very quickly. Overall, I really enjoyed this game. Whilst visually weak and audibly dull, it's challenging with a great variety of items to collect and experiment with, including a map which reveals the entire dungeon level you are on, showing you where enemies are, and tactics to employ to take on the hordes. I didn't even mention Duel, which gets more powerful each time you kill an enemy, and once unleashed it explodes, causing turn-based damage to enemies that stand on it. It's pretty cool. Belt Buckle Bill says, give it a go. Thank you for watching and or listening. If you like this content, then like. If you want some more, then subscribe. Game over, man! Game over!
Here is a shooter with a stupid name. It's Esgulada. Why do so many shooters have stupid names? This is a vertical scrolling shooter from bullet hell shooter Crazy Bastards Cave, which I believe only got a Japanese release here on the PS2. I'll be honest, I have no idea what the story is here, but really that's not that important. It seems like your king has been killed, so you set off to avenge his death and kill anything that gets in your way. At the start of the game you get to choose between two characters, a guy and a girl, both of which play very similarly. Then you're thrown into your usual cave shooter levels of towns, forests, caves, and you'll be taking down waves of enemies that fire crazy amounts of bullets at you. You know, it's a bullet hell. As with most games like this, you can hold down the attack button to do a constant stream of attacks. These are pretty decent right from the get-go, but pressing X or square do different attacks, one of which is straight ahead and the other one that moves around a bit more, depending on your character. You can collect P icons which power up your weapons, and it doesn't take long before the screen is just filled with bullets all over the place. Most of them are from enemies though, and this is where the crazy mechanics come in. Well, it's not that crazy. When you kill enemies, they drop crystals. Collect as many of these as you can. Then you can press square to change to a different form. When you're in this form, the enemy shots turn pink and move much slower, making them easier to avoid. But when you're in this mode, your crystals will deplete, so that's basically how long you have to use this mode for. You can stay in the other form once they've run out, but the bullets go back to regular speed. You get the normal variety of flying enemies here with various ships, ground units to blow to bits, but as always you never really have much time to see what they are, as they're usually hidden by copious amounts of bullets on the screen anyway. Thankfully, like most of their games, this one is pretty fair, and your hitbox is tiny, meaning that you'll be able to stay alive for much longer than you'd expect, considering how much crap is on the screen basically all the time. As with all cave games, the graphics are fantastic 2D sprites with some pre-rendered enemies in there, and it all runs very smoothly. The bosses are massive, multi-phase battles, and these are fun to fight. As you can tell, my totally legit PS2 has some issues with the bullets, giving them a strange box around them. If anyone knows what settings can be adjusted to fix this, please do let me know. But yeah, if you're into your shooters, then this is definitely one I would recommend playing. Loads of fun. I have not actually managed to beat this one, though I reckon it's one that I will go back to keep trying. If you prefer your adventures to be underwater, then Everblue 2 might be what you're after. There is an Everblue 1, but I didn't try that one. Everblue 2 is a scuba diving adventure game, a genre that I actually really like, and there's quite a few games knocking around like this that I'm a big fan of. You play as Leo, a diver whose ship sinks, forcing you to swim to a nearby island. Thankfully, it's basically a friendly tropical paradise. The actual sinking of your ship doesn't really seem to bother you though. On the island, you meet another group of divers and scavengers called the Amigos, so you join their group and start going out to sea looking for trinkets and treasure that you can sell to buy better equipment that lets you visit places in the ocean that are further away and are deeper and have better treasure. Also, it turns out that there's an evil corporate salvage company doing the same thing, and they're looking for a massive haul of legendary pirate treasure, so you've got to try and track it down before they do. The gameplay is basically made up of two different types. You spend some of the game on an island where you can go around and talk to the various people. The people will then give you sob stories of things they've lost at sea or tell you about their favourite fish and basically give you missions to go out and look for things while you're diving. As well as this, you've got shops you can visit to buy new equipment as well as items to help you while you're on your dive. It's also here where the story progresses. The main bulk of the game though is taking a boat out to sea and diving. Early on, you get access to the boat and can choose from basically anywhere on the map where you want to start your dive. Then you're in a first-person mode where you can start swimming around hunting for treasure, looking for creatures to take photos of, and of course try not to drown or get eaten. Pressing the L1 button lets out a ping, and if you're near some treasure, you'll get a ping back. Then you've got to swim around pressing L1 until the pings get faster and faster, and eventually you find the treasure. You start off only being able to find metal objects, but as you get further into the game, you get new radar that can detect things like glass, etc., so you can find many more objects. Everything has a weight to it though, and you'll need to buy bigger bags to let you carry more heavier things. To start with, you can only carry 2 or 3 items, so make sure you do upgrade your bag as soon as you can. You also have to keep upgrading your wetsuit and air canisters. Doing this lets you visit deeper areas that hold the better stuff, and obviously let you dive for longer. You'll find sunken boats and planes and wrecks that you can explore to find even more cooler stuff, and later on you'll have to watch out for deadly sea creatures that want to eat your face. The gameplay loop here is surprisingly addictive, and I really found that I had to just have one more try every time. Collecting items, getting them valued and then selling them is really good fun, and the story, although pretty cheesy, is engaging enough. The graphics are a bit of a mixed bag. The island sections look incredibly cheap and very PS1, with pre-rendered scenes and very little animation, but I do quite like the underwater bits. These are cool, and the variety in wildlife and coral is pretty good. You even get a camera so you can take photos of everything you see, which are added to an album, so of course you'll want to fill that album and hunt down every creature you can find. Games like this, Endless Ocean on the Wii and Diver's Dream on the PS1 really appeal to me for some reason. I think it's because they're just relaxing to play, and I really would recommend giving this one a go. Let's have a platform game now with Evil Twin Cyprian's Chronicles from Ubisoft. Here you play as an orphan called Cyprian, and wouldn't you know it, your favourite teddy bear has been captured by some dark magical tentacles from another world, so you have to go get it back. Now actually the story is quite a lot darker than that, dealing with the death of Cyprian's parents and the stories of other kids in the orphanage being taken by tentacles, but you are best off seeing it played out in the game rather than me badly relaying it to you. So you end up in a crazy world that's filled with all sorts of strange locations and inhabitants that you'll need to explore and fight in order to save your teddy, as well as some other kids from the orphanage. This is all done in classic 3D platform style and is a relatively early game for the PS2, which does show, but it's still a good time. After battling through a quite lengthy tutorial section where you're taught how to run, jump, etc., you are plonked into a hub world where you discover that a great zippet, which is needed to rescue people and save the land, has been separated into 4 pieces, and each one sent to a different part of the world. So you have to navigate a number of tricky platforming sections, battle enemies and solve puzzles in order to get them all back. The game is actually quite linear despite its hub world and look. You have to visit each area in turn, where you'll meet a ton of strange characters who will ask you to do things for them, like kill enemies, collect items, etc. And doing this will usually reward you with a new item for yourself that you can use elsewhere in the world to open up a new area. I wouldn't really say this is a Metroidvania style game, as you don't really need to backtrack all that often other than to return to the characters that gave you the missions. There are a good number of enemies here, but the game never overwhelms you with them. You can fight them in a few ways. You've got a slingshot, like any good orphan does. This has unlimited ammo and is actually pretty handy against most enemies. It's slow to fire but has an auto aim, or you can go into first person mode to manually aim. You'll also need to use this to hit certain switches and things like that. You do get different ammo types and other uses out of it as well, like needing to fire paper airplanes, which you can then guide. You also have a jump attack, which, to be honest, I hate using. You jump in the air and press square to do a dive bomb thing, but it attacks at an angle and is really slippery. It's hard to hit enemies with it, and if you're anywhere near an edge, you will almost always slide off. I rarely bothered using this after a while. On top of this though, you can also collect items that build a power meter. This lets you transform into a super version of yourself, and what's cool is you can do it no matter how much power is in the meter. But as long as there is power in there, you have access to some more abilities. Firstly, you move faster and jump higher, but there's also a lightning attack which you have, which is really powerful, as well as a fireball attack. But using these drains your power bar quicker, so you need to be careful where and when you use them all. Thankfully, these icons that increase your power bar do reappear fairly often, so it's easy enough to come back to them. As mentioned, there's a few platforming sections, and I do have to say that these can be a pain in the ass, mainly thanks to the controls, which are quite sloppy and unresponsive. And they do make some of the sections a pain to play through, and there's quite a few times where I died where I really don't think I should have done. There's a delay in pressing the button and actually doing something, which is never good in a game. Though I did find I had to try again and again. I think that's down to the overall tone of the game, which is exactly my style. The characters, the world and everything just look great, and it's got a real Tim Burton or American McGee feel to it. The world is surreal and sinister, and you never know really which characters you should be trusting and which ones are going to stab you in the back. The amount of subtle imagery here is great as well. It's kind of like Silent Hill vibes meets Coraline, in the way that everything is a blend of subconscious thoughts and problems but brought to life. This is what really made me keep playing the game, and rescuing all the kids and saving the imaginary land was always intriguing. This is the sort of game that really should get a remaster. The visual style really is incredible, and with some polish to the controls, this could be a fantastic game. As it is though, it is still a good game, and you should check it out. Extermination is a game that was recommended to me along with a bunch of other ones I need to check out from Trevor Dowell, so thank you for the recommendation. Extermination is a cool survival horror game that was clearly inspired by The Thing, seeing you take control of Dennis Riley, a US Marine who is sent with his squad to an Arctic base. There's been a distress call, so you need to go find out what the hell is going on and rescue as many people as you can. Turns out there's a bunch of strange slug-like creatures that are infecting the people on the base and turning them into horrific bloodthirsty monsters that need shooting in the face. Unlike a lot of survival horror games, this one is fully 3D, but does still have a fixed camera, though it will move around a bit with you. You start off outside the base and need to do some platforming to get in. This is easily done, and your character is surprisingly nimble and capable for a survival horror game, being able to climb, jump, shoot, and use a knife at the press of a button. Of course, you will need to explore all the environments, collecting items, weapons and ammo that will help you survive. You've got a limited inventory, though it's pretty damn generous, and I never had any issues running out of space, though I am only about 3 hours into the game, so that could change. You'll also come across a load of locked doors which require you to find a way to open it up, mostly keycards and buttons, but these are never easy to come by, and you'll have to solve some simple puzzles in order to get most of the items you need. One of the game's big mechanics is the use of a battery pack. You have it with you at all times, and it has a limited number of uses per charge. The battery can be used to power lifts, open doors, and generally run anything that requires electricity. But you will need to make sure that you know where the nearest charging station is, as if you don't have enough juice, you can't power the thing that you need to power. There are quite a few enemies knocking around, and most of them are quite dangerous. The game actually leans into the survival aspect of the survival horror. Yes, you do have weapons to defend yourself, but ammo really is very limited, and ideally should be saved for large bosses. If you find the slug enemies, you can swat at them with your knife to kill them, but for the most part, you're going to want to just run away when possible. Enemies are tough and deadly. The base itself isn't huge, and you will be going through the same sections repeatedly, but what's cool is that the infection is constantly spreading, so the base does change as you go back to different areas, getting your classic organic goo looking stuff everywhere. Also, you better watch out, as you can also be infected by whatever it is yourself, and if you're not careful, you'll turn into one of the monsters and it's game over. Thankfully, there is a cure, and if you are infected, you can cure yourself, providing you've got enough of them in your inventory. The graphics are decent and very PlayStation 2. I hope you know what I mean by that. It has your standard roster of characters, and the enemy designs are pretty cool. The controls are excellent, but I do wish there was some sort of camera control. But overall, this is a really cool game that I had actually not heard of before. It's got a boring generic title, but the game is anything but. Definitely one to check out. And finally for today, let's look at a puzzle game with Egg Mania, sometimes known as Eggomania. This is a fun little puzzle game that I've actually seen loads of times in various shops etc. for the GameCube and PlayStation 2, but never bothered playing it because back in the day, and even now really, I'd never spend £30 on a puzzle game. It's sort of like Tetris but with a twist, otherwise it would just be Tetris. You play as one of a few egg folk, or yolk. But this is purely cosmetic and it's the puzzling that you have to worry about, so it doesn't matter which one you choose. It plays fairly simple, but does work a bit differently from other games. Here, every stage starts with you and your opponent, who are on opposite sides of the screen, jumping from a balloon in the air. You hit the ground and there's always water below you. Then crates drop from the sky which contain various shaped blocks. You've got to catch the boxes of blocks that you want to use and then press X to add that block to the floor, building yourself platforms. The idea is to build your platforms as high as you can and be the first one to get back to the balloon that you originally jumped from. It sounds easy, as it kind of is, but the water below you is constantly rising, and if it reaches an area where you've left any gaps in a row, that row will sink, lowering you and taking you further from the balloon. This means that you can't just put blocks on top of each other creating a tower straight up, as it'll almost immediately fall down and you'll need to complete full rows, but you will get to a point where you can risk it, and this often pays off. But be careful, as it's possible to trap yourself in areas if you make a wall too high to jump, and you'll be stuck and have to wait for a block to randomly fall to where you are so you can grab it. On the higher difficulties, where things move much faster, I did accidentally do this a few times. As well as the blocks that fall down, you'll sometimes get items to help you or mess up your opponent, like boots that make you move faster and jump higher, or a bomb that you can throw on their screen to smash some of their blocks. These are fun to use, and you've got to keep an eye out for your enemy using them on you. You also have to look out for things like birds, fish and insects that will appear on your side to try and steal your blocks or knock you into the water below. Thankfully, if you do fall in the water, you don't lose, you just lose precious time. There are a few game modes. There's an arcade style one where you can just go one-on-one against all the other characters, and beating them all can unlock even more characters to play as. Not that that makes too much of a difference, but it's still good to have unlockables. There's a puzzle mode where you've got a limited number of blocks, a training mode, a bomb mode, and so on. These are always nice to have, and of course you can play most of them against a friend, and even set up tournaments for when you have a games night. Controlling your egg is easy, with the analog stick being used to move and jump, X places the objects, and triangle throws anything away that you grab by mistake. Pressing L1 drops you down a level, and it doesn't matter if you fall in the water, and you just get taken back to the top of your row, but like I said, you will lose time. The graphics are fine, but not exactly PlayStation 2. Pretty sure this could have been done on a PS1, and maybe in some of the 16-bit consoles without too much in the way of compromise. But puzzle games aren't known for their graphics, and they don't even need good graphics. And the controls are decent, which is what really matters. The fact that you have to grab and place blocks does mean it can be easy to put them in the wrong place though, as you're controlling your egg and not the block, but it is easy to get used to, though I would usually put a few in the wrong place every game, never the end of the world though. The sound and music are fine, they exist, and they're kind of what you'd expect from a game like this. But yeah, it is actually a really fun game. I wasn't really sure what to expect when I first started playing, and I'm glad that I have actually bothered to do the tutorial, as there's a few things in there that I might not have figured out. But if you do like puzzle games, then this one really is pretty good fun, and it's also super cheap now, so definitely worth picking up.
We are going to start with some chopper action with Fireblade. Instead of me telling you the story, how about this helpful gentleman does it for me?
Fireblade is an anti-terrorist military force formed by Western nations to stomp out terrorist cells around the world. The largest and most dangerous of these cells is the United Eastern States, or UES. Intelligence sources have uncovered information that the UES have been establishing training camps and production facilities for weapons of mass destruction in strategic areas around the world. It appears they are preparing for an all-out war against the West. The time has come. The threat can no longer be allowed to exist. Fireblade has been mobilized.
Thank you, gruff-voiced army man. Your part of Fireblade is as a pilot, flying one of their awesome high-tech choppers. As you'd expect, the game is divided into a number of missions, which range from blowing stuff up to killing stuff. But actually, to be fair, there are a few variations of everything here, with some escort missions, some missions where you're carrying passengers and have to drop them off in tactical war zones, and other missions where you just have to survive until reinforcements get there. And I was actually surprised at how much variety there were in the missions. Actually, playing the game is half decent as well. Your chopper is easy to get to grips with thanks to the dual analog controls. You use the shoulder buttons to attack, with each button firing a different weapon. You get machine gun, which has unlimited ammo, but is almost useless against anything with the slightest amount of armour. Then you've got missiles, which are powerful but hard to aim as they just fire ahead of you. Then there's homing missiles, which you can lock onto enemies with. These are really good to use and have medium power, but of course they're limited in number. You even have a sniper gun, which is cool. Your chopper can go into a stealth mode where it's cloaked. In this mode you can zoom in with your sniper to take out enemies from a distance. Stealth mode also gives you access to an EMP, so you can disable enemy electronics, which is a nice touch. Stealth does seem a bit daft in a chopper though, and that is kinda right, but here it does make you harder to spot, but not impossible, and if you get too close to enemies they will still hear your blades. Thankfully you do have an indicator that tells you how visible you are to enemies. If the yellow bar gets all the way to the top, then you'll be spotted. Each mission gives you a number of objectives, and I do have to say that the difficulty varies wildly from mission to mission. Usually it was the stealth missions that gave me the trouble, with it being hard to keep from being spotted. Even though you are in a chopper, you can't go as high as you want, and there's usually mountains that you can't get over. Not realistic, but I see why they did it. You've got a pretty decent radar that always points to your objectives, and you can read your briefings in the pause menu. I do recommend doing this, as sometimes it's not entirely clear what you're meant to be doing, and there were actually times where I'd failed the mission and not really know why, and equally there was times where I completed some of the missions and I still didn't really know why. But that might be me being impatient though. Because the thing was, I did have a fair bit of fun with this game, and I wanted to get into the action. There were some really cool battles here, with the enemies having a range of ground units, tanks and choppers of their own, and you'll go to various locations across the world, and the landscapes do get mixed up enough. It doesn't look particularly groundbreaking, in fact it looks a bit ropey actually, but it does mean that everything runs smoothly and more importantly the controls are responsive. Overall this is a fun little title that's more arcade than sim, so if you like blowing stuff up, this is worth a go. And if you do like blowing things up, then Fantavision will be right up your street. Fantavision is essentially a fireworks-based puzzle game that's easy to pick up and play, but quite hard to put down. The gameplay is simple, and I have a feeling that this is going to be a pretty short segment. But that's alright, I should really make these segments shorter as it is. Anyway, in Fantavision you play as an exciting cursor over a variety of nice looking backdrops. Suddenly, a bunch of fireworks will rise up from the bottom of the screen, and you've got to aim your cursor and tag the fireworks. But you can't just do this willy-nilly, you have to match 3 or more of the same colour before they'll explode. What does help is that once you tag a colour, you can then only tag fireworks of that same colour, so you don't accidentally screw up. However, you do have to be on the lookout for flashing rainbow-like colour ones. These actually let you change your colour midway through your combo, but you do also keep your current combo. So for example, you could tag 2 blue ones, then a rainbow one, then a few red ones, then another rainbow one, then some greens, and so on. And when you're ready, you press the circle button to detonate anything that you've tagged, resulting in some pretty cool looking fireworks displays. Of course, the bigger your chain, the more points you get, and you even get power-ups that improve your score and take you to bonus stages if you create some big chains. And that's what it's all about. You want to make as many chains as possible, but you also can't take your time, as fireworks will fizzle out if you take too long to detonate them, so you've got to work fast but methodically. You are always told what the next colours are going to be, so you want to plan a bit ahead. If a colour of your current chain is going to appear, then you don't want to detonate until it has appeared. But if they're all new colours, you might as well get rid of them. It did take a few goes for me to click with this, but once I did, it really did become one of those games where you're hard to put it down, and you've got to have just one more try. The graphics here are nice, it's just some backgrounds of cities and landscapes that move around a bit, but the particle effects on the fireworks look really good, and I do love how it looks when you set off a big chain reaction. It's also quite a relaxing game. The music is chilled out and the announcer is quite therapeutic. This is actually a really cool game, and definitely one that I would recommend giving it a go. Do give it a few tries and you'll probably find that you'll want to keep going. It's not easy, and it took me a while to get anywhere into it, but it's one that I've been back to a few times since recording this footage, just to keep trying. Fighting game time now with Fighting Angels from our friends at D3. This all-female fighter is a classic PS2 budget title. The game doesn't offer anything in the way of story, it knows what we want. Instead, you're immediately given the option to play a tournament, versus mode, survival or practice. Choose what you want and then you pick from a bunch of sexy bikini wearing ladies who all want to have a fight. If you choose tournament mode, you'll fight through all of the other characters until you get to the final boss. The fights themselves all take place in a 3D ring, and it's pretty large and you can move around anywhere you like. Unlike most fighters, you don't control this game on a 2D plane. It's more like a 3D action game. In whatever direction you press on the analog stick is the direction that you'll move. Each of the 4 face buttons is an attack, and you've got a few punches and kicks, and of course there are special moves as well, which are mainly done by pressing a direction and an attack button. The moves are actually very easy to pull off. None of them are crazy fireballs or anything like that, instead it's all punches and kicks with a few throws in there for good measure, though I could never figure out how to actually do them, and I was too lazy to look it up. Something you notice early on, other than the fantastically wobbly jiggle physics, is that the characters all share a hell of a lot of moves. At first I actually thought they were all played exactly the same, but that isn't quite the case, they are quite different. However, the range of attacks available isn't great, but it is enough. You can put together combos easily enough, and you'll also soon learn that it's possible just to spam the same couple of moves repeatedly and you'll do pretty well. This isn't exactly a deep game, but it is still fun, and yeah, that might be because of the jiggles. You don't get a variety of locations, just one beach that you're fighting on until you get to the final boss, and then you fight in a concrete ring. How exciting. What's interesting though is that every few levels you get a weapon stage, where a selection of weapons appear randomly, from baseball bats to swords and even bloody machine guns. These fights are actually really fun, racing your opponent to get the weapons for massive damage, and it actually says it's a fight to the death, so yes, you actually kill the other person. When you beat the tournament mode, you unlock new costumes for characters, which is an incentive to go back, but really you probably just want to see the skin, and the default one is the tiny bikini. You would have thought they would have made you work for that. Oh well. But actually, the controls here are decent, and the gameplay, while basic, is not exactly bad. And it's one of those games that would be good fun with a few friends and a few drinks of an evening. Give it a go if you like bouncy things. Firefighter FD18 is a really cool game where you play as a firefighter who has to battle his way through a number of huge fires in a number of locations, rescuing civilians and doing your best to stop people from dying and buildings collapsing. There's no cats up trees though, unfortunately. As the game progresses, you find out that there's fires being caused by a crazy arsonist, and with the help of a news reporter, you've got to track him down and stop him while putting out the fires. Now, if you've watched my video dedicated to firefighting video games, then you'll know that I really have a soft spot for these kind of games, and this one is a great example. It's played more like arcade than simulation, so you never have to worry about your hose not reaching or the running out of water. You get unlimited both of these. You spend your time exploring buildings and other locations that are filled with fire and smoke, and a lot of the time you won't be able to completely distinguish the fire, and instead you just have to get rid of enough to be able to rescue all the survivors. There are obstacles all over the place, and you'll need to use your axe to smash boxes and doors that are blocking your way. You'll also need to find keys and other items and crawl through vents that let you get to previously inaccessible places. Fighting the fires is easy enough, you just fire your water and aim with the analog stick. Fires do go down quite fast, but they also spread really quickly, and you've got to watch out for environmental hazards like oil or gas spills, as they'll create massive explosions which might kill you or the other survivors. Obviously, as they are on fire, the environment will also change a lot as you play, with things collapsing or exploding all over the place. This means that your previously planned escape route might be messed up, and this always keeps you on your toes, and you really do have to be careful, as you can die in just seconds if you're stuck in a fire. There's even boss fires here, which are particularly large ones. These are sometimes stationary and the ones that fire fireballs out, and they need to be doused quickly. Or sometimes they're ones that actually move around and set fire to anything that they touch. You'll know when there's a boss fight around, as they have their own life bar, which I actually really like, and works quite well having a boss here. You'll get cutscenes and stuff to explain the story, and the game I think does take itself a little bit too seriously, even though the story is really dumb, and the exposition here is some of the best and most blatant I've ever seen, but it kind of adds a B-movie charm to it. Graphics wise, I think it really looks good. The fires all look awesome, and there's a good variety of flames as well. Rooms fill with smoke, obscuring your view, and you'll need to crouch to be able to see clearer. This is a nice touch, and the movement and animation is very good here as well. The controls are decent and responsive, and it's rarely the game's fault when you die. You even have a special shot which you can use a handful of times per level, where your mate suddenly appears out of nowhere and fires a massive blast of water. This is really good against bosses, or when you're in a tight spot. Overall, I really enjoyed this game, and I'll definitely be going back to finish it soon. Someone who probably never has any problems with fire is Finny the Fish, the least imaginatively named fish in all of Fishtory. This is a 3D adventure game where you are Finny, a fish who's exploring his little pond area and is suddenly dragged into a crazy adventure where you've got to find and rescue 7 other aquatic animals from 7 locations to save your waters, kind of like Link does in most of the Zelda games. And I'll tell you what though, don't write this one off, it's loads of fun. You have a hub world where you're taught the basics of swimming and being a fish, and controlling everything is actually surprisingly easy. Being an adventure game, you meet loads of crazy characters and they give you various tasks to do, which essentially are all fetch quests really. You'll need to find all sorts of items to complete objectives and open up new areas or get other items from the characters. Something here though is that you can only carry one item at a time. Thankfully this is usually done well enough that you won't be doing lots of backtracking. But if you do get a different item to the one you are holding, the one that you did have doesn't stay where you left it, it just goes back to its starting place. There is also a huge amount of other wildlife in the waters. You've got tiny things from dragonflies and bugs, all the way up to things like crabs and other massive fish. And of course some of the other fish are absolutely massive, and you'll want to keep your distance from them or they'll mess you up. What's really fun though is that you can eat almost every other creature in the game. You have to constantly eat stuff so you don't starve to death, and it also replenishes your health. And as well as this, it makes you grow, so eventually anything that used to be a threat will soon just be a snack. There's something really satisfying about this. And also, anything you eat gets logged in a book, and you'll want to eat as much as you can so you can fill that book up with all the different information about the fish. You can actually eat some enemies that are bigger than you as well. You've got a tail whip attack, which you can use to stun most enemies or destroy objects, and if you're lucky, you can tail whip big enemies until they're stunned, and then somehow stuff them down your gullet. Not all the time though, so don't get cocky. Also, being a fish, you have to be on the lookout for fishermen. Some of the fish or bugs you eat are actually fishermen's lures in disguise. Eat one of these and you'll have to battle against being caught in what is essentially a little mini-game where you've got to break the line. If you're successful, you get to keep the lure, which is kind of pointless and more of an advert for real-life fishing apparatus. Kind of random. The environments you explore all look really good, but can be a bit confusing to get your way around them. I got lost a fair bit, and I did have issues with actually knowing what the hell I was meant to be doing. There isn't a huge amount of direction here, which was annoying a few times, and I did spend a fair bit of time swimming around aimlessly, not really knowing what the hell I was meant to be doing. You can talk to characters as often as you like though, and they'll remind you of what you're meant to be doing, but it's not really written down anywhere. But exploring the environment is actually quite fun, and you'll find extra scales which will boost your stats. These are often quite well hidden, but you do get clues as to where you might find them from other characters. You can also jump out of water and go upstream in places, and you'll need to do this to reach some of the more out of the way places that tend to hold more secrets or items that you need. The game looks really good with some great character designs and locations, and the animation is excellent. It's also kind of a relaxing game, and you can really take your time to explore every nook and cranny. I actually thought this was going to be a kids game when I first started playing it, but it turns out that it's really not. Don't let the strange box art fool you, this is a fun 3D adventure game that you might get a bit hooked on.
1, 2, 3, 4, play my PS2 some more. Run, jump, laser time, that is what Futurama's for. Hello, I'm Belt Buckle Bill, and here are my thoughts on a video game. Futurama is a 3D platformer released on the PlayStation 2 in 2003 based on the animated TV series of the same name and brought to you by Unique Development Studios, Vivendi Universal Games and CSI Games, or Sky Games, not sure. The plot. Good news, everyone! Terrible impression, apologies. Professor Farnsworth has sold Planet Express to Mom, who now owns more than 50% of the Earth, so becomes the supreme overlord and enslaves everyone. The gang, obviously, don't want to be enslaved, so make a plan to escape. Only their ship is super broken and they need to fix it. By platforming and shooting. Let's be real. I'm only a couple of hours into the game, so the plot hasn't developed much more than trekking to pick up a replacement engine, so I can't really tell you what happens next. I mean, I could if I could be bothered to look at the internet, but if you've already played this, then you'll know the plot, and if you haven't, and you like what you see, then you'll play it and reveal the plot for yourself. That's right, this is my gift to you. In the first 4 stages, you take control of Fry. Stage 1 is set in Planet Express, where you have to explore the premises and find Professor Farnsworth's tools. Stage 2 has you trawling the sewers beneath the city. Stage 3, the subway. And finally, Stage 4, the streets. Again, there are lots more levels, and the internet tells tales of playing as other characters, so well worth persevering if you like this type of thing. Fry can run, jump, interact, and bash things with his hammer. Later on, he is given a gun and collects a shotgun for all kinds of shooting glory. Laser gun and laser shotgun, should I add. When locked onto targets, Fry can strafe, which is handy, and he collects money, which gives him extra lives, and Slurm that replenishes his energy. The dying mechanic is explained very early on, whereby Fry dies, and Professor Farnsworth births a clone. There are checkpoints throughout the latter levels, so you don't have to start from the beginning of each level again if you die. There are a handful of baddies to bash and shoot, including running mutants, super hard running mutants, they take more shots to kill, tentacle monsters, snake mutants, and various grunts with laser guns, rocket launchers, and barbed wire baseball bats. They are all pretty easy to kill, so long as you maintain your distance and strafe like a pro. The visuals aren't great, a victim of their time, but if you are a fan of Futurama, like me, then you get a kick out of familiar faces and voices. All the voice actors are from the series, so you'll be chuckling along, as I did, especially when Fry mimics shooting noises. Pew 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 pew. The level designs are interesting, with lots to look at and interact with along the way. The sounds are cool, not just the voices, but explosions, lasers and death screams galore. The music is very tedious, the loops are not pleasant, and if playing for a bit longer, I would have switched them off. Would I play it again? No. It is at this stage that I have to confess I'm not a huge platforming fan, namely due to constant peril of falling to my death, which I did lots in the second stage. Would I tell my younger self to play it? Probably. I would have had a lot more time and patience back then. Would I recommend it to a friend? Only if they love platformers and or Futurama. My final thoughts. After having to consult a walkthrough on the first stage, possibly more a reflection on me than the game, I nearly gave up after just 30 minutes, but I pushed through and I actually enjoyed stages 3 and 4. The first stage you find is not very linear, at least I didn't find it linear. It's a big exploration and not much fun searching aimlessly in my opinion. The second stage had lots of moments of falling to one's death, which is never fun for me. The third and fourth were less platforming and more shooting, which suits me and was a lot more linear. My biggest frustration, though, was the damn camera. You can move it with the right stick, but only if there is room to move it, if that makes sense. So if you're in a corridor, you are stuck at the angle and the camera cannot spin around you. Thank you for watching and or listening. If you like this content, then like. If you want to see more, then subscribe. Game over, man! Game over!
More cartoon time now with Full Metal Alchemist and the Broken Angel, based on the anime that I've never seen and will never watch, though I've heard it's actually quite good. You play as Eric, the main guy with silly hair, and your robot mate Al. Now, I'm assuming there's a backstory somewhere to who Al is, as he talks like a 5-year-old girl, but I'm assuming it's his mate or relative that's trapped in a robot body, but that's not really relevant here, and I don't really care. So there is a lot of plot here, which I'm sure ties in with a bunch of the characters from the show. In fact, for me, there was a bit too much plot, and it seemed like there was a ton of talking every 5 minutes. Thankfully, you can skip most of it, or speed it up at least. I'm not really into the overly dramatic stories and love lives of these anime characters, unless it's Mr. Popo. Thankfully, the gameplay is good fun, and it's a 3D action game where you go through a bunch of levels packed with enemies that you need to kill to death. And the killing here is the fun part. You've got a normal attack combo that you do by hammering the attack button, which is kinda weak, but you will level up as you play, getting stronger and getting more energy. But the main mechanic here is your alchemy, and I really liked how this worked. By holding the circle button, any items in the world that can be used alchemy-wise are highlighted. Then, when you're close enough to them, a bar will build, and depending on how long you hold the button down for before releasing it, it determines what happens to that object in the world. Most objects turn into weapons, so in a simple box on the floor can be transformed into a knife or a sword or something. Other things can be turned into bombs, guns, lances, and more. Your mate Al is also with you all the time, and he'll attack enemies as well. Sometimes objects can be turned into weapons for him to use, but they only last a little while, whereas your weapons are permanent, but you can switch to new ones whenever you've made them. Sometimes items can be turned into hazards like landmines or spike traps, and some even turn into massive powerful gun turrets. It's really fun to experiment with everything in the world to see what you can make, and create the right combination for the situation. If there's loads of enemies, it's good to make landmines and wait for them to come to you to blow them up. Or maybe you just want the massive sword to chop people's heads off. Up to you. What's cool is that once you've transformed something for the first time, you're then always reminded what it can be turned into when you see it again, which is a nice touch. The levels are rarely more than exploring a quite large location until you're forced to kill all the enemies that you see to progress on to the next one. And sometimes the areas are actually a bit too large, forcing you to run from one side to the other for no reason, which feels like it takes forever, as you've killed everything and you're just wandering around. You will get other items from enemies like health potions, and these need to be used from the pause menu, so you can choose to use them on yourself or Robo Al. The graphics here are really good with a ton of detail, and the enemies are really cool designs, I'm assuming mostly from various parts of the show. It can be a little slow to get going, but the awesome graphics, great control and fun alchemy mechanics really made this one good fun for me to play. Definitely one for fans of the show, and I'd say even if you don't care about it like me, you'll probably enjoy it as well. Freaky Flyers is a crazy cartoon racing action game where you take control of a pilot from a pretty large selection of wacky racers, and then you take to the skies, winning races and completing a load of other objectives along the way. This is a really unique take on the fly racing genre. Each character has their own story, but does play through the same levels or races or tracks, whatever you want to call them. Being a cartoony game, most of the stories don't make sense, and most of the women have massive racks, so it's my kind of game. When you've chosen your racer, you're put into one of about 10 or so levels, which give you a few things to do. Firstly, there's the race aspect. Here, you just want to win the race. Sometimes you only have to come in the top few races, whereas other times you must be first and nothing else. The racing is good fun, the levels are large, quite open affairs, and all the characters control well enough, and they're quite different. But they do still have a route to follow on the tracks, and the game does a good job of having landmarks and waypoints that you don't tend to veer off course too often. Being a wacky racer, you get various weapons. All characters have a machine gun with unlimited ammo, which you can use against other racers or various parts of the course. But you also find power-ups that give you mines, rockets, homing missiles, boosts, and the usual lot. But what's also pretty unique here is that each race has a number of optional missions in it, kind of like the Tony Hawk games. These can be things like collecting a certain number of items, shooting targets, killing a certain number of opponents, or more track-specific things like destroying a certain building, or even finding hidden items and delivering them to other places or characters on the track. Sometimes you must complete these objectives to beat the stage, other times they are just optional, but will actually give you added bonuses, like if you complete one, you get an extra item slot letting you carry more weapons or boosts. These are a really nice touch, and it adds a fair bit more challenge to the game. It really helps keep things fresh, and the fact that most of these are optional is great. You are always told though if a level does have certain conditions to meet if you want to beat it. Not all the levels are races at all though. Some are dedicated dogfight levels where you have to take out other opponents, and sometimes there's even random people and monsters. There's even a tower defense style level. It's really great, and you never really know what's going to come up next. As you've probably guessed, the game has a decent sense of humour, and it's nothing taken seriously. The characters are all crazy caricatures, and they have their own personalities as well as stats. And actually the graphics here are really good, and I love how it all plays, and it runs incredibly smoothly. But yeah, it's just a really fun game, it looks great, plays very well and does a great job of standing out from the crowd. Another cool arcade-style racer, but it's not quite as wacky, is Flat Out. It's an arcade-style racer that doesn't waste any time, letting you get straight into the racing action by choosing from a handful of cars that each cost a few quid. You choose the one you want to buy, and then you choose from a pretty decent selection of races and events. These races take place on tracks in forests, sandy deserts, construction sites, proper race courses, and more. There's a good enough variety. Depending on where you finish in the race, you'll earn money, which you'll need to use to upgrade your car and buy new, better ones. What I like is that you don't have to come first to win money, but of course if you do, you'll get more cash. Even if you come last, you get a couple of quid thrown at you. Races have 8 or so other drivers in them, including you, and they are quite ruthless. Here you are encouraged to drive dangerously though, and cause as much damage to the other drivers as possible. You get money bonuses for smashing them up, as well as for damaging scenery, so don't go easy on them. They certainly won't go easy on you. I really like the variety in the tracks here, and you really have to take into account where you're racing. The upgrades to your car aren't just cosmetic, and you want the best tyres, suspension and engine for the track you're on. Using slick tyres on muddy or sandy tracks is a bad idea, and the handling will really be affected by it, making you slide all over the place. Of course, you'll need to win enough races to afford the tyres in the first place though. Even though you do get money, even if you don't win races, to open up new events you will actually need to place in the top 3. And as you'd expect, the races get harder and crazier with more and more things to crash into. And actually crashing here is just as fun to do as it is annoying. It's annoying because it means you're going to lose a few positions and have to play catch up, but it's a lot of fun because when you have a good crash, you see your character go flying through the windshield and scraping their face along the floor. It's pretty funny. And in fact, this is actually an actual game mechanic. As well as races, you've got Destruction Derby events where you've got to smash the other cars and be the last one standing. I'm actually really crap at these and don't know how you're meant to ram into the other cars without fucking yourself up, so I tend to ignore these modes. But there's also other bonus modes like the long jump and high jump. These are actually really fun events, and the aim here is to build up as much speed as you can and then eject your driver out of the car to see how far or how high you can make them fly. It works similarly to old track and field games where you press and hold a button, and depending on when you release it, it changes their trajectory. This mode would be loads of fun with a group of people all competing for the best distance. And it's these touches that make the game fun to play. It really doesn't take itself seriously. The actual driving is great, the cars handle well, and you're given plenty of customization options to tweak. But these are all easy to understand, and it does a good job of making it accessible to idiots like me who couldn't care less about tuning up cars. It actually makes it fun to do. It looks great with some excellent car models and some great demolition physics, and it all runs really fast, and I didn't experience any slowdown, which is always nice. And it's a friendly interface and the ability to get stuck into the action really make this one that I had a lot of fun with. Fur Fighters is another game that was recommended by friend of the channel, Trevor Dowell, and it's really fun. A third-person, unique shooter where you get to take control of a bunch of ragtag animals who are a rebellion against a group of evil bears that are basically mobsters. You've got loads of characters to play as here. There's a dog, cat, kangaroo, penguin, dragon, and small rodent thing that I can't remember what it is. Each one of the characters plays quite similarly, but they do each have their own unique ability of their own that you'll need to use throughout the levels. For example, the dog can dig tunnels in certain places, the cat can climb certain surfaces, the penguin can swim, the kangaroo can jump really high, and so on. You'll need to switch between the different animals throughout the levels in order to reach new areas and complete your objectives. You start in a hub world, which is also a training area, and I do recommend spending some time here to get used to how it all works. Once you've done that, you can access one of the levels, and you'll need to complete them in order if you want to get the items you need to open the next one. Each of the levels are massive, and they'll need quite a lot of exploration. You've got a few objectives in the levels, but for the most part they are just sort of sub-tasks to open up other areas of the level that let you complete your main objectives, which is basically to rescue all of the baby animals that have been kidnapped by evil bears. And the evil bears are all over the levels as well, and being gangsters, they've got a range of weapons like pistols, shotguns and machine guns. Thankfully, all of your characters are also pretty handy with these same weapons, and you'll always have a number of guns at your disposal. So there'll be loads of surprisingly big fun gunfights here between loads of cute animals. It's pretty cool, and I actually really like how it all plays. Now, another thing that Trev recommended, don't mind if I call you Trev, do you, is that I should change the controls, and damn, he was right. The default controls kinda suck, and unfortunately the game doesn't let you customize the controls properly, but it does offer a lot of different options, and while the one I settled on wasn't perfect, it was perfectly manageable, being a twin-stick affair, and being the pro gamer that I am, it didn't take long for me to adjust, and I was soon killing bears like an alcoholic Russian. Something I kept thinking while I was playing is that the game really reminded me of some of the later sections of the Conker's Bad Fur Day game for the N64. Unfortunately, this one doesn't have the sex, swearing or violence that one does, but it really does seem to be inspired by it. There's no blood or anything here, which I actually think would have been a cool addition, but not having it doesn't take away from the gameplay, which is still very good. As mentioned, you'll be exploring the massive levels looking to rescue the babies, kill bears and find items and switches to let you progress. Once that's done, it's back to the hub world and on to the next stage. There is a really good mixture of combat, platforming and Mario style level exploration, and to find everything you'll need, you have to use the character bubbles that you'll find in the levels. These are the only way that you can switch to a different character. You can't just change whenever you want, even though most of the time I really did want to. Also, when you find a baby, you can only actually rescue the ones with the same species as your character that you're playing as. This can be tedious at times, as you'll have to do some backtracking quite often to change characters, and then try to remember where the hell that baby was. And I have a shite memory, so this was a problem for me. But the game looks fantastic with an awesome cel-shaded style, and I love me some cel shading. It really helps games stand out, and I don't think there's really any bad looking cel shading games out there. And yeah, I really would recommend this one. It looks really good, plays okay if you can get used to the controls or find a scheme that suits you, and it's one of those games that I really think could do well with a half decent remake, or maybe even a gritty reboot. That would be fun. And finally for today, here is Furry Tales. Yeah, I know. Furry Tales is an interesting action strategy game that's sort of a mix between Command & Conquer, Pikmin and Conker's Bad Fur Day. I don't think I've been mentioning Conker's Bad Fur Day twice in the same video. The story goes that the evil wolves are being evil, so you, a furry sheepdog character thing, have to amass an army of sheep to take them down. The gameplay here is kind of unique and genuinely quite interesting. You control a commander character, starting with a sexy dog woman, but more become available as the story progresses. Your commanders run around the level using the analog stick, and you can collect any items and also attack with them. As you play, you also find buildings. These work similarly to other strategy games. So you get buildings that generate resources, some that train troops, some that create vehicles, and that sort of thing. Also, your commanders have different buffs. For example, the dog lady automatically heals any units under her command. The big buff dog dude gives them all increased attack power. This is a nice touch, and it means you do have to choose who is best to go with which situation. In this game, you never actually build buildings, they're always just on the levels already. You usually start with one or two, but any more that you find are either abandoned or sometimes occupied by the enemy. If the building's abandoned, you'll see a number above it. That's how many of your troops you need to put in it to take it over. Once you've taken it over, you can use it to create whatever is in it, as long as you have a building that generates money, that is. If it's an enemy that holds the building, you'll need to attack it. This doesn't destroy the building, it just gets rid of anyone inside. Then, if you've got enough units, you can take it over and use it for yourself. You can then use the triangle button to switch between your buildings to train units, upgrade your units, or do whatever function the building does. Once you've trained units, you can then use your selected commander to call them to you, no matter where you are on the map, which is really handy. These units then follow you at all times unless you tell them otherwise. If you see an enemy or something you want to interact with, you just point the right analog stick towards whatever it is, and they'll know what to do. So if it's an enemy, they'll attack, if there's a building, they'll take it over, and so on. It's easy to get used to, and really kind of like Pikmin. You do get a good selection of units here. There's a machine gun sheep that are your standard infantry, rocket sheep that are powerful but slow to move, there's mortar sheep that are great against buildings but not so good against other land units, and so on. New ones are introduced throughout the game, which is cool. You also get objectives, which aren't always just a case of killing everything else, which is nice, but most levels they are. It's not an easy game though, and it doesn't take long for the enemies to attack your bases, and you'll need to leave troops around the map strategically, and you'll want to defend just as much as you attack here. The graphics are fine, but nothing too impressive. It's all smooth though, and I never had any slowdown even with dozens of units on screen at once. I really didn't know what to expect with this game. I literally got it for its name and silly box art, but it did actually surprise me, and I would recommend it to strategy fans. It's a budget game, so don't go expecting the world, but for what it is, I had a fair bit of furry fun. We are going to start with some first-person action with Gene Troopers. Here you play as a bloke who's been abducted by some evil aliens who take humans, brainwash them, and then give them cool powers so they can be used as soldiers, which is actually a pretty cool premise. As you're going through the process, you're actually broken out by a friendly alien and, wouldn't you know it, a sexy big-boobed woman, thank God. Handily, you didn't quite have your brain washed, but you did get to keep the cool powers. So now you have to escape your captors and take the bastards down to stop them from carrying on this nastiness. The first thing that struck me was just how much this reminded me of Perfect Dark on the N64 mixed with a little bit of Time Splitters. But don't get too excited, this is nowhere near as good as either of those games. But it is still solid. Gameplay is what you'd expect. You get a variety of alien weapons, most of which have secondary fire modes in each level, and you're given a few objectives and markers that help you navigate to your objectives. Weapons range from laser pistols and rifles to rocket launchers and sniper guns, and I was really surprised at how well they all handled and how smooth and responsive all the controls were here. What is strange is that not all the weapons have a crosshair though, which can make aiming them tricky at times. There's loads of enemies all over the place, and they're often much tougher than you'd expect as well, and can take a few shots to put down. Also, they can kill you pretty quickly when they want to. In fact, some of the enemies are a real pain in the ass and will kill you instantly, like the suicide blokes that kill you up with just one hit. I hate them with a passion. What I learnt the hard way is that there are no checkpoints at all in the levels here, which at first I hated, but then I realised that this is actually a game where you can just save whenever you want, which I do actually prefer when I remember to do it. You will likely die a lot at the start while you get used to it all, but being able to save every few minutes is appreciated, even if it does mean going into the menus all the time. The levels have a nice variety, and you'll explore alien spaceships as well as planets, and I'm surprised at how good it all looks. Granted, that might be because I bought myself a sexy Steam Deck, which does wonders for PS2 games, and I highly recommend it. But still, the design on the levels and characters all looks good. Again, very N64 rare. You even get vehicle sections, which are a little bit of a letdown, but hey, they are a nice change of pace. I was really surprised at this game. I don't think I've ever actually seen it anywhere before, and I wasn't going to actually include it. I'm now about halfway through the game and having a blast. Just remember to save. Superhero time now with Ghost Rider, and this is a very loose tie-in with the awesome movie starring Nicolas Cage. But thankfully the game doesn't actually follow the plot of the film, I don't think, and instead is its own thing, just sort of based on the character. It's a third-person action adventure with a heavy emphasis on combat. In fact, that's basically all you do in the game. There is a story here where Mephisto is being a dick and wants to kill Ghost Rider, so has a bunch of henchmen sent out to go and get him. But since Ghost Rider is basically an immortal god thing, it doesn't go so well. Gameplay here is fairly standard for this type of game, but it is done well. You go through a series of levels that are filled with enemies, magic barriers will appear, and you have to kill everything to get them to open. You've got a few weapons. You have your chain whip, which lets you do a bunch of cool combos, then you have your usual fists, and you've got a shotgun. Using different combinations of these keeps your combo meter building up. If you spam the same move over and over, then the combo meter depletes, so the game does a good job of forcing you, or at least encouraging you, to do a variety of attacks. The better your combo, the bigger reward you get at the end of the fight, and that is of course little yellow orbs that you can use to upgrade your stats and unlock new combos to get even higher ones. I'll tell you what is annoying though, is that these little orbs can sometimes take forever just to be collected. You can't just walk over them, you've got to wait for them to fly over to you, and sometimes it literally takes 20 or 30 seconds for them to actually just go into your stupid flaming skull. It annoyed me. Interestingly though, you'll meet some enemies that have a combo level on them, and they can only be defeated if you have a combo level that matches what it says. You can still attack them to build up the combo, but they won't take any damage until it's at the right level. And speaking of enemies, I do have to say there is a disappointingly small variety of them. Now I've actually never read a Ghost Rider comic, so I don't know if these are monsters that show up in those, but for the most part you're fighting the same 5 or so types of enemy over and over. There are bosses, who I'm guessing are more from the comics as they have names, but I didn't recognise any of them, but that's not really that surprising. Actually fighting everyone though is really good fun. The camera is fixed most of the time, which can be a pain in the ass, and you can press the R3 button to make it go behind you, but you've got no free control over it, which is a real shame. And also, every few levels, you get to ride your motorbike. These are fun, if a little bit basic. You're always just going forward down a narrow corridor, but you've got a few attacks and will need to kill enemies and do cool jumps. I actually really enjoyed these parts of the game. It's a short game with only about 3 or so hours of gameplay here, and you do have to do a fair bit of backtracking once you get new moves to get to new areas. But if you ask me, for a game like this, that is a perfect length. The graphics are actually very good, with some great animation, and I do like it when you do the pennant stare thing that Ghost Rider does. It looks really cool. Definitely worth a look, as it's pretty cheap these days, and it's fun while it lasts. Fighting game time now with the Japan-only Garou-Den Break Blow Fist or Twist. What a name. This is a 3D one-on-one fighting game that is based on a manga, which you can pretty much tell from the start. Now, it's all in Japanese, so I can't really tell you what the story is, but it's not really important for this game. There is a story mode where you take your chosen character through the usual fights, but you do also have a few other modes as well, like arcade mode, survival and practice. If you've got a friend, you can even play with them as well, and they might just want to, because this game is really damn fun. Right from the start, you get an impressive 22 characters to choose from, and while I haven't tried them all, the half dozen or so that I have played as all played very differently from each other with their own fighting styles based on various real-life martial arts. There's boxers and karate men, judo chaps, and I'm sure a load more that I don't know, but the variety was really great, and it was so fun trying them all out. I definitely did better with some characters than others, and this Chuck Lewis boxer guy is my favourite that I tried, with his quick punches and dodges making for some really cool combos. The fighting here is easy to pick up and play, but definitely a game that you'd need to put time in if you want to master it. You've got 4 attack buttons as well as a block and dodge, and you also have a bunch of special moves and combos. These can be tricky to pull off, but they do work. It doesn't help that it's all in Japanese, so the move list were very hard for me to figure out. But even without these, I was able to get quite far and beat the arcade mode a few times. I didn't unlock any new characters from my few hours of playing, but there must be a few in there. Don't quote me on that though. As you fight, you can move anywhere you like, but it doesn't take place on a 2D plane, and it works really well. The movement is smooth and fluid, but you can still crouch. It just makes sense when you play. You'll get used to it. As you can see, the graphics here are absolutely incredible, probably some of the best I've seen on the system. The characters all look amazing, with some great lighting and shadows, and some of the polygons do look a bit weird, but I kind of like it. The characters are wacky, though there's a few too many in what are wearing the karate outfit things. What are they called? Geese? But I guess that's what the manga's all about, so what do you expect? But yeah, this is a really cool fighting game that I've never seen or heard of, but I'm digging it, and I want to go and check out the rest of the characters, and you should too. Giants Citizen Kabuto is a cool game that I remember seeing everywhere when it was released, but never actually played it until this video, thanks to a recommendation from that bloke Trev again, so thanks for this one, Trevor. Now, I'll say that this game is nothing like what I was expecting, though I don't really know what I was expecting, but it's really fun. Throughout the game, you play as a few different characters, each of which is a different species, and each one has their own attacks and ways of getting around. You start as some space explorer alien thing that crash lands on a planet. You meet some friendly locals, and with their help, you go and find the rest of your mates that also crash landed. It all plays out in third person, and as you play, you access a load of new weapons. It's the usual selection like laser guns, rifles, rocket launchers, which is exactly what I said about Gene Troopers, but let's face it, with games like this, you get all the same weapons. You also have secondary weapons like items like grenades, with health items as well that you'll find in the levels, and you can use any of these whenever you want by pressing R2, which is cool. You also get a jetpack, which comes in very handy. The planet that you crashed on is made up of lots of small islands, and although you can kinda swim, there's things in the water that will eat you without hesitation, so you want to avoid the water and fly wherever you can. The jetpack starts off quite useless, but gets better as you're playing, letting you fly farther and faster. What's cool is that as you rescue your mates, they will follow you around and help you on your missions, fighting enemies and generally keeping you company. You can even give them simple commands. You do get a variety of missions, from having to just kill enemies to destroying bases, rescuing civilians, and so on. The variety is good, and what I like is that the game really makes it clear what you need to do. You even have map points to point out objectives, but this is never easy though, and the game is actually quite tough. There are enemies all over the place, and these are often really cool. The further you get into the game, the bigger the monsters become. There's regular enemy soldiers, but you also have to fight huge monsters, or giants I guess, as the name alludes to. You also get to play as a magic race woman thing, and even one of the aforementioned giants. I've played for about 3 hours and haven't actually unlocked these characters yet, so it's not a very short game. There's also strategy parts to the game where you have to build bases and gather resources, but again I'm afraid I haven't actually got to those parts yet. I wish I had more time. But even what I have played was really good fun. It's a hard game to put down, there's a crazy sense of humour in here which you never would guess from looking at the box art. The characters are wacky and most of the cutscenes are played for laughs, and it's full of comedy and it's actually quite good. As you can see, the graphics are very good with some decent cool designs on enemies, and I really like the look of all the levels. The controls can be a bit wonky, especially the jetpack, but overall I had very little to complain about with this game, and it's going on my list of games to go back and finish.
Playing Gradius on the PS2. And I'm shooting things, would you like to shoot things too? Hello, I'm Belt Buckle Bill, and here are my thoughts on a video game. Gradius V, or 5, is a side-scrolling shooter released on the PlayStation 2 in 2004, brought to you by Treasure and Konami. I've not played Gradius 1, 2, 3 or 4, so I can't really comment on whether this is a shameless cash grab or a natural sequel. The plot, as I understand it, whoosh, bang, 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 zap, zap, boom, 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 zoom. The game actually tells you very little about the plot, but the internet says you are Vic Viper, a fighter pilot, or maybe the ship, in the future, on planet Gradius, which is invaded by the Bacterians again, who want to death everything. As you travel through the game, a giant Bacterian ship arrives from the future of the future, along with Vic Viper, you, from the future of the future, and you have to do battle together. Then later, apparently other time travel nonsense happens. I haven't got that far yet. There are 2 modes, normal and score ranked. Normal has you blasting your way through 5 levels, whilst score ranked is endless waves of enemies as you try to accumulate the highest possible score. Enemies are nicely varied and consist of a mixture of robots and organisms. Some will try and fly into your face, others will shoot projectiles like the cowards they are. Smaller enemies take 1 hit, larger significantly more. The designs are clean and colourful. Backgrounds are simple spacescapes or giant spaceships, and while nothing to write home about, you don't need them to be too busy, as there is a lot going on already. Your ears will be treated to a cacophony of sounds from bangs, zaps, booms and zooms galore. The musical score is simple enough and non-offensive. Replayability comes in the form of having 4 different ship types. They all look the same, but the upgrades differ. They range from speed-ups, double shot, lasers, missiles. The different types fire the missiles in different directions. Rear shooting, force fields, and having multiple buddies that sit above and below you, adding extra firepower. When you run out of lives and continue, you can change type and you can choose to upgrade whenever you want to a degree. Each time you pick an upgrade token after killing special enemies or a group of enemies, your upgrade option changes, starting with speed up with 1 token, then the second option, depending on what you choose, with the second token, and so on. Some upgrades can be only chosen once, others have multiple upgrades. When you lose a life, you lose them all, which is very frustrating. There are a few options to vary the game. You can select different difficulties and a number of lives, and renew, which changes whether you start from the same place you died or the previous checkpoint. While the previous checkpoint may seem odd, it does allow you to pick up an upgrade token or 2, which really helps for the bosses. The bosses have a pattern, learn it, get your dodge on, and you'll take them up soon enough. Got a friend? As you know, my son is my only friend. There isn't Martin. And son of Bill and I had a blast screaming at each other each time we died, and high-fiving each other like fighter pilots when we destroyed the baddies. I would play this again. I would tell my younger self to play it, and I would recommend it to a friend, even if they didn't like this genre, as this is a relatively short game, so it's worth a quick go. This game really surprised me. I'm not a fan of side-scrolling shooters. I find them too busy and too easy or too hard, with very little in between. But maybe that's because I give up too easily for the too hard games. I was warned by Martin that this game was tough, and he wasn't wrong. I changed the settings to very easy and maximum lives, and it still killed me more times than I would like to admit. But each time I played it, I got better. The game is fair, to a degree, in that every time I died, it was my fault. The game did nothing unfair to me. You've really got to get your head into these shooters. Once I was there, I found it hard to put it down. Definitely one to add to your list, and definitely one I will keep playing until I complete. As always, thank you for watching and or listening. Like, subscribe, comment, and tell your friend. Game over, man! Game over!
Oh yeah, now we're talking. It's time for what is genuinely one of my favourite PS2 games of all time that definitely doesn't get enough love. It's Guitar Man. Guitar Man is a very simple rhythm game that is wacky, has an awesome soundtrack and some fun, challenging gameplay, which is basically all I need in a game. You play as a kid with a stupid name, which is U1. One day, you and your dog are chilling out when a monster alien thing shows up causing havoc in your bedroom, and all of a sudden you're given a magic guitar called a Guitaroo, which transforms you into the music-making superhero Guitar Man. So you use your guitar to battle enemies in one-on-one music fights. The game's story is deliberately daft and played for laughs. The levels are tenuously connected. Each stage sees you fighting a monster or enemy through music. Well, except the one where you're playing for the girl you fancy, which is one of my favourite levels in a video game ever. But how does it all work? Well, it's easy really. There's a dot in the middle of the screen and you see a button prompt appear. Depending on the part of the level, you have to do different things. If you're in charge or attack phases, you have to press the circle button at the right time. But as well as this, you have to point the analog stick in the direction that the bar is going, sometimes needing to move in circles or waves. In charge mode, the more accurate you are, the more health you get. In attack mode, the better you are, and the more damage you do to your opponent. Then there's defense mode. This is where the enemy is attacking you. Here it's just button presses, and you'll see buttons appear on the screen and you have to hit them in time to the music when they get to the circle. If you miss them, you lose health. Lose all your health and you have to restart the level. It starts off easy, but it gets really tricky by the end, but it is perfectly beatable with a little bit of practice. Each level is its own song and every one is a different genre, so you'll play through some rock, jazz, blues, electronica, even classical. It's really awesome and one of the best soundtracks in a game that I've played. As you learn the songs, they do get easier, as of course all your button presses are in time to the music. Sometimes though, the timing does feel a bit off, and there were times where you'd swear you'd done everything right but you still missed it. Thankfully, the game gives you a few opportunities to get your health back, and the tracks will loop if neither character has lost all their health. The graphics here are really cool too. As you play each level, a crazy movie plays in the background that goes along with all the action. This can make it hard to concentrate at times because you really want to watch what's going on, but that's the whole point. There's really not a lot to moan about with this game, as it really does what it sets out to do incredibly well. My main issue is that it's way too short. There's only about 10 songs, though you can go back and play on harder difficulties. Also, something that's bloody annoying is that you can't pause the game. Well, you can pause the game, but if you do, you have to restart the song from the very beginning. So basically, don't pause the game. Also, to load your game, you've got to go through the options, rather than just having the option to load your game from the start menu. Minor gripes, but kind of annoying. Other than that though, I really do love this game, and I highly recommend everyone plays through it. It only takes a couple of hours to get through, but it's a blast from start to finish, and every single song here is an absolute banger. If you like strategy games, then you might just like Goblin Commander Unleash the Horde. You are the Goblin Commander, and you're doing your usual goblin things of mining for gold and causing fights when some annoying critters appear and get in the way, so you give them a good kicking. Then it turns out that the other goblin factions are being dickheads, so you decide you've had enough and you set out to teach them a lesson and show them why you're the best. It's a strategy game, so you'll need to build bases, create units, upgrade the units, mine for resources, and of course battle other monsters. And this was made for consoles, so doing everything is nice and easy. You control the cursor on screen, and you'll use this to select your units. All units can move, attack, and smash stuff. Smashing stuff is how you get your resources here. You do get mini objectives within the levels, which are usually things like killing everyone, smashing everything, surviving for a certain amount of time, and so on. Thankfully, you get a decent selection of units, with plenty to unlock as you play. There's actually a few factions in the game, and as you play through the story, the ones you defeat start to join you. You've got Stone Crushers, who are the ones you start with. These are your standard bruiser goblins, and are pretty strong with melee attacks. As you play, you'll get more, like the ones that throw stones, ones with bigger swords, and so on. Then there's the Hellfire faction, who are the Fire Clan. You can probably guess their specialty. And you also get a third faction who use magic. Each clan is controlled separately, and their units have their own properties and are better for certain situations. Each clan is also assigned to their own button on the controller, so it's easy to tell who to go where and to do what. Just point the cursor and press the button for that clan. Your units know exactly what to do all the time, so you don't have to worry about faffing around in menus. You can't mix and match your factions though, so it's also worth keeping in mind that all units from one clan always stay together at the same time. It would have been cool to mix them up, but I see why they've done it. You also get massive ogre units, which are huge hulking things that deal massive damage. They're especially good for smashing down buildings. One really cool feature of this game is that you can actually control individual units. You just point on them and press the triangle button, and then you take control of that specific unit. When you're walking around, the rest of your army will still follow them, and you can use the analog stick to move them around, and you have a few different attacks you can use. And with some of the big units, this is really fun to do, when you can even eat with smaller enemies to regain your health. The graphics here are decent, it's all 3D polygons, and it all looks nice enough. It runs smoothly, and there's often quite a lot going on. The maps are all varied, and you'll reveal everything as you go, as you do in most strategy games with that crazy fog of war, but yeah, it works well. Overall, this game is just a really fun one, and you can really tell that it was deliberately made for consoles, which is excellent. It's got a good sense of humour, a great selection of missions, and it's a fair challenge. Worth a go if you like this sort of thing. And if you do like strategy games, then you'll probably want to check out Grim Grimoire. You play as a witch entering witch school, and as you're getting your lessons, you find out that at night time evil monsters walk the halls. Now, the teachers could get rid of them, but turns out they're a good way of keeping the kids in check at night time. But also, as part of your lessons, you'll need to battle them to learn skills. Now, really, the story is a little bit daft, and the game is very story heavy as well, with loads of lengthy text-based cutscenes, which do outstay their welcome a little bit if you ask me. But the gameplay is really good fun. I guess technically this is a tower defense game, as you are defending a tower. At the start of each level, you've got a few units that are basically your peons. There are also crystals in the levels. You'll need to get your peons to take control of the crystals. This lets you generate mana, which is used to do basically everything. The more crystals you have, the faster you build mana, the more units you can build, etc. You've also got portals, and you'll use these to summon various units. Now as you progress, you get a ton of different units and a load of portals to use. Portals work the same as other various barracks in other strategy games, so depending on the portal you place down, you get access to different units. You've got fairies, ghosts, phantom knights, flame things, massive dragons, and so on. You can also create turrets, which are essentially just gun placements. All of these can be upgraded, and there's plenty to unlock as you go as well. Every level works similarly, in that you start somewhere on the tower, sometimes at the top, sometimes at the bottom, sometimes somewhere in between. And you've got to capture the crystals, get the mana, and summon troops, because the evil monsters will be constantly spawning in and trying to kill your units. Lose them all, and it's game over. Sometimes you just have to survive for a certain length of times, other times you have to destroy all the enemy bases, and so on. The variety isn't particularly wild, but it's enough. Controlling everything can be a little confusing, but it doesn't take too long to get used to. You've got a pointer that you can press on units or portals to select them, and it's easy enough to build units and upgrade everything. You can use the shoulder buttons to cycle through units on screen, and the game does a good job of making it easy not to accidentally choose the wrong people. Attacking is all automatic, you just need to put your units somewhere near an enemy and they'll go to town on it. You can even set patrol routes, and this is important in keeping your crystals safe. As you can see, the graphics are all 2D sprites, but as this is a Vanillaware game, it all looks bloody brilliant. The artwork is incredible, and it's their classic out of proportion people that people either love or hate, and I love it. The animation's great, and it's just a joy to look at. It's not all perfect though, it is incredibly slow to get going, and you are forced to play through way too many slow tutorials that take more than an hour to get through. And while it's nice to have everything explained so thoroughly, they literally repeat the same things multiple times when it comes to controlling units. Units are basically the same to control, but the game makes you have a tutorial for each one. Why? But once you're past all that, the game itself is just loads of fun to play. Levels are long and can easily take 20 to 30 minutes to play through, but actually the time goes quickly. I don't think this game will be for everyone, but I really do like it, and I would definitely recommend. Back to some more direct action now. Here is Gungrave. Based on the anime of the same name that shockingly I've never seen, you play as the bloke who I assume is called Gungrave, and you rescue a girl and a scientist and help them to take down a military organisation that have taken over a city. It's a third-person action game, as the game kindly suggests. There's lots of guns here and a grave. I don't know the backstory here, but I'm actually pretty intrigued as to why you have this. This is a simple game. You walk along some quite linear levels and enemies will appear. You hammer the shoot button and fire your guns and kill everyone you see. Eventually you'll get to a boss, kill him and move on. The gunplay here is very simple, but in a good way. You don't have to really manually aim even. You just point yourself in the general direction of enemies and press shoot, and old Gravy will do the rest. You can move and shoot, but you'll walk slower, a lot slower in fact, while firing. You do have a dive button as well, which is great for dodging enemy attacks and also doing some cool dive shooting stuff. If enemies get too close to you, just press the R1 button and you'll swing your massive grave to do massive damage, killing most regular enemies in just one hit. The battles here are pretty frantic, with loads of enemies often being on screen at once. Thankfully you can take a fair bit of punishment. You've got a shield that recharges if you stop taking damage for a while, but your actual health bar can never be refilled. Well, unless it's between levels, but do be careful. And do try to take cover whenever you can. At first I actually felt like I was quite invincible, but after a few levels you realise you can quite easily be killed. Between levels you can talk to the doctor and woman that you rescued for some story bits. It won't surprise you that I didn't really bother with this. I'm all about the action. And that's what this game is all about. It's non-stop action and really good fun. The levels are very linear with literally one path to follow, but the arcade style, over-the-top action and relatively short levels actually make it quite hard to put down. The boss fights in particular are great, with massive enemies that have patterns and weaknesses to learn. The graphics here look incredible, with some awesome cel-shaded styles that really stand up and look crisp and clean, which is probably helped by my sexy new Steam Deck PS2 variant. There are a few frame rate dips here and there when you use your massive rocket launcher, which is your screen clearing attack, but it was nothing that noticeable. If you like mindless action that plays in short bursts, then this game would be perfect. And finally for today, here is Ghost Hunter, another game which is genuinely in my top 10 PS2 games of all time. Here you play as the annoyingly named Lazarus. It's only annoying because it's just so unoriginal for a ghost hunting game. The actual character is pretty cool. You are a cop and you're investigating an old mansion that people have reported strange stuff happening in. You're there with your sexy lady partner cop, and as you're exploring you stumble across what is essentially the containment unit from the Ghostbusters films. Being an idiot cop, you accidentally free some very evil spirits and then have to spend the rest of the game getting them back before they take over the world. Oh, and of course your sexy lady cop partner thing gets kidnapped in the process. So yeah, the game is basically a rip-off of Ghostbusters, but it's a damn good one, so that's alright. You're thrown into some pretty massive levels that can take hours to complete. Each one is packed with ghosts that you have to capture, and this is loads of fun. As you're exploring, you actually happen to come across a gun that can also shoot ghosts. You'll use this to weaken them, and then you have what the game calls a ghost grenade, which is basically a magnetic trap thing that you throw at ghosts. It will stick to them, and you've got a timer. You have this long to deplete their life bar. Is it a life bar if they're already dead? I don't know. And then they're captured for good, and the grenade thing just comes back to you automatically. Some ghosts are easy, and you just need to shoot them and capture them, whereas others will require you to complete simple puzzles, collect items, or meet certain criteria before you can catch them. For example, there's a ghost that can only be captured while it's asleep, and it will run away if it sees you, so you've got to be all stealthy until it dozes off. This is really cool, and each level has its own massive ghost bosses as well, which always look really great, and are actually pretty tough. The game has a really good spooky atmosphere. You do also have other weapons though, like you do have your regular pistol and shotgun. These can actually hurt some of the ghosts, which is a little bit odd, but most of the time shooting enemies with bullet weapons just makes them drop these weird orbs which act as ammo for your ghost gun, which is handy as it means you're never really running out of ammo for anything. You'll need to do loads of exploring, and the levels, which as I said are massive, are split into loads of areas where you'll meet all sorts of crazy characters, some good, some not so good, and some of them are even human. These characters really gave me vibes of the mental people from the Dead Rising games. You even have a sexy lady spirit that lives inside you, and at certain points of the game you'll need her to leave your body to do some astral planing shit to interact with world that you can't normally get to. This is because she can fly, and you'll need to pull switches and stuff like that, and catching ghosts upgrades her powers and unlocks new abilities for her. Graphically, this game is incredible, and it's some of the best I've seen on the system. The characters and ghost designs are great, and the models are all excellent and highly detailed. You really could see this as an early 360 game if you squint a little. You're given your missions in your notebook, and these come in handy to remind you what you need to do, but other than that, there is actually very little in the way of direction here, which can mean that you run around the massive levels quite aimlessly for longer than you'd like. But when this game is good, it's really bloody good. And really, that's all I need to say about this one. It's just a bloody good game that I definitely say is a must-own for anyone with a PS2 or other ways of playing a PS2, like a Steam Deck variant. But anyway, check it out. We are starting with Haven, Call of the King. This is a 3D platform adventure game where you play as Haven, who is one of many people enslaved by an alien race that are forced to work in the mines and do all sorts of crappy jobs to help the aliens build their empire. The alien leader, Vetch, gets a message to say that one of the slaves is basically the chosen one and will stop him. So he tries to find out who it is and kill them before you have the chance to kill him. And yep, it's you. It's Haven, who happens to be an inventor as well. And he's made a cool mechanical bird thing, and his missus has been kidnapped, because they've got to get that in there somewhere. Gameplay wise, Haven really tries to do a lot, and it has a bit of mixed results. The majority of the game is a 3D platformer where you'll explore mines, caves, towns, forests, enemy bases and all sorts. The variety in locations is pretty damn good here. As with most 3D platform games of the time, there's a lot of stuff for you to collect that is usually your main objective in any given place. You'll need to explore to find keys or items to fix or create things to help you into the next area. The levels are all large and tend to look pretty damn nice as well. The game has an excellent draw distance, which I always appreciate. Levels are fairly linear, but being large they can be hard to get around and easy to be lost in. Thankfully, Haven has a decent enough control, so you can run, double jump, climb, grab ledges and attack. In fact, there's loads of moves to learn here. You'll find pots all over the place as well, and these do a few things. Some explode, some have items in them, and some will launch you into the air for high jumps. You've got a yo-yo thing that you can use to attack enemies, though not everyone can be killed. What is annoying though is that it launches you forward every time you attack while you're moving, and if you touch an enemy you'll take damage, so you can get hurt quite a lot when you shouldn't really be able to. You can get a few upgrades for it and even a projectile weapon as you play. As well as the platforming though, you'll have on-rail shooter levels, flying levels, vehicles, and there's even a section where you get a jetpack and have to save a burning village. There really is quite a lot here. There's also plenty of cutscenes to tell you the story that are quite well done, and I have to say I really like the graphics and animation here. The controls are not perfect, but they're perfectly manageable, and actually kinda good, though there were times where I'd die and it definitely wasn't my fault. Surprisingly, the camera is actually decent as well, and didn't cause me many issues at all. I did read that this was meant to be the start of a trilogy of games, but they were never made. But that doesn't stop this one being a surprisingly epic adventure, and if you're a fan of games like Jak and Daxter, then this is well worth checking out. If you prefer your 3D platformers to have more puzzles to them, then you might want to take a look at Hurdy-Gurdy. This is a fun little puzzle game where you're an aspiring shepherd whose dad was meant to take part in a competition but was put under a spell and now won't wake up. So you take it upon yourself to explore the land to quickly learn the shepherding ways and win the competition to break the spell. It's a daft story, but it fits the game pretty well. You are Gurdy, and the main aim of the game is to visit the 40 or so locations, which each have a selection of animals in them that need to be herded into their respective pens. Each of the different creatures has their own ways of being herded. Some you can just sort of run around and chase them and point them in the right direction, whereas others will need more coaxing with the use of various items. It starts off simple enough, but you'll have multiple animal types in the levels that each require their own strategy, and keeping an eye on them all can be very tough. Also, to get the items that you need for some of the creatures isn't easy. You'll meet loads of other characters as you play, and a lot of them will have various tasks for you to complete. Usually once you do this, they'll give you an item that will help you out. You can get boots that make you faster and jump higher, a flute that attracts certain animals, a stick that attracts other animals, and so on. Completing some of their tasks can be tough, and the game is not as easy as you'd think. When you're rounding up the creatures, you also have to be on the lookout for the pink bears. They'll chase you and eat your little critters. You want to avoid them as much as possible, as if you lose too many creatures, you'll have to restart the level. Thankfully there are bear traps littered around, and if you can lure them over one, they will be trapped. Or if there's another bear, you can even make them fight, giving you valuable time to get out of there or sneak past with a flock of chicken things. You get a pretty handy map, which you'll use a lot, and it's colour coded to tell you if an area has tasks to complete, making it clear if you're going to be going to a place with nothing for you to do so you don't waste time, which is kinda good as the loading times are pretty damn long here. As you can see, the game really looks great. It's got a cool cartoon art style to it, and it just looks like a cartoon. The animation is excellent, and it really does make you want to carry on playing to meet the other crazy characters and see the new creatures. The only downside really to the game is that it can get a bit repetitive, and I did find that there were times where I was a little hesitant to continue after failing an area, as they can be a pain in the ass to collect all the animals, but that's kind of the point. There are also times when it's really not clear what the game wants you to do or how to do it, and I did actually have to check a guide a couple of times quite early on. But the gameplay is actually pretty solid, and it is nice to have a different style of game. If you are secretly a sheepdog, you'll definitely love this. Time to punch people now with Hard Knock High from my favourites over at D3. Hard Knock High is a deliberately stupid action fighting minigame thing where your character, that you name yourself, is a new person in town and for some reason is obsessed with beating up people from the other schools to prove that your school is the best. Is this a thing in Japan? But unfortunately, the other schools have some pretty tough people in them, so you've got to do a lot of training to build up your stats if you want the chance of beating them to a pulp. So you go to the map screen where you'll see a selection of locations. Each location is either a training area or a school. You want to go to the training areas first, where you have to complete various mini-games that involve timing button presses, mashing buttons as fast as you can, spinning the analog sticks, or a combination of all those things. Doing this builds up the strength in your arms, legs, or grapple, which makes those attacks stronger. And more importantly, is your glare ability, which I'll get to in a minute. Sometimes on the map you'll go to a place that you'd normally train, and then you'll see one of the pictures of a rival school person there. This means if you go to that location, you have to have a fight. The fights are pretty simple though. You've got a kick, punch and grapple button as well as a block. As you'd expect, doing combinations of these does different combos, and while it might be tempting to avoid the fights at the start so you can build up your stats, fighting these people actually helps you, as sometimes after a fight you'll learn one of the moves that they've been using. Each of the different schools have different fighting styles, so you actually want to kick the crap out of as many people as you can so you can learn a variety of different attacks before you fight the bosses. But you have to be careful though, as if you do get your ass kicked too much, you can actually hurt your head and forget some of the moves that you've learned. When you're ready, you can head to any of the available schools where you've got to make your way through the courtyard to get to the boss. This is where your glare comes in. Enemies will constantly walk towards you as you slowly trudge towards the boss, all powered up like a Dragon Ball Z character, but you can point the analog stick towards them to glare at them and scare them away. If any of them get past your glare and touch you, you've got to fight them, meaning that you might have less health when you get to the boss, if you even get to the boss. The better your glare ability, the faster and wider it shoots, so it's kind of tongue-in-cheek, but I really do love it. It's got a good sense of humour. Beat the school boss and you run that school, and as you play, more locations will open up for you to take over. Graphically, the game's pretty good. It's a budget game with the classic D3 style, but it looks fine and animates well enough. The fighting is a little stiff, but as you level up, it gets easier, and it's definitely a game that you have to do a fair bit of grinding in. But I found it to be so addictive, and I really wanted to keep leveling up to fight the schools that kick my ass, and I had a hell of a lot of fun doing it. More action now with Hidden Invasion, and it's another budget title. You play as a cop from a special forces unit who's called in to help deal with some terrorists that have planted bombs around your city. And what starts out as a simple case of defusing bombs and punching people in the face soon turns into a massive conspiracy plot where it turns out that aliens have invaded and are taking over Earth from the inside, transforming humans. Yep, it's basically a game of secret invasion. The gameplay here is pretty basic, but not always easy. You choose from two characters who pretty much play the same, and you're put into a fairly large level and given an objective to complete, which is usually destroying something, defusing a bomb, or maybe just punching everyone you see in the face. An arrow does appear on the screen and usually guides you roughly where you need to go, so you can follow it as best as you can while beating up any thugs you meet along the way. Though be careful, as the arrow does get confused quite a lot, and often I didn't know where the hell it wanted me to go. The thugs in the levels can be a pain in the arse as well. You've got a few attacks, a punch and a kick, and the usual combos that go along with them. But it's one of those games where you've got to finish your animations and can't move or change direction until you've done whatever fancy flip you're in the middle of. This can make actually hitting people harder than it needs to be a lot of the time. But when it works, it works. Enemies often have weapons like knives or batons, and even a selection of guns. Thankfully, you do have a shield, and if you're attacked with a projectile, your shield will automatically deplete before you lose any health. But if you're punched in the face, your shield can't handle that. Thankfully, your shield does recharge automatically when you're not being shot. You do also have your own pistol, which is powerful, and enemies will drop ammo for it, as well as actually dropping the weapons that they're carrying if you kill them. And you'll want to use these as much as possible, as the shotguns and assault rifles are really good fun to use. If you want to save ammo, you can just hit people in the face with the gun. Though you do look a bit stupid shooting people here with the assault rifle, as you hold it like you would a pistol. It's pretty dumb. Levels very quickly become maze-like, and you need to explore to find keys to open doors to reach the exit or your objective. What doesn't help is that all the levels have a time limit, though you do tend to get more time than you need. But even more annoyingly, you have no control over the camera whatsoever. This is a real pain in the ass. When enemies are attacking you, you can tell where they're attacking you from thanks to the markers from your shield that appear, but just being able to move the camera would have been a lot less of a hassle, and considering the right stick doesn't seem to do anything, I don't really know why it doesn't. Also, there's times where the camera follows you, but other times it will change to a fixed angle. This changes the direction of the controls and can make it hard to walk up some stairs. Sounds dumb. The game looks pretty basic, but it's what you expect from a budget game. Basic character models and levels, but it's not offensive. Though the actual gameplay definitely does grow on you, and the cheesy story is daft but a bit of fun, though it does take itself quite seriously. If you can handle some jank though, you should give this a go. It's harder than you'd expect, but it's amusing enough for the few hours that it'll take to get through it. Time for a shooter now with Homura. This is a game I'd never heard of and really can't find much about, but that's alright. It's a vertically scrolling shooter, so you pretty much already know all you need to know, but I'll do some waffling anyway. There really isn't much in the way of story here. Now, maybe there would be if there was a manual I could read, but that doesn't really matter, and the game actually doesn't tell you anything. You're a flying ninja bloke which can fire loads of shots straight ahead of you, and you also have a sword. There's loads of enemies as well, all of which fire a ton of shots, so this is probably classed as a bullet hell, though I've definitely seen more bullets. As you know, the screen constantly scrolls upwards and enemies will be appearing for you to shoot down. Each one you kill drops a coin that builds up your attack and your special meter. Once this gets to the top, you can do some cool looking magic attacks. The enemies here are pretty standard, though they look cool enough. You get horrid Batman creatures, other flying samurai, monsters, birds, shapes that don't really look like anything, and of course some massive bosses. As mentioned, bullets will be flying around all over the place, and thankfully you have your sword, which you can slash every few seconds. Doing this will clear any bullets near you and save your ass, but you do have to wait about 5 seconds between swings, so use it sparingly. Thankfully, the game is generous with its hitboxes, and you're actually able to do a pretty decent job of avoiding bullets most of the time anyway, as long as it doesn't touch you right in the face. You also move faster when not shooting, so there's times when you want to resist the urge to just hold down the fire button so you can speed to the other side of the screen. The bosses in particular are great to fight with cool patterns, and they are of course massive monsters. As you play through the levels, you're given a choice of routes, each of which is either easy or hard, but I do have to say, for me, even the easy ones were pretty damn tricky. While it's all basic polygons, I do quite like how the game looks, and more importantly, it all runs very smoothly. Now, I'm no shooter expert, but if you like them, I'm pretty sure you'll like this as well. Hot Wheels toy cars have a surprising amount of good games, and here is Hot Wheels Velocity X Maximum Justice. As it's a Hot Wheels game, it's mainly about racing, but also about combat. Therefore, it's a car racing combat game. There is a stupid story here featuring some very early 2000s characters. You play as Max Justice, who is out doing some street racing when your robot mate, who's basically Alpha from Power Rangers, calls to say there's an alarm going off in your city. You go back to investigate and find out that there's a load of stuff going on that's way too overdramatic for a Hot Wheels game, and you have to stop it. In a nutshell, there are bad cars and you've got to stop them. Luckily, stopping them is a lot of fun. The game takes place over a variety of locations where you're given a few different objectives that are split into levels, pretty much all of which boil down to driving to a location within a time limit, then either collecting an item, destroying other vehicles, or doing both of these things, and then get out of there before the timer runs out. And that might sound a bit boring, but actually most of the time it's not, though it can be incredibly difficult. You get to choose from a load of different vehicles, each with their own stats, and you can unlock loads more as you play. Any vehicle you see in the game can be unlocked at some stage, which is a really nice touch, and they really do play noticeably differently to one another. In fact, you're almost forced to try out as many vehicles as you can, as some are much more suited to certain missions and levels than others, which is cool. It's like they actually put thought into this game. The worlds are all pretty massive here as well, and they're filled with jumps, loops and ramps that you can do tricks on. Tricks are just a case of spinning your car in any direction, and the more you do, the more points and boost rewards you get. You double tap the accelerator to use your boost, and you can use this to go up walls and get even more air. There's also point icons that you can collect in the levels to rack up high scores and unlock some of the other cars. And as well as this, there's loads of weapons, many of which need to be unlocked. There really are a lot here. These weapons can be used to destroy other vehicles, but be careful as they have the same ones. There's laser cannons, spiked wheels, oil barrels, EMPs and more. As well as the story mode, you also have a few other options as well. It's like a game that keeps on giving. There's races which you can do against a friend or a CPU, and there's even a free roam mode which gets rid of most enemies and the annoying timer and lets you just explore the levels doing tricks and generally just having a good time. And that's the thing with this game, just driving around the levels is actually a lot of fun. The controls are great, and the simple tricks and boost mechanics make doing some parkour, or should I say carpour, really satisfying to do, and you can even use the shoulder buttons to strafe, which is stupid, but it really works. Couple that with some cool graphics and it just makes it one that you want to keep coming down to. There are a couple of downsides of course. One is that a lot of the story missions can be very difficult, even early on, and you'll be replaying them over and over thanks to the fact that they have a timer which can be very strict. And there's also times where you might crash into the wrong thing by accident which causes you to instantly fail the mission. I hate that. The other thing that's a bit of a pain in the ass is that if you're trying to play this in multiplayer, you really need to play through the single player first to unlock as much of the stuff as you can, otherwise you barely have any tracks or vehicles to use. But, you know, that's kind of the fun. Overall though, this game is a hell of a lot of fun to play and definitely should not be overlooked. Sticking with toys, here is Hype the Time Quest, which is based on the Playmobil toy line for kids. This is a 3D action adventure where you play as a knight called Hype who was frozen in time only to be resurrected by a wizard who is trying to get a knight to help him save his kingdom from an evil king. So you make a deal. You'll help the wizard stop the evil king and he'll send you back to your time so you can defeat the Black Knight that froze you in the first place. That's actually a pretty cool plot for a Playmobil game. Hype has to explore a load of pretty large 3D worlds where you'll meet various people that will give you quests to complete, which will then earn you new items and weapons and even magic, to help you take down your enemies and defeat the evil king and knight. You're armed with a sword and crossbow from the start, and you'll need to use these to fight the surprisingly tough enemies that you come across. I thought this was going to be a kids game, but it's actually bloody hard. You'll fight the usual bats and wolves and other animals like that, and even these can be a pain in the ass to kill thanks to their erratic behaviour and the lack of a lock-on function in the game. But once you do get used to the combat, it's actually quite fun. My strategy is to just strafe and attack. Most enemies will swing and miss you, especially other knights, and you can get a few hits on them and sometimes even stun lock them. Enemies will drop money or sometimes health or magic potions. You can use the money you get to buy items in the town that you can use from your inventory whenever you want. And you'll need loads of health potions as when enemies do hit you, they do a ton of damage. As you're exploring, you'll find a town and there's loads of places to visit and people to speak with. Often they don't really tell you exactly what you need to do, but just give you hints, like one telling you that the water tastes funny in the town, so you go to the well which leads you to a dungeon to complete. You carry on like this until you get to beat up the king to a bloody pulp. But like I said, it's not an easy game. In fact, it really is bloody hard, and kids will definitely struggle with this one. Sadly, a lot of that is down to the controls, which I would say are manageable at best. It's all tank controls, which isn't the end of the world, but turning is sluggish, and the jumping here is pretty damn bad and floaty, so it doesn't help when you're in the sewers or a forest, and there's a lot of precise platforming sections which are really damn hard thanks to no fault of your own. Couple this with a save system which forces you to save at specific points, often quite far away from one another, and it's a real pain in the ass. Again though, you do learn a tactic, which is never to run and jump unless you have to. Instead, you want to get as close to a platform as possible, then jump and just hold forward on the stick so you move forward just a tiny bit. What also doesn't help is that the camera is always right behind you and you have no control over it at all. And it's a real shame, as I was genuinely really having fun exploring the world and getting hints. I actually like the fact that it doesn't tell you exactly what to do and where to go, but the hints are clear enough to make it kind of obvious. When it works, the platforming was fun, and the game does have a certain charm to it. Now the graphics aren't very good and the animation is choppy, but it looks like the toys still. This game definitely won't be for everyone, but if you're willing to stick with it, there's a fun adventure here with a surprising amount of personality.
We must speak more quietly. We might be...
Alright, let's get serious now with Haunting Ground from Capcom. This is a really cool survival horror game that does crop up a lot in these videos, and I wasn't going to include it for that reason, but then I played it for a couple of hours and I absolutely had to. You play as Fiona, who wakes up in a cage with no memory of how she got there. There's a horrible looking man-child chopping up meat, and you get the feeling that you're next. Somehow you manage to escape as you realise the lock on your cage isn't actually locked, and then as you progress through the game you remember being in a car crash and that the people in the creepy castle that you appear to be trapped in might have had something to do with it. Being a survival horror game, you'll have to explore the massive castle that's filled with all sorts of strange creatures, ghosts, traps and puzzles, and you'll need to collect items and use them to complete the various puzzles throughout the game. You know, usual survival horror stuff, but I don't mean that in a bad way. Now, for a survival horror protagonist, Fiona is actually quite competent. You can sprint, but will run out of stamina if you run for too long. Some items you find can replenish your stamina halfway through running if you need it though. She can also kick, which is mainly used to smash open vases that contain items, but can also destroy certain things in levels and even be used to stun certain enemies. If you're sprinting, you can even do a little shoulder barge thing, which will even stun the bigger enemies, and really gives you a feeling that while you're still in danger, you're not completely useless. You can also throw certain items to cause distractions or to stun enemies. But the main thing here is that early on, you meet a dog called Huey that you rescue, and he follows you around for the rest of the game. You can give him commands like collecting items that you can't reach, going through gaps that you can't fit through, or sniffing out stuff that you may not have seen. There's enemies around, you can even get him to attack them so you can run past. And yes, you can pet him and tell him he's a good boy as often as you want. In fact, this is something that you have to do, as you do have a proper friendship with him. So if he does what you ask him, make sure you stroke him and tell him he's a good boy so he carries on. If he doesn't listen to you or just buggers off for no reason, you can scold him and tell him he's a bad boy. You need to do this if you want to get the most out of him. And speaking of enemies, there aren't a huge amount, mainly the big lumbering man monster thing. He'll appear from time to time and chase you. In these sections you need to run away and hide. You can get the dog to attack him to stall him, or you can even lay traps. Then you'll want to find a cupboard to hide in or a bed to hide under, but if you hide in the same place quite a few times, you will get found out. It can be quite tense. There's also blue wisp things that follow you around. If they touch you, they'll make you go mental for a few seconds, and you can't control your character, who'll be running around like an idiot, hitting her head in walls and damaging herself. Both the dog and Fiona have stamina and health, which is never visually represented with a bar or anything. Instead, you've got to watch their animations for clues as to how they're feeling. And speaking of animations, they are really good here. The graphics are fantastic in the game, and all the crazy characters, ghosts and cutscenes just look great. The environments are also suitably creepy. I wouldn't say this game is scary, but it does have a really great horror atmosphere. Now, there's actually a lot more to the gameplay, with crafting and things like that being possible, and you can even play fetch with your dog, but finding out all that stuff is half the fun. Survival horror games are some of my favourites, and even though I've known about this game for ages, it's the first time I've actually played it, and I'm having a really good time. Definitely a must-own if you like this sort of thing. If you're hungry for more horror, then check out Hungry Ghosts. Yeah, that wasn't clever. This is a first-person survival horror game that was sadly only released in Japan, and doesn't have any translation patch that I could find. Not that I can patch games on my totally legit PS2 anyway. As far as I can tell, you're some sort of dead man being taken to the afterlife, and from the looks of it, you've not been a very good man. You're being taken down a river by a bloke in a hood and asked a bunch of questions, all in Japanese, so I've got no idea what. But from the looks of things, this game is all about morality, and I really wish it was in English, as it really looks like my kind of game. Even without knowing what was going on though, I was able to force my way quite far into it, well, the first couple of hours at least. It's all played in first person, and you walk around a nasty looking environment, and I mean nasty as in spooky, as the graphics here are bloody brilliant. You're armed with a spear and a crossbow, and you can use these to smash barrels around the environment, as well as attack the many enemies that you'll come across. Barrels contain items, and there's a fair few items here, and I'm really not sure what a lot of them do. There's some that are used for health, whereas others I was able to throw, and some I was even able to use on plates as offerings that would cause these ghosts to suddenly appear and then bugger off. I don't know if I was appeasing their soul or just paying a toll to get past. Again, I really wish I could understand what was going on. Some barrels have water in them and others have oil. You can use this tactically to start or put out fires in certain places to clear an area or help out in a fight, or if you're like me, to accidentally kill yourself with. There's monsters here, and these are mostly in the forms of various ghosts, ghouls and zombies, and the ones I've seen really look great and were actually quite spooky. The combat here, and in fact the controls in general, aren't quite what you'd expect though. You move and rotate with the left analog stick and use the shoulder buttons to strafe and use items. To attack, you use the right analog stick, and pushing forward will thrust your weapon ahead, or pulling it back will charge a more powerful attack. Timing is everything here, and the enemies are quite tough. Often they'll drop more items like keys and things like that for you. Sometimes enemies or boxes will have a selection of items to pick up, but you only get to choose one. Again, I'd really like to know why. I do think this game is all about choices you make and will likely branch off into different ways depending on what you use where. And really, that's about all I can tell you for this one. I am about 2 hours in, but probably nowhere near as far in as someone who can read the language would be in this time. But I'm so intrigued with the game. The graphics are excellent, and I really like exploring the twisted locations and seeing the horrible monsters, and I really want to know what else the game has in store. Now, this might be one that I'm better off watching a long play of rather than playing myself, but it's just such a cool game that I had to include it. If there ever is a localization, I'll definitely pick it up, but let's face it, there won't be. And finally for today, it's time to stop being scared and start laughing with Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law. This is a really cool game based on the awesome Adult Swim cartoon that came out at the same time as the likes of C-Lab and The Brack Show, which are some of my favourite cartoons and you should check them out. Here we follow the adventures of ex-superhero Harvey Birdman, who is now an attorney, and the game is a visual novel-style courtroom comedy drama, where you're given a handful of cases and you've got to visit various locations, talk to witnesses and suspects, gather evidence, and ultimately solve the case. If you've ever played a Phoenix Wright game, it's basically that, but reskinned, and that's a good thing. There's only 6 cases here to complete, which is a bit of a shame, and it can be done in just a few hours. But the real thing here are the stories themselves and the characters and the funny writing. This is a game that has some actual laugh out loud moments. In one case, your friend is accused of burning down your house, in another, your office is robbed, and so on. They're all daft and feature a number of well-known characters from the 60s onwards, like Secret Squirrel and Inch-High Private Eye. It was great to see them, and I'd completely forgotten about both of them. And there's a load of others that I do recognise, but couldn't tell you who they are. You do have to watch a lot of cutscenes here and really listen to what the characters say. Again, that's kind of the point of the game though, as they give you clues that match up with the evidence you find, and you've got to present the evidence in court in order to prosecute the characters. It plays simply enough and is just a case of moving a cursor around with the D-pad and pressing X to select what you want to do. You do only have a few attempts to choose the correct evidence and talk to the right people at the right times, and if you run out of attempts then you'll fail the case and have to start again. This does mean though that the game has pretty much no replay value, and the fact that it can be completed in just a couple of hours means it's not likely it's one that you'll come back to once you've beaten it. But it really is fun to play through, as it's just a bunch of interactive episodes of the show. It looks great, and the animation is right out of the cartoon, and the voice acting is spot on. I had a real laugh playing through this one, or at least the first 4 cases. I still have the last 2 to do, but didn't want to finish it all too quickly. But yeah, I would recommend giving this one a go. Here is iNinja, a cool third-person platform game where you play as a little ninja bloke. At the start of the game, your master is killed and your giant ninja robot mech that all ninjas have is destroyed. You're not going to stand for this, so you use your ninja skills to go around the inside of your mech, getting the parts you need to fix it. So you have to get some exciting mech battles up and running, and that's just the first few stages. After a short and surprisingly good training section, you're put in a hub world, which is basically a graveyard of your mech, and you enter various parts of him where you need to destroy any enemy robots that are causing trouble in there and look for spare parts to fix it up. The levels are a good mix of action and platforming. Your little ninja bloke has a few moves at his disposal. You can double jump, wall run, attack, and even use your sword as a propeller to slow your descent from any high jumps or falls to stop yourself from taking damage or to reach platforms usually out of reach. Enemies come in a few varieties, and for the most part they aren't too hard to deal with. You've got a few combos you can do, and the controls here are really good and responsive. I never had any trouble doing what I needed to, and wall running and getting around the levels is actually loads of fun. There's a few other things in the game that it does to mix up the gameplay. For example, in the levels there are certain bits that are kind of like running tracks, where you have to go as fast as you can down a designated route and use your ninja chain to latch onto things that help you swing around corners. You're always being chased by an electric blast or something in these parts, so if you aren't fast enough you take damage and are sent back to the start. In fact, there's a lot of dangers here that are more about inconveniencing you than killing you. Though you can still die, most of the time enemies have teleporters that will send you back to somewhere else in the level and you'll have to replay some bits, but somehow it never really got annoying. You also spend a lot of time attached to a ball in every level. Well, it's not really a ball, it's usually something to do with part of the robot that you're fixing. This tends to be at the end of levels, and you have to roll through some tricky platforms to escape whatever it is that you're in. These bits are actually pretty fun, and it's a nice little break. Then there's the boss fights. And the mech ones are really cool, playing sort of like a Punch-Out game, where it's a first-person view, and you can attack left, right, or ahead. You can also dodge left, right, and ahead, and you've got to get used to the tells of the enemy to dodge their attacks and counter them. This is much easier said than done though, and I actually had a pretty hard time even on the first boss. You do get indicators for the first few rounds, but soon they're turned off and it gets really tough. Graphically, it's got a cool cartoony style that is very 2000s PS2, and I think that your ninja is even voiced by Billy West, the bloke from Futurama, though I don't know that for sure, and as you know, I never bother looking things up, but it really sounds like him. Either way, this is a very cool 3D platform game that I'm surprised doesn't get mentioned all that much. I had a lot of fun with it, and would definitely recommend picking it up.
Round 2. Fight.
Another 3D platform game that is a lot better than it has any right to be probably is Ice Age 3: Dawn of the Dinosaurs. Based on the movie of the same name, it follows the adventures of Sid the Sloth, Manny the Mammoth and Diego the Saber-toothed Tiger, along with a bunch of other characters as they try to survive a frozen planet. The story here is a very loose interpretation of the movie, and mainly an excuse to get you to do all sorts of the usual 3D platformer things, like collecting an unseemly number of various items, finding things and taking them to other places to use them, and of course, in a trope that I've noticed in quite a few games since doing this series, rolling on a massive ball, in this case a snowball over precarious platforms. I wonder if it's because they were just figuring out physics in games. Throughout the game here you get to play as a few of the different characters. Mostly you're Sid the Sloth, but you also get levels as Manny, where you are normally doing something for your little baby mammoth, Diego, who likes to go hunting and has to chase animals, and even the weasel character Scrap thing or whatever it's called. It's pretty good fun. Some of these levels play more like bonus stages rather than actual fleshed out ones, and most of the time you are playing as Sid the Sloth, or even the Simon Pegg character Weasel thing, whatever his name is. What's good is that the game does a decent job of mixing up locales here, so you do get to see a fair bit. You start out in the snow, but again they actually make an effort to make sure each level isn't just a white mess. Then you go into caves and eventually find your way to a lost valley that the snow hasn't reached yet, where you meet dinosaurs as well as being treated to some nice lush jungle levels. There is combat here, and you do have an attack button that you can just mash repeatedly, which does well enough, but you can also find things to throw and later on even make rudimentary weapons. These are fun to use and there's enemies all over the place. The graphics are very well done and look just like the movie. In fact, I really was surprised at the quality of the character models and animations all around here. It's excellent and full of personality. There's loads of cutscenes as well, and while I don't think it's the actual cast, these sound-alikes do a good job. It's clearly a platform game aimed at the slightly younger audience, and older audiences will find this one pretty easy. The challenge is quite low, but it's not always a bad thing. You will be doing a lot of fighting, but it's never particularly hard. Sometimes though, the platforming can be a bit janky, with collision detection not being the best, and there were times where I fell through platforms that I really don't think I should have done. You can buy upgrades for your projectiles in the shops in the level here, as well as earning things like concept art and even multiplayer bonus games, which is a nice touch, and it gives you a reason to go around collecting everything you find. Overall, this is a good example of a licensed game. It looks great, has good controls, and a nice variety of gameplay styles to keep you interested. It might be a bit basic for some, but it's definitely one for younger gamers to enjoy. I won't lie, I played for a good few hours and pretty much had fun the whole time. Fighting game time now with Iki-Tusen Shining Dragon, a game that's name I've probably butchered, and as far as I can see was only ever released in Japan. This is a bit of a strange fighting game that's a mix of a brawler like Streets of Rage and something 3D, maybe kind of like Power Stone, but not really. Surprisingly, I don't think it's actually based on a manga, even though it really looks like it should be, and it's all its own thing. I really didn't expect this when I started playing, as it has that classic manga look and the characters. There is a story here, but it's all in Japanese, so I'm not entirely sure what it's all about, but all that matters is that you get to choose from a selection of sexy women, most of which have massive bouncy knockers, and you've got to fight it out for some reason, usually unlocking new characters when you beat the story mode. You get a few modes here actually. There's story mode, arcade, survival and practice, and even a 2-player battle. These are all pretty self-explanatory. In story mode, you get to choose your character, then there's a few cutscenes to set the scene, and then you start each stage in a small 3D area where generic goons will spawn in, and you have to fight and defeat these goons. Then you get to meet one of the other women who's the boss of the level and fight them one-on-one. They all seem to take place in some sort of school area as far as I can tell, maybe why it didn't leave Japan, as it's a little bit creepy. The combat is very simple. You've got a few attack buttons, a weak, medium and strong attack, and a block button. Moving around is done like a normal 3D hack and slash game, with you being able to run in any direction at any time. There's a few combos for each character, and even a few specials, though these aren't always easy to pull off. Between fights you earn points which you can use to upgrade your character stats like attack, speed and so on. This is a nice touch, so the more you use a character, the stronger they get across most of the modes. I did find that it was quite an easy game, especially in story and arcade mode, and I actually found it hard to lose around. But this was handy, as it's there to let you unlock most of the characters and stuff. There's also a mission mode, which is really fun. This mode gives each character their own set of challenges. These range from beating enemies in a certain time limit, or maybe you've got to beat 20 guys off at once, phrasing, without taking any damage yourself. Or other times you can have a one-on-one fight, but you only have one attack, or maybe you've got half health, or things like that. This mode was really fun, and I'm a big fan of these sorts of challenges in games. Something that you can just throw a few minutes in, and they do a good job of forcing you to use certain characters and trying new tactics and moves from the main game. It looks decent enough. The character designs are your standard anime women, of course, with various proportions and short skirts, and of course loads of jiggle physics. The controls are smooth and responsive, and actually there's a fair bit of replay value here if you want to unlock all the characters and complete the missions. It's not a particularly deep combat system, playing more like a brawler than a 3D fighter, but it's easy to pick up and play, and most importantly, you don't need to understand Japanese to enjoy the game. Ibara, or maybe Ibarra, I'm not really sure, is a vertically scrolling shooter from Shooter Maniac's Cave. As it's a cave shooter, most of you already know what to expect, as there's been a few of these included in these videos already. As always, there is a flimsy story. You're in a fantasy world and an evil doctor has made some sexy evil robot women who are causing all sorts of trouble, and they each have their own massive battle robot thing as well. So you go out in your crappy little plane that can only take one hit before it blows up, in order to blow them to bits. Gameplay wise, I guess there isn't a huge amount to say really, but not in a bad way. This is a great example of a bullet hell shooter, a genre that I like playing, but I absolutely suck at. You fly up to screen while hundreds of enemies come on screen and shoot a ton of bullets at you. Anything you kill will drop a power up, and collecting those will give you a stronger shot as well as new weapons, like rockets and a wider spread. You also slowly build up a supply of bombs which destroy enemy bullets, as well as doing massive damage to all the enemies and bosses. The problem with the game though is that there's so much going on all the time that it's just much harder to dodge enemy fire, at least it was for me, than in a lot of other games like this. There are literally dozens of enemies, power-ups, bullets, explosions and other effects going on screen at any one time, and it gets stupidly hard to keep track of what the hell is going on. Thankfully they did seem to be aware of this, as you do get unlimited continues, which is a blessing and a curse. It's good because if it didn't, I'd unlikely get past the first level, but also it's bad because it takes away from the challenge, and after a while I found that I didn't bother trying to avoid enemy fire all that much, and instead just brute force my way through the levels. Now, to be fair, you can actually change this in the game's options, so I could practice and really test myself, but I'm not going to do that ever. What also doesn't help is that your ship is pretty damn big, so avoiding anything is pretty damn hard anyway thanks to how wide you are, which reminds me, don't forget to check out the Secret Levels podcast. But even with these gripes, the game is still really addictive. It looks amazing with some really cool 2D sprites and animation, the enemies look excellent and explode even better. Bosses are tough, and if you take too long you actually don't beat them, they just get bored and fly off, but you still get to progress, you just won't have as good a score. So yeah, if you're into shooters you'll probably dig this one. I'm definitely no expert, but I would definitely say that this is one of the higher end of the difficulty scale, so be aware of that. But with the unlimited continues, you'll be able to beat it regardless. Here is Ico, a game that I wasn't going to include here because it is pretty popular and I don't think it's necessarily a hidden gem, though after playing it for a bit again, you know what, I'm glad it's here because it's great and it really is my sort of game. You play as Ico, a boy born with horns, who is being taken to a giant run-down tower and locked away, presumably to starve to death. While you're there, you run into an ethereal-looking princess-woman-girl thing, who is also locked up and in need of a bit of help. You rescue her early on in the game and find out that these evil shadow creatures are trying to kidnap her and take her into a strange dimension. Being the stand-up guy that you are, you get her out of the cage and the game becomes a giant escort mission where you have to work together to escape the castle and save their princess. Actually, I don't think it actually says that she's a princess anywhere, I'm just assuming. Thankfully, she has some magic powers that come in handy, like being able to make her way through certain doors and things like that to help you progress. So the game is basically a massive escort puzzle platform game with some basic combat elements. You spend most of your time exploring the huge castle and its surrounding area looking for a way out. You'll need to tackle plenty of platforming sections involving precarious climbing and jumping parts where one wrong move will send you or your lady companion to your death. Most rooms or areas have some sort of puzzle element to them. It might be something simple like moving a block around or pulling some switches, but sometimes it might just be a case of figuring out where the hell you need to platform to. The game deliberately doesn't give you much in the way of guidance, and this works really well, and it's a game that really makes you feel incredibly rewarded when you figure it out, or you take a risk by jumping off a ledge or something only to find a new path that leads somewhere exciting. There are enemies here, mostly in the form of creepy shadow monsters. These come in a few shapes and sizes. Some look like humans, some are spider-like, some are bird-like, and they all act like you'd expect. They're always after the girl, but they will also attack you. You find weapons in the game and you'll hold on to them until you find a new one to replace it with, mostly sticks. But these work well enough and you just need to hit enemies a few times to kill them, and the combat is not all that complex. But if you are hit, and you can be killed, or you're sometimes stunned for a few seconds. Both are just as dangerous though, as while you're fighting, usually an enemy or two will go after the girl and try to drag her into a portal that they've just opened. If she's taken or you die, it's game over and back to the last save point for you. And save points can be quite far apart, so do be careful, though there were times where you get a few checkpoints. Guiding the girl can be a pain at times. You've got buttons to call her to you or to make her wait somewhere, but she doesn't always seem to listen or respond as quickly as you'd like. Where possible, you can just grab her by the hand and she'll go wherever you are. This is the best way to do it for the most part. You'll also need to help her make long jumps or climb high areas by holding the R1 button, and you'll reach out your arm for her to grab. These bits actually work pretty well. I really like how the game looks. It reminds me a lot of like Scandinavian art styles, which I'm a big fan of. It does look a little blurry and washed out, and the colour palette isn't exactly bright, but the design on everything is really cool. So yeah, if you're into big adventures that really leave everything to you to figure out, then this one would be an essential purchase. And I would say that even if you're not into that sort of thing, this really is a great game, and I think anyone that plays it for a bit will get sucked into how good it is. It's just that not many people have played it, sadly. It's often seen as a spiritual prequel to Shadow of the Colossus with similar art styles and design choices and a very similar world, and so that can't be a bad thing, surely. Here's one I bet you haven't played. It's Iron Chef. Yeah, I told you there weren't many for the letter I. This is an incredibly budget game that looks like it'd be more at home on one of those plug and play systems that you find in discount stores. But hey, here we are, and actually this game isn't really bad for what it is. And what it is that you're a chef, and you need to get all the food that's laying around on the platforms, being trampled by various mice and other animals and insects, into your pies. Conveniently, the pies, or actually their baskets now I'm looking back at the footage, are always directly below all the food that you need to put into them. So what you need to do is walk over the food and it will fall down into the next platform below, eventually getting into the basket. collect all the food in the baskets, and you move on to the next level. But if there's another platform between you and the basket, the food will just land on that platform and you'll need to get down to it and drop it down again. It plays kind of like the old Burger Time games if you remember those. So it's sort of a puzzle platform game, as after just a few levels it becomes increasingly more difficult to figure out how to get to the platforms with the food on them. You can only move left or right, and you can climb ladders or shimmy across ropes or chains. You can't jump, which is really annoying, but also part of the gameplay. Levels also have a time limit, and it can be surprisingly tricky to actually work out how to get around some of the levels, and you'll need to plan your route carefully to make the most of the time. You can only have one item on a platform or space at a time, so you can make combos where you drop down a food item and it lands on one below it, which will then move down itself to the platform below that. Sometimes you can do cool chains that move loads of food in just one go if you start at the very top. But annoyingly, you don't get any combo bonuses or anything like that. It's just more useful as it saves time in the long run, so you don't run out of that. There are enemies on the levels, which are a variety of animals and insects. These kill you instantly if you touch them, and you have to start the level over. You do get a frying pan that you can use to stun them, but this only lasts a few seconds, so you've got to keep hitting them and moving at the same time for it really to be of any use. There are also power-ups like speed boosts, extra time, and even things like bread, which makes you turn into a slice of bread and enemies just walk straight past you so you don't take a hit. And you can even get a bomb to kill enemies. These are all single use only though, so don't waste them. The graphics, sound and music are all pretty terrible, using the most basic sprites and generic stock assets and sounds from the look of it, but honestly the gameplay isn't really all that bad. It's not the worst little puzzle platform game that I've played. While it's not exactly the best game out there, it does what it sets out to do pretty well, and though I'm not really going to recommend it to anyone, you might be surprised if you give it a go. Here is Iridium Runners, which is a racing game, though it sounds more like a pill you take so you don't shit yourself. It's got a daft plot where in the future Amazon deliveries are done by Iridium runners who just sprint everywhere delivering stuff, so it's decided that they should have a tournament to see which company has the best runners. Makes sense? But that's all irrelevant really, as essentially this is a fun racing game with loads of characters where all the action takes place on foot. You've got your usual modes here. There's a single race, time trials, cup modes and tournaments. You choose from a decent selection of races, each with their own stats in terms of speed, acceleration, attack, turning and so on. Then you go on a bunch of locations, sprinting around them trying to win. You even get to choose some cool drones to take with you, which each have their own stats on things like power-ups, shields and attack. Littered around the levels there are things you can collect. There's green vials, which I believe are filled with the titular iridium, and yes, I did say tits. These fill up your health bar, but be aware that your health bar is never 100% full. The reason for this is that anything over its max, which is shown as green, turns red. This red section then acts as your boost. By tapping the X button you use your boost to run faster. So some characters have a compromise of more health or more boost. You also collect weapons, as with a lot of futuristic games. These come in the form of mines, barriers, laser shots, electric blasts, shields, sludge and so on. And you get boosts as well of course. You want to use these to damage and stun enemies so you can take the advantage. Other racers will do it to you as well, and if you get hit you will lose health. You can't actually ever get your health back in a race, and if you run out you have to try again. But remember, you can still refill your health bar, it's just that you'll have more boosts instead of health. It is a dangerous compromise, and I actually really like this mechanic. There are also boost pads on the course that are often laid out in a pattern where it's possible to get loads of boosts in one go. And as well as this, the courses often have hazards or holes that you'll need to avoid. Thankfully, you can jump and will need to at times to avoid things. The courses themselves are all pretty fun to race on. They look decent with your usual future settings of cities, deserts and so on. There's some tight corners, and you can shoulder barge with the L or R buttons, which helps take sharp corners as well as working as an attack. Winning races will unlock artwork and quite a few new characters, and it's a really good way to make you want to keep coming back to play. Couple that with the fact that this is actually just a fun racing game, I had a really good time learning the tracks and trying out new characters. The AI here is fair, it's not too hard to catch up when you're doing badly, but it's also not always easy to win. The later courses definitely get harder and you might have to retry them a few times, but learning to combine braking with shoulder barging for some of the tighter turns is good fun. One gripe is that you do replay some of the levels quite a few times in the cups. They do mix it up slightly by having an elimination race, where anyone below a certain position gets eliminated out of the race, and the only last 3 remaining get any points. This is a nice game mode, but doing the first few cups and replaying about half the same tracks in all of them was a bit of a shame. It does look good though, with a cool cartoony style, and I like the character designs and track designs. Some are a little bit samey, but it's usually the case in games like this. The controls are decent, and overall, like I've said, this is just a fun game, and being on foot does make it stand out from a lot of other games like this. Well worth a look. Inspector Gadget Mad Robot Invasion is a fun 2.5D platform game that I really thought was going to be absolute crap, but actually it is quite fun, even though you can really tell it's a budget game and it still has its share of technical problems. Being an Inspector Gadget game, the story is simple. The evil Claw is being a bastard, and he set a bunch of robots on the loose, so Gadget has to go out to take down the robots and whack Claw's henchmen in the face while he's at it. The game mostly plays on a 2D plane, but there were a few times where you move in and out of the screen to go down ladders or things like that. Your objective for each level is just to get to the end. You don't need to worry about collecting anything or any of that nonsense, which is nice, though you will have to do a few things to get through the levels. The game sees you go through various not too exciting locales like docks, warehouses, caves and that sort of thing, and you'll need to explore the levels looking for ways to get around whatever it is that's in your way. Usually this means pulling a lever, pressing a button, or being an Inspector Gadget, finding a power-up that lets you access one of his cool abilities. Gadget does have a few things at his disposal all the time, mainly a tennis racket and a hammer that come out of his hat. These are both used as attacks. You can use the hammer to just smash people in the face and knock them out, and you can use the tennis racket to hit back any projectiles that the enemies fire at you, and it smacks them right back at them, killing them, well, knocking them out, which is nice. But the timing on this can be very hard thanks to some control lag that is really evident in the game. You will find power-ups that let you use Gadget's spring shoes so you can jump high, his hat copter so you can fly or glide, and you can even get one that makes you inflate so you can float, and even more as you play. These are always used immediately, and you've got a timer on them, so you only get the gadgets when you need them. It would have been nice to have them all and be able to switch between them and maybe just have a limited use for them or something, kind of like a Lemmings game. But hey, what do I know? So you'll explore the levels, use your hammer to hit switches and open new paths, and you'll need to do some tricky platforming at times as well. It's mainly tricky because the controls aren't very good, and if you hit anything when you jump, you just stop dead and fall straight down. But it's not that bad, and it takes a couple of minutes to get used to. There are some light puzzle elements, mainly with how to defeat bosses, which can actually be a real pain in the ass, even when you know what to do. The game doesn't look bad at all, with some nice cartoony graphics and loads of smooth animation. It's just a shame that the controls and hit detection aren't quite right. It is manageable but noticeable. Even so, this is actually quite a fun little game that only takes a few hours to get through, and while it can be frustrating at times, you will likely have a bit of fun with it. This is Inuyasha Feudal Combat, a 3D fighting game based on an anime that, as far as I can tell, animal folks have become human folks and have a few scraps. As you'd expect, you've got a fair few game modes here. There's your story mode, where you choose a character and play through their story, usually with a partner character. This is about 5 or 6 stages long, which is about right if you ask me, and you unlock new characters by playing through them. Then you've got the single fights, multiplayer modes, and so on. Each fight takes place in a smallish 3D arena, and you can move around it as much as you like. Fights have up to 4 people in them at any time, and there's sometimes 2 on 2 or other times 2 on 1, which is generally pretty unfair. The actual combat is pretty simple. You've got a weak and strong attack, and yep, doing different combinations does different attacks and combos. What's cool is that a few of them end with some cool tag moves, which always look decent. As you attack, you build up a special bar. This of course lets you unleash some very powerful attacks that are always accompanied by an unskippable cutscene. These generally look pretty cool, but some go on for a bit too long and characters don't have a ton of moves, so seeing the same one repeatedly does get old a bit. But the fights don't last for too long, so it ain't all that bad. If you have a partner in a fight, they tend to do their own thing, and sometimes they are quite useful, but a lot of the time they're on the other side of the stage, just not doing a whole lot. Sometimes literally just standing there while you're getting beaten up. But it's all simple enough, and you have to get used to using your block button and you'll be fine. You can play in arcade mode, which is similar and just a series of fights where you choose to have 1 or 2 characters to play around with. In this mode, or story mode, you get to choose which character you play a lot of the fights with, unless the story really requires you to have a specific one. I like this, as it's good to mix it up who you're playing as. The graphics here are really nice. It's got that cool 3D cartoon style that you'd expect from a game based on an anime. It's kinda cel shaded and looks good enough with some decent characters and animations. There's a fair few stages to fight on as well. These have their own things to look out for, like poison, places to fall off, and even creatures that are just knocking about in the level that will hurt you if you touch them. But other than that, it's a pretty simple 3D fighter that is good fun. The fighting can feel a bit stiff, and it's a shame there aren't more attacks and specials in here, but it's a simple pick up and play game, and I did go back to play through the story mode a few times with different characters. I didn't really pay attention to the story, but I like unlocking all the extras. And if you do too, then you might just want to give this a go. And finally for today, here is Indigo Prophecy from Atari. This is a really ambitious game that is shown more like a movie, and it works really well. The story here is that Lucas Kane, just a regular guy, murders a random man in a diner bathroom. You've got no idea why he's done it, and he goes a bit mad. Also, just before doing it, he was compelled to carve some symbols into his own arm. Again, he has no idea why, and it feels like he was possessed. So the game plays out like a mystery movie. You take control of Lucas, who is trying to avoid the police, who are of course trying to lock him up, and interestingly, you also control some of the police officers who are investigating the murder and the ones who want to bang him up. The gameplay here is very unique, especially for the PS2. You play out all the scenes and are given plenty of choices on what to say and do with characters. It is sort of linear, but your actions will change parts of the story. Also, there's times where you can fail and have to restart. For example, the scene where you're Lucas and a police officer is at your front door. You've got a limited amount of time to hide and cover up all the things that could tie you with the murder before you let him into your apartment. If you mess up, he catches you and you go to jail, having to restart that section until you figure out all the steps you need to complete. So there's some cool puzzle elements in here too. When you're playing as the cops, you visit various locations like the diner, a morgue, the city, Lucas's apartment, and even of course the police station. You're looking for clues, and you really do feel like you're part of an interactive case. It's so engrossing and fun. There is more to the story, with supernatural elements all over the place, and I really like the way you get to choose what characters to play at certain points, letting you drive the story as you see fit. You can almost take sides, choosing to help Lucas figure out what the hell is happening, or playing more as the police to take the murdering bastard down. I actually found it hard to decide who to choose at times, as you really do get invested in all the characters here, and really want to see what's going on with all of them. What helps is that you play a lot of things that are nothing to do with the case as well, even helping one of the characters with his love life in between shifts at the police station. I'm not always a fan of slow burner games, but this one really drew me in quite quickly. It does play quite differently from other games though. You use the right analog stick as your choices. You move around as you normally would in these games, but when you want to interact with something, you see icons appear at the top of the screen, and it shows you which direction you should press on the analog stick to choose which option. It's a fine way to do things, but a little redundant. You could just do most of it with button presses, but I guess it is a bit more immersive. There were times where I'd accidentally pressed the wrong direction though, when I was in a hurry and the timer was going to run out, and this did mean that I'd run out of time and fail a mission, which was quite annoying, but I guess that's kind of why they did it. You also have to keep an eye on your character's well-being. Depending on your actions and choices, you'll change moods, and you can even become so depressed that your character kills themselves. This is pretty dark. To avoid this, you can do simple things like having a drink or taking a minute to relax in front of the TV or listen to some music. These things will reduce your stress, just like in real life. Graphically, the game is good, especially for a PS2 game that's going for realistic graphics. It is a bit grainy and sometimes the characters can look a bit odd, but for the most part it's all pretty impressive with some excellent animation. Something else that I like here is that this screen often splits into 3 or even 4 sections to show you what else is going on at different places at the same time, giving you a better idea of where people are or where you need to get to. This works really well, and surprisingly didn't give any slowdown or anything. In fact, the game always works at a good pace. And the thing is, I don't really want to say too much more about this one, as for me, half the fun was finding out all the cool stuff you can do, and I got really engrossed in the story. There are some control and camera issues, mainly these two things are connected as well, as when the camera changes view it confuses the controls, so you end up walking in the wrong direction, and there were times where the camera would get stuck behind scenery and I had to kind of guess where I was. But these weren't regular occurrences, and I was so engrossed in what was going on I didn't really care anyway. I have since found out that this game has had a remaster, and depending on the version you get, there's even some sexy scenes for you to enjoy. This version doesn't have any boobs in it, And be aware that sometimes the game is also called Fahrenheit. So yeah, with the remaster being available and the fact that you can get this on quite a few consoles as well as PC and Mac, it's one that I would highly recommend getting. And I'd even go as far as to say that it might have even crept into my top 10 PS2 games of all time.
I'll play you a game of b-ball for your $100. If you win,
First up is Jacked, a motorbike racing combat game. There isn't really anything in the way of story here, other than you're a racer taking part in the Jacked tournament thing that takes place all over America. You start out with a single level to race on and just one bike to choose, but by completing races you open up new tracks as well as a whole ton of bikes to play around with, each with the usual stats that you'd expect. Each track you race on has a handful of different events. You have your standard race, which is generally you against about 5 other people. This is a simple 3-lap affair. But it's not easy. The computer AI is pretty damn tough, and it will take you a few tries even to beat the first stage. But when you get used to how it all works, it does fall into place. As this is a combat racer, you have a few attacks you can do. You can punch left and right, which will stun or knock opponents off their bikes. Hitting people also fills up your nitro, just like in real life. You'll also see icons on the tracks. These are either more nitro or one of a few weapons. In races you get baseball bats, wooden planks, a pipe wrench. These all have better reach and power than your punch, so you'll want to grab one. But it can be hard to hit people though, thanks to the high speeds and also the slow attack animation. There is a cool mechanic though. If you hit someone and stun them, you then have a few seconds where you can jump from your bike onto their bike and steal it. This unlocks new ones for you to ride, which is a really cool way to do it. Once you've jumped on, you get a boost, and you have to make sure that you don't crash before that boost timer runs out, otherwise you lose the bike, and I quite like this mechanic. Other game modes include a gang mode, where you and your team of bike riders, which are distinguished with coloured arrows above them, have to get a flag and hold onto it through the bunch of checkpoints. Every checkpoint that you pass while holding the flag gives you a point. First to a certain number of points wins. This mode also has a few extra weapons, mainly the grenade, which you can use to throw and take out multiple enemies at once. They'll all be after you as well, to get the flag from you. And then there's a number of time trials and even an elimination mode, where you have to take out a certain number of racers before the laps are done. It really does quite a good job of mixing things up. Graphically, the game is decent, as a lot of racing games tend to be. There's a fair bit of detail and the tracks are pretty varied, and they even have a ton of traffic on them, which makes things even harder. The controls can take a bit to get used to. It's really hard to get used to at first, thanks to the drifty turning. You really need to learn to use the brakes here, otherwise you'll just crash into everything and you won't last 5 minutes. Thankfully, the different bikes really do offer better handling, and you'll soon find one that you like. It took me a while to get past the first level, but once I did and I found my stride, I really had some fun. I had a quick look at a couple of reviews and saw that this was getting really awful write-ups, but honestly I don't really see why. Yeah, it's not a perfect game, and it is much harder than it needs to be, but I enjoyed it once I was used to how it all worked, and I've definitely played a hell of a lot worse. It is a pretty cheap game these days, so I would recommend giving it a go if you like racing games. Jackie Chan Adventures is a 3D platform game based on the cartoon that I've never seen, but I'm sure it's great. The game sees you take control of Jackie, who is something of a treasure hunter now, living with his uncle and niece. Your uncle gives you a tip-off about a bunch of treasures in a few places across the world, so you get your exploring gear on and go out to find them. You won't believe it, but you aren't the only one looking for the treasure, and soon come up against some evil treasure hunters who want to take the stuff for their own fame, fortune, and maybe even magical powers. The game is split into various levels, which is a mixture of action-packed stages where you need to explore various caves, temples and other places where you do a dodgy Tomb Raider bit of gameplay. Jackie can run, jump and climb all over the place, and you'll need to figure out simple puzzles in the temples in order to open doors, deactivate traps, or make other odd things happen around the level. These are mostly block-pushing puzzles or fire-based things and are never too complex. The game is clearly aimed at younger audiences. There's also enemies all over the place for you to fight, and being Jackie Chan, you can do all sorts of kung fu and have a decent number of combos at your disposal. The fighting isn't complex, and it just does come down to mashing a few buttons, but it does work. However, it is kind of clunky. You really have to learn to position yourself properly when fighting, and it's one of those games where you have to finish your animation before starting anything else. When you're not tracking down treasure, you spend the rest of your time in towns and bases where you can talk to the locals to find clues and even have to complete tasks for them to get other clues as to where the treasures you're after are. These usually involve doing mini games like rhythm things or simple wrestling games. It's actually quite a nice little way to mix things up. I have to say, I really like the variety of places you visit on the adventure. Each of the treasures or talismans that you come across gives you a new ability, like being able to run faster, double jump and so on. You can use one of these abilities at a time and it's easy to swap between them. You'll often need to swap between a few of the abilities to solve a number of the puzzles, and while they never got too crazy, some will take a few tries to figure out. Something that really deserves a shout out are the graphics, which are really pretty good. They're cel shaded and hold up very well still. The levels in particular look great, but the character models are also very good, though some of the animation is a bit basic. Something that's not great though is Jackie Chan's voice acting, which is just terrible and possibly a bit racist. It's not actually voiced by Jackie Chan himself, and I have no idea what sort of accent they were going for, but it ain't Jackie Chan, that's for sure. Still, this is a fun little adventure game. Again, it's not perfect, with the combat probably being the worst thing about the gameplay, but it's definitely not a terrible game, and some of the temples are fun to explore. Check this one out, especially if you've got a younger person to play the game with you. Sort of fighting game time now with JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Golden Wind. This is another game based on a cartoon that I have never seen and probably never will, but I can confirm that it is indeed bizarre. There is a quite confusing story here that probably does make more sense if you know the show, but you're a bloke called Giorno, at least at the start of the game you are. And you, along with a bunch of other characters in the game, have things called stands, which are like spirit things inside them which all have their own abilities. Giorgio's one, for example, can grow trees. Another one allows the user to shrink, one can go between a shadow world and the real world, one's like a toy plane thing. I mean, I don't really understand it, but I kind of like it. Anyway, the game's story sees you meeting all sorts of characters with crazy stands, and you'll need to fight them in one-on-one 3D arena battles. The fights are not your usual 3D fighter style though, and there's no crazy combos or things like that, but you do have a few attacks that you can use. Characters can run around, and almost every button on the controller is a different attack. Some are regular punches and kicks, whereas the shoulder buttons are attacks for your stand. You can use these as much as you like, and you'll need to figure out the best time to use certain moves. What's interesting is that each fight has a puzzle element to it. Most enemies have weaknesses that you don't need to exploit, but if you can figure them out, you'll do massive damage and can end the fights really fast. For example, there's an enemy who basically lives in shadows, so if you can trick him into somewhere in the light, he'll take loads of damage. Equally, the annoying twat that can shrink himself can be really hard to track down as he's so small, but there's cars in the levels, so if you blow up a vehicle and manage to do one that's close to him, he'll take the massive damage. Levels do tend to have about 5 or 6 secrets in them as well, some of which aren't actually even attacks. You might just find something in the level that gives you a clue as to what you need to do to win. At the end of the level, you're told how many secrets you've found, and you can replay levels whenever you want to try and beat them faster or find the secrets and improve your overall rank. As you progress through the story, you take control of a load of other characters, which is always fun. I actually like being forced to play as a bunch of different freaks. This is a really cool mechanic, and it's something I'd like to see in other games. The actual combat is tough though. The animations are slow and you've got to wait for animations to finish. You're left open to attack all the time if you miss with yours. Also, if you're running, you tend to do shoulder attacks which usually miss, and it really takes a while to get used to. It will likely take a few tries to get past a lot of the levels while you figure out the secrets and learn the new characters' moves and abilities. In fact, I'd probably go as far as to say that the combat isn't really all that good, but I loved seeing all the crazy characters and the story is sort of weird and I'm into it. Also, the graphics are superb. It's another cel-shaded game and it really looks great with some excellent animation and locations. If you can handle some simple but tough and often frustrating fighting, then I would recommend giving this a go. There are other, frankly better, JoJo games on the PS2, but this is the one that I'd never seen anywhere, so wanted to include it. Time for something fishy. It's Jaws Unleashed. And you know what? I've just realised that most of the games in this video are licensed ones. Great. There's a surprising amount of Jaws games out there if you go digging, but the PS2 one is definitely the best one that I've played. Instead of being stupid humans, here you're the angry shark, and after a short tutorial on how to eat people, you're captured and put in a SeaWorld-like place. As you're disgruntled and a hungry shark, your mission is to burst out of the complex and eat as many men, women, children and other forms of wildlife as you can. Also, the story sees the mayor of town trying to figure out how to get rid of you, as well as revealing some nefarious governmental style evil doings and corruption. which just so happens to take place in the places where you might be able to eat him. I'll let you figure out how that all goes. But the game itself is played over a bunch of levels that have a load of different objectives, and the whole game is played very tongue-in-cheek, which is really for the best. There is a definite sense of humour here, and actually works surprisingly well. You swim through a bunch of locations that are packed with obstacles, humans and other aquatic beasts, and you're given objectives, which are things like eating people, sinking boats, or even smashing docks and piers. Being a shark, you have a few ways to attack and defend yourself. You can of course bite things. Holding the bite button keeps smaller things in your mouth, which you can then shake around, making limbs fall off and so on. This is great to do to the pesky humans, and works well on smaller creatures as well. You also have a charge attack. This is used to stun enemies as well as boats. You can knock people off the boats and into the water, and as you upgrade your attacks and abilities, this can be used to sink ships as well as destroy certain walls or windows, and even wooden panels that hold up structures. You'll be doing that a lot. You also have a tail swipe, which is kind of hard to use but powerful. This is also to knock people off of boats or to smash cages which have divers in and things like that. I did find that I didn't use the tail whip too often though, unless I really had to. As you explore the pretty large levels, you also find collectibles. These are mainly for points, which are used to upgrade your abilities, and before too long, you're put in a hub world on the island, where you have access to side missions as well as the next story mission. This hub world is a great way to practice your moves, as some can be tough to do, like when you need to speed onto a beach to eat unsuspecting sunbathers. Then you've got to waggle yourself back into the sea, and the timing can be a bit tricky. The side missions are usually essentially timed challenges, like eating a certain amount of people in a time limit or smashing stuff in a time limit, but they are fun and a great way to upgrade your stats. There's a surprising amount of enemies here as well. Obviously most of the island is out to kill you, so there's people on boats with guns, there's divers with harpoons, small submarines that are there to take you down, and that's just the humans. You also have to contend with other sharks, dolphins, killer whales and more. As the saying goes, there's plenty more fish in the sea, and a lot of them here are much bigger than you. Thankfully, you do get bigger as the game progresses, and eventually you'll be able to eat whatever the hell you want without too much hassle. The game looks surprisingly good here. Jaws looks great and animates well, as do most of the underwater animals. The humans are all pretty small and not particularly impressive, but that doesn't really matter. What does matter is that the actual attacks are cool looking, with loads of blood and body parts going all over the place. And that's the thing with this one, it's just good, mindless fun to play. Some of the missions are a bit repetitive, and there's definitely some dodgy gameplay designs. Some enemies can be a real pain in the ass as well, and you'll find that you'll die really quickly at times with little to no warning, often putting you way back to an earlier checkpoint. This is also a game that I recommend watching the cutscenes for, partly because they're hilariously bad, and also because they give you a better idea of where you need to go by doing this. There isn't a huge amount of direction in the levels, though other than the hub world, they are quite linear. But yeah, I had a lot of fun playing this one, and would definitely recommend adding it to the collection. Sticking with the water theme, here is Jet X20, or probably X2O. It's a water ski racing game where you choose from a bunch of riders filled with the usual generic 2000s tude, and you choose from a few jet skis with the usual stat differences, and then you choose to do a single race, a trick attack, a cup or a championship. Standard racing stuff. The variety in tracks is good here, and you'll be in lakes, forests, oceanic vistas, waterways through cities and more. Each of the tracks is also pretty large. There aren't laps, instead you're going downhill and have to reach the bottom, and they'll take a good 5 or so minutes to get through. On your way down you'll see gates that you can go through to get a boost. There's different coloured ones, each one giving you a different amount of boost. Often these are placed in a way that if you're good enough, you can go through a bunch of them in one go, giving yourself a really good boost bonus. There's also ramps on the tracks, as well as areas which just have big drops. When you see these, you can do a load of cool tricks off them using various button combinations. The tricks are all pretty easy to pull off, but you do have to keep in mind that you do need to be completely back on your jet ski before landing it if you don't want to fall off. So this isn't a game where you want to risk holding a trick till the last minute, you want to take it easy. Completing a trick gives you points as well as a boost bonus. If you fall off your jet ski, it can take a while to get back on and you'll most likely lose a few positions. And believe me, you don't want to do this, as catching up with the other racers can be bloody difficult. They rarely make mistakes, and I found it hard to come in the top 3, but it's not impossible. You really will need to learn the courses though, so don't expect to win on your first try. Completing the various cups and championships unlocks more riders and better jet skis, and you'll want these as the starting ones are pretty crappy to control. It definitely gets easier the more you play though. It looks good with some real SSX vibes for character designs, tricks and courses. You could even be forgiven for thinking that it takes place in the same universe, but it doesn't, so don't think that. And that's all there is to it really. It's a kind of standard racing game, but it is good fun, but very difficult, but when you're used to it, it's not too bad. Here is Johnny Bravo, Datorama. Yep, another game based on a cartoon license, and yeah, it probably shouldn't be in this video, but I love Johnny Bravo, so deal with it. As you can probably guess, this is a mini-game compilation game where Johnny has made it onto a TV dating show, where you've got to compete against another hunk for the affections of a sexy woman, which is exactly the sort of thing that probably would happen in a Johnny Bravo cartoon. Which, by the way, is a cartoon that would never be made these days, and if you haven't seen it before, or in a while, go back and watch it. It is pure filth, and it was shown as a kids show. It's great. Anyway, it's a pretty damn simple game. The game automatically spins a wheel to randomly select something for you to play. Then you compete against a whopping one other person in the minigame, and the winner gets to move up the stair on the staircase. First one to the top of the stairs gets to bang the woman, or that's what I'm guessing happens. So yeah, the main bulk of the game are the minigames. Man, I've said game too many times in this one. These come in a few flavours, and while they all play and function fine, none are exactly great. You've got one where you have to bash buttons to lift weights, there's one where you've got a time button presses to hit a strength meter thing, one where you've got a vacuum and you have to suck up mice of your colour, one where you've got to run around a garden picking flowers, and there's a food fight one, and a few others in there as well. The thing is, I haven't even managed to see them all yet, because the random game picker keeps picking the same ones over and over again. Which is good, because it meant I knew what I had to do to win, but the fact that there's only about 10 different games and you don't even get to play them all in a single playthrough is a little bit crap. Which is probably a good way to describe this game. Now, technically the game works fine, and the minigames do function, it's just that they're not very interesting, and they go on for a bit too long. Between the games you've got an annoying announcer that's not funny at all, and of course won't shut up. Also, when you win a game, you have the chance to gamble with it. Here, another wheel appears if you do gamble, and you've got to run the risk of either having to go back down a few steps, or you might get lucky and go up a few even more. Or you might even swap places with the second player. The choice is yours. I'd probably say not to bother gambling though, as the computer AI is pretty dumb, and it's unlikely that you'll lose when you're playing against them. Now, in this game's defence, you can tell it's a budget title, firstly because it's a game from Blast Software, but also because you can tell with the simple graphics, which are actually quite faithful to the cartoon. They're not cel-shaded, which I'm surprised at, but they actually look alright for what they are. The sound and music are basic, and you have the proper voice actors, which is good, and a few other characters from the cartoon show up. The music features the theme song, but it's a terrible loop that just randomly cuts out and restarts abruptly, and the whole thing just feels super cheap, and you can tell it was thrown together pretty quickly. So would I recommend it? No. Then why is it here? Because Johnny Bravo is awesome, and I had no idea this game existed, and actually, if you played it in 2-player, I reckon it would be a good laugh, but maybe not for the right reasons. More licenses now with Jurassic Park Operation Genesis. This is a really cool park building game where you're in charge of building and maintaining your very own Jurassic Park. Now believe it or not, I really love park building sim games, and I have done since I first played Theme Park back in the day. So here you start out by creating an island from a bunch of random presets, and once you've got the one you want to start with, you're plonked onto the island. From here you've got to do a ton of things, and I'm not going to go into crazy detail here, but I'll give you a brief overview. You start with a bit of cash, and you'll need to spend it wisely to send out teams across the world to dig sites, looking for fossils and amber. You use these to get DNA for dozens of different dinosaurs, and once you've got enough of their DNA, you can start to make the dinosaurs. So it's back to the island, where you'll need to create incubators and of course build various pens to keep the dinosaurs in. Once you've got a few, you can open your park to the public, and then see the money start to roll in, hopefully. Keeping guests happy is a big part of the game, and you'll need to make sure you've got a good variety of dinosaurs in the park, so there's something for everyone. You can mix and match dino types in the pens, and sometimes you'll want to put in big meat eaters with other big meat eaters so they have a fight, or even prey dinosaurs so they can hunt and fight and kill each other. Some park goers love this, others not so much, so it's all about having a good balance. As well as the dinosaurs though, you need to make sure there's enough paths, viewing galleries and so on around the place so the guests get a good view. And then you need to look at these smaller details like hiring cleaners, security, building food outlets, installing benches and bins and even toilets. It's these things that can put off your guests. The better your park, the higher your star rating. The higher your star rating, the more dig sites become available and the more dinosaurs you can find. You also get access to more upgrades and amenities that you can add to the park, like better security fences or extra attractions like gift shops to boost income. Something that is a bit annoying though is that you can only access 3 dig sites at a time, so you won't ever be able to have all the dinosaurs in your park. Of course, being wild beasts, the dinosaurs can cause you trouble as well as the annoying guests. Yep, dinosaurs will break out of their enclosures and go on rampages, eating your guests and ruining your bottom line. When this happens, you'll need to get in the chopper and head out to stop them. Sometimes you can round them up and herd them somewhere, but often you'll just need to break out the rifle and shoot the bastards in the face. It's sad, but gotta be done. There's also missions you can do, which are things like going on dinosaur hunts or even photographing them. These are accessed in a separate menu to the park building side of things and are fun little distractions. Playing the game on a PS2 works well, the controls are intuitive, and I didn't really have any issues with making my park or doing what I needed to do. My only real complaint is that you can't zoom out very far, making it hard to find where you are on the map or getting to where you need to go. Graphically though, the game looks great, considering how much it has to throw on the screen. There is a good amount of detail, and though there is a bit of slowdown here and there, it was never enough to ruin the experience. Seeing the rampages or natural disasters that occur was always fun, except when you realise you have to rebuild most of your park. Thank goodness for extra money cheats, eh? You get the classic Jurassic Park music, as well as a pretty terrible impression of most of the movie cast, and the game just works really well. I'd say this is a must-play for any Jurassic Park fan. It was also released on the Xbox and the PC, and while I'm sure the PC version is probably the best version of it, you certainly can't go wrong here. If you just want to murder dinosaurs and skip the whole park building thing, then you might want to play Jurassic the Hunted, no relation to Jurassic Park. This is a first-person shooter where you are a generic, boring soldier man who is on a mission in the Bermuda Triangle, when all of a sudden something strange happens and you're teleported to a mysterious land that is filled with, wouldn't you know it, dinosaurs. Luckily, this sort of thing has been going on for a while, so you're not alone, and you find out that other people on the island, and there's even a ton of weapons all over the place, and an abundance of ammo, which is handy. Early on, you find a headset which still works with all the other people, some of which are the people that you're trying to find in the first place, and the reason you were there at the Bermuda Triangle, and they give you some stuff to do, trying their best to guide you to them through the savage land. Now, while the story is stupid, generic and predictable, it does the job in a game that is just an excuse to throw you against hundreds of dinosaurs, and as someone that still loves dinosaurs, I don't mind that at all. The levels here are all pretty linear, and exactly what you'd expect. You've got jungles, caves, volcanoes, and then some more jungles. Your objectives are rarely anything other than get to the end of the level, but to do that you'll need to fight off waves of dinosaurs and sometimes even do things like finding a bomb to blow up a wall, which is always conveniently about 10 meters away from said wall, but that's alright. You get a few weapons. There's a pistol, an automatic rapid fire pistol, a Tommy gun, assault rifle, shotgun, sniper rifle, and a crossbow that fires dynamite. You also get grenades that you can throw at any point with the press of a button. And there is actually a half decent variety of dinosaurs. There's small ones that jump at you, velociraptors of course, which is mostly what you'll be fighting, as well as T-Rexes, Spinosaurus, Dilophosaurus, and even some giant scorpions, and there's even some flying ones in some of the levels. So actually there's not loads, but it's enough. The actual shooting isn't as precise as you'd like, but it works fine, and you can aim down the sights for more accuracy, but a lot of the time it's hard to know if you're hitting enemies. The game needed more blood or reactions from the dinosaurs to really let you know they're being hit, but I didn't have that much trouble putting them down. In the levels you get a few wave shooter sections as well. These are right out of zombie mode from Call of Duty, where dinos will be attacking your little base and you've got to repair windows and cages to stop them from getting in. It seems a bit daft, but it's kind of fun, and in a game about dinosaurs I don't really care about realism. These sections do get used a fair bit though, and can drag on a bit. Well, I guess they don't drag on too much, as the game can be beaten in under 2 hours. The graphics are fine, it's clearly a budget title, but the dinos are good enough and some of the animations are really cool. I can imagine that reviews of this were pretty bad, and there's even ports to the Wii and PS3. I would love to try the PS3 version, but I think it only came out in America. But if you can find this cheap, or let's face it, can be bothered to download it, then I would say it's worth the 2 hours of your time that it will take to get through. What's that? You want more licensed stuff? Well, I got you, bruh, because here is Justice League Heroes. Justice League Heroes is one of those top-down RPG games that were all the rage in the 2000s. All the Marvel heroes got one with Ultimate Alliance and the X-Men Legends games, so it only made sense that the DC heroes got a turn as well. The story here is in a load of different parts, and a number of villains, including Brainiac, Queen Bee, Gorilla Grodd, Killer Frost, Doomsday, and a bunch of others that I've never heard of, are all doing their usual nefarious things, so the Justice League sets out to stop them. The first few levels sees you paired up with fixed characters, so you'll start as Batman and Superman, Zatanna and the Martian Manhunter, Flash, Green Lantern, etc., but eventually you'll be able to choose which characters you want to use in each level, though it takes a surprisingly long time to get to this point. I guess they wanted you to at least try all the characters before you just choose Batman the whole time, or Wonder Woman, depending on how much cleavage you want to be looking at. The gameplay is simple. You run around levels that are essentially just RPG dungeons. They are quite linear, though you do have a map. The levels are filled with enemies and things that you can smash. You just have to make your way through the levels until you find the boss. It is worth exploring every nook and cranny though, as you'll want to fight all the enemies so you can level your characters up. Each character levels up separately, and you can assign your skill points to various attributes, improving health, attack, regeneration, and things like that. You can also power up your special moves to make them stronger, last longer, and even unlock new ones. Most of the combat is just a case of hammering a punch button, and that does a decent enough job. There's no combos to worry about here, it is all quite basic. Holding L2 brings up your special moves, each of which is assigned to a different button, making them easy to pull off when you need to. Enemies come in the form of generic robots and grunts based on whoever the boss of that level is, and none really put up a huge challenge. And even the bosses are quite simple, usually with a shield that you have to wait to disappear before doing a quarter damage, and then they'll summon goons in, rinse and repeat. It was a bit of a shame, but it's one of those games that is strangely addictive. You get 15 characters to choose from by the end of the game, but only 2 of them are ever present on the levels, and if you're playing single player, you can switch between them at the press of a button, which is nice. If one of them falls in battle, you have to survive until you find a checkpoint, at which point they will be revived. If they go down again, you can just go back to that same checkpoint as many times as you need to. The only real downside is that they won't get experience when they're dead. The graphics here are good, but nothing out of the world. Certainly nothing bad though. It is a bit bland, especially the level design, but I do really like the cutscenes though, and Batman is voiced by Ron Perlman, which is cool. The gameplay though is quite fun. It is repetitive, yes, and I did find that after about an hour I'd probably seen everything the game was going to offer. It was just a case of repeating the motions with a different character and enemy skins. Though it is definitely fun with a second player, and you can find items in the levels that unlock new characters and costumes, which is nice. If you like superheroes, I'd say this is a fun one. You can beat it in about 5 or 6 hours, so it is a short enough game to play through on a rainy afternoon with a mate. And finally for today's licensed game extravaganza, here is James Cameron's Dark Angel, which some might say comes under D, but in all the alphabetical lists I've bothered to look at, it's in J, so deal with it. This game is based on the TV show that I've never seen that stars one of the Jessicas. I'm not entirely sure which one it is, but she looks lovely. The story here is that you are Max, a genetically created super soldier with super strength, speed and agility, and you need to rescue your twin sister from an evil corporation that are making super soldiers. Now, rather than being a proper 3D action game, this game is essentially a 3D brawler like Fighting Force and games like that. It forgoes any clunky platforming or any real puzzles, and is really just an action game from start to finish. You do have a few gadgets at your disposal though, and there are quite a few stealth moves that you can use, so if you're careful you can take out enemies quietly so they don't all swarm you, which can cause problems. The actual combat is surprisingly solid, but definitely not perfect. There's a few combos that you can do with your light and hard attack buttons, and you've got jump moves and throws as well. Doing different button combinations mixes things up, and you'll also build a rage bar as you fight. Once this is maxed out, you can press and hold the attack buttons to go all fury-like. This gives you enhanced speed, attack and defense for a few seconds, and is important when you're surrounded, which can happen a lot. Thankfully, that's where your stealth comes into it, which I only figured out much later than I should have done. You can sneak around and do silent takedowns, and this is recommended for as long as you can get away with it, as dealing with 2 or 3 enemies at a time is much easier than the 7 or so that you might need to fight if you make loads of noise. Also, you tend to have a time limit when you're fighting lots of enemies and they've spotted you, and they can take a hell of a beating before they die. You do even have a few gadgets that can stun or knock out enemies from a distance. These have limited ammo but are worth using when you can, and you can pick up those little bat things that you can use to hit people in the face with. Are they called tonwars or something weird? Those are good fun to use. Other than that though, the gameplay is fairly standard. You'll fight enemies and they'll drop keys or items that you'll need to get to the next area, and then you do some more punching and kicking. But it's done well enough, and it's one of those games that isn't exactly groundbreaking, but it does what it sets out to do quite solidly, and it's just more average than anything else. But again, this is another short game and it can be beaten in about 3 hours, and the fact that it's really cheap these days if you're going for a physical copy means that you can do a lot worse for a quick little 3-hour game. It looks fine, though Sexy Jess does look a bit wonky at times, but most of the games of this era that tried to look realistic kinda did, so that's no surprise. Still, give it a go if you're like me and can appreciate a bit of jank and games that are just sort of middle of the road.
We are starting with Khan, Barbarian's Blade, a game originally released for the PC in 2002 and then got a port to the PS2 in 2004. Thanks Wikipedia. Khan is a 3D action platform game where you are Khan, a cool cartoony barbarian man who is on a quest to stop an evil sorcerer from being a bastard. You know, standard barbarian stuff really. The sorcerer has some magic amulets that you want to get back, otherwise he'll be able to take over just about everything, and on top of that the bastard has gone and kidnapped a princess, so you might as well get her back at the same time. I wonder if adventurers would still get the princesses back if they weren't always super sexy conveniently. Anyway, Khan's adventure takes him across a whole bunch of levels where you'll need to fight dangerous monsters, collect new weapons and armour, and even do some simple puzzle platforming, and it's all done pretty well. The levels are quite large but also linear. You tend to have just one path to follow, but I don't really mind that. As you explore that one path, enemies will appear out of nowhere, but this is actually explained as it's the sorcerer teleporting them in to try and kill you. You get quite a small variety of enemies, and a lot of them are actually pretty tough. Most of the enemies are evil soldiers, and they do a pretty good job of attacking you and defending themselves. You'll also fight various little insect things, beast men, and even dastardly plants that want to eat you. Being a barbarian though, you are pretty good at attacking yourself. As in, you're good at attacking enemies, you don't attack yourself. That would be silly. You start with a sword, and this does some pretty decent damage. You've got a few combos, and you'll want to use these properly to break defences and do maximum damage. You also build up a power meter at the bottom of the screen that lets you do a few special attacks by hammering all the buttons at the same time. These are great against groups of enemies. And that's something that happens a lot. You'll find that you're fighting 3 or more enemies at the same time, and they have no issue rushing you and not doing the thing where one attacks you at a time. Here they all just gang up on you and kick your ass in no time. This can be frustrating, but you do have a block which does only block in front of you, so you can be still stabbed in the back, and you have a dash move which is more to get out of the way than to attack. You also pick up new weapons like an axe you can throw and an even bigger sword which does more damage and has more combos. What's cool is that if you collect enough coins, which are scattered around the levels, as well as performing well enough in the level by completing it within a certain time, killing a certain percentage of enemies and so on, you get to enter a trial between levels. These are just arena battles where you've got to kill a certain number of enemies. If you kill them without losing your health, then you get an armor upgrade, extending your life bar. You only get one attempt though, so if you fail then you miss out and you won't be able to be fully powered up by the end of the game. The platforming here is quite fun as well. There's plenty of floating platforms and moving things that you need to get on, and the controls are actually very good, so it's never really an issue. You can use your axe to smash certain blocks, and you can even throw it like a boomerang, and you'll need to do this to create bridges and so on by smashing down pillars. There is a very light puzzle element to some of it, but it's nothing too complex. The graphics here are good, but nothing really special. I do like the cartoony style, and everything runs very smoothly, which is always a good thing in my book. It is quite a short game and can be beaten in about 4 hours, but it's definitely a fun time while you're doing it. Klonoa 2 Lunar T's Veil is the follow-up to the popular PS1 game, but I rarely ever hear anyone talking about this one, and it's actually the first Klonoa game that I've ever played. You are Klonoa, a rabbit dog cat thing. You have a magic ring that lets you grab and throw things better than anyone else can grab and throw things. You're transported to a dream world which is becoming unbalanced by all the monsters that have started appearing, and the king of the dream world asks you to find the 4 bells that you need to ring to restore the balance, or something like that. I'll be honest, the story really dragged on here and was pretty overly convoluted for a cute 2.5D platform game. Thankfully, the gameplay is really fun, and you can just skip the story. So the game takes place in a 2D plane, but it's all made up of polygons, so it does a really cool thing where the world twists and turns around you, and I've got to say I really do enjoy 2.5D games. When they're done well, they look really cool, and this is a great example of that. Your main objective for pretty much every level is just to get to the end. Eventually you'll meet a boss character, and then you fight them and get the bell back. You can run, jump and float with your big ears, but the main mechanic here is your ring, which you'll use to grab enemies. You can then carry them around with you and can use them to throw at other enemies, killing them, or you can throw them at switches to activate them or various parts of the scenery to interact with it, usually as part of a puzzle. If you're carrying an enemy, you can also use their face as a platform to jump from, letting you do double jumps, which is cool. Being a 2.5D game, there are usually things in the background and foreground as well, and you'll sometimes need to throw things at these to progress. Working some of these things out is never too tricky, but it's always good plain fun. Enemies don't really put up much of a fight, and really they're actually just there as tools for you to be able to get around the level. It doesn't really matter if you mess up, as they constantly respawn, so you won't ever get stuck. Enemies tend to have different properties as well, so some let you jump higher, some let you fly, some even give you elemental powers. Combinations of these can be needed by the end of the game, so you might need to find an electric type enemy so you can smash through blocks, then find a helicopter one to fly over the tall obstacle next to you, and so on, but the ones you never need are never too far away. The bosses here are really cool and fun to fight, even if they are a little too easy. Their weak point is usually a big glowing thing, and pretty much all of them just need you to throw things into the screen and take place on a circular level. I really like the graphics here. Each of the worlds are nice and colourful with loads of things going on, and the character animations are great. The cutscenes look good, even if they are very slow and have some really annoying voices, but again, you can skip them, and you're never left wondering what you need to do. There's a map screen and you can tell what levels you need to visit, as they're all colour coded. So yeah, if you want a fun but quite easy little game that will last you a few hours, this is a good one to check out. Fighting game time now with King of Fighters Maximum Impact. Now, I'm not very familiar with the King of Fighters series, being a Street Fighter person myself. My main introduction to them were the Capcom vs SNK games, and even then I pretty much stuck with the Street Fighter characters. But over the years I have played a few of the series, mainly the 2D ones, and this one here is the first 3D one I played, and I've got to say, it's really damn fun. There is a story, but it's in Japanese, and also I don't think I've ever given a shit about a story in a fighting game, but from the seams of it, there is a tournament and you're part of it, so off you go to punch people in the nuts until they can't stand up anymore. You get a very generous roster of 20 characters, including a hidden one to choose from, most of which have their own moves and fighting styles, so you get the martial artists, the street brawlers, the wrestlers, the speedy ones that jump around a lot, and then of course there's I've tried about half the characters at this point, and I really do like how they control. Special moves are easy to pull off, and each character has their own combos and super moves to learn. You've got the usual power bar at the bottom of the screen, and the more this is filled up, the better the special moves you can pull off are. One thing that I did find annoying here though is that you're forced to use the D-pad, which is fine, as the PS2 D-pad is pretty good, but I would have rather used the analog stick. It's all one-on-one, so there's no team-ups or anything like that, and although the game is in 3D, it's pretty much always played on a 2D plane, though you can dodge left and right, but there's not a big emphasis on it, which I like. Pulling off combos is really satisfying, and often you can just hammer one button to do a basic one, making this easy to pick up and play. But for those willing to learn, there are a ton more you can do, and it's actually surprising how many attacks each character has. There's a couple of characters that share the same moves with slight variations, but for the most part everyone is their own thing, and the differences between them are really noticeable, meaning that you'll definitely have your favourite characters here. There's also plenty of backgrounds. In fact, it looks like each character has their own one, which I always appreciate. I didn't used to be that fussed about backgrounds in fighting games, especially ones that aren't interactive like here. But nowadays I do tend to notice if you're fighting on the same 2 or 3 over and over, and having new ones really does help with the enjoyment, but it would have been nice if there was some interactivity here. And graphically, the game looks great. All the character models are very detailed with all the jiggle physics that you want, and the animation is super smooth, which really helps with the controls, which are spot on. And that's all I really need to say. This is just a very solid fighting game that's easy to pick up and play if you want to button mash, but has more than enough if you want to learn, if you want to sink a few hours into it. Over to Japan now for Keina, which I've probably said wrong, which is a shame because I have to say it probably a few times here. This is an action game based on a French animated movie, and for some reason the game was never released outside of Japan, which is a shame, as it's actually pretty damn fun if you ask me. The plot's a funny one. It starts with aliens crash landing on a planet, and all the aliens are killed by the planet's natural predators. Fast forward 600 years, and a bunch of tree dwellers that don't ever leave their trees are attacked by some monsters, which Keina, who always wanted to explore outside of the tree, sets off to see what's going on. It's not exactly groundbreaking, but I like it. The gameplay here is a lot like some of the early 3D action games like Alone in the Dark, or even classics like Time Commando.
All the characters are 3D models, but the backgrounds are pre-rendered with fixed camera angles that switch when you get to certain points of the screen. So you start out in your tree world where you have to explore all around and defeat the enemies that have made their way to you. These come in the form of various wildlife looking things like frogmen, dog things, bugs and so on, but there's also evil tribespeople after you as well. You can defend yourself quite well though, and you have a knife which has some pretty devastating combos, making light work of most enemies. And as you progress you'll find new weapons like a crossbow and a bigger knife, and even a gun thing. It's easy to know where you need to go thanks to a handy map that fills in the blanks as you go to new screens. You will need to find items and keys to progress, so backtracking is needed, but the worlds are never too large. There aren't many crazy puzzles here, and most of the game is just exploring to find the key or item that you need, and you'll need new weapons as some enemies can only be killed with certain weapons. The controls can take a minute to get used to. It's tank controls, but they do work fine. You're also forced to use the D-pad, which still works perfectly well, but I don't see why they wouldn't let you use the analog. You can lock onto enemies, which is handy, especially as some of them fly, and it also means that if they go off the screen you still have an idea of where they are. You can also pull off your combos with ease, and when you're in combat you can block and dodge in any direction. Hitting enemies with your dodge even does a little more damage, which is cool. What's nice is that the more you use a weapon, the better you get with it, and each weapon levels up separately, offering bigger and better combos. You'll find health and items all over the levels, and enemies even drop health when you kill them, which is good. Bosses, which are really fun to fight, usually give you a new weapon as well. Something that really stands out here are the cutscenes, which are presumably taken directly from the movie, which I kind of want to watch now. I really love the designs of the characters and enemies. They're all a bit strange and they look great. The monsters especially are awesome. Also, as you play, you'll meet other characters that aren't trying to kill you. I've got no idea what they talk about, but they often give you little tasks to complete, and you can help them out. This will give you new items as well. I don't think these things are compulsory, but even with the language barrier, it's easy to figure out what they want, and actually this game doesn't suffer from not being in English. You can just imagine that you really are helping an alien race, and the way the cutscenes are done, even the in-game ones, really make it clear what you need to do, which I'd say is just kind of good game design. What's really cool is that the further into the game you get, you start to discover the alien ship that was crashed, and discover that maybe they weren't all killed after all. I really like how the game moves from a tribal setting to a sci-fi one, with some nice enemies and some tech that you can start to use yourself. It's a real shame that this didn't get an English release, as I do think it would have done quite well. I've got no idea what the reviews were like for this one. It's definitely not a perfect game. Some of the controls can be dodgy, but they are easy to get used to. The graphics are good though, and the atmosphere of everything really just kept me wanting to play. This is definitely one I recommend, and as mentioned, even though it's in Japanese, you won't have any trouble working out what you've got to do here. While we're over in Japan, we should check out Kujibuki Unbalance, a game based on an anime, and be prepared to be shocked, because I have never seen or heard of it. What about you, Jake? At first I thought this is actually going to be a visual novel, as the intro goes on for about 200 years, but after pressing skip for nearly 7 minutes, and that's not an exaggeration, I finally got to some actual gameplay. I don't know what the story was, but you're in a creepy school area, which is kind of like a castle thing, and you, as a punk kid, along with 2 anime girls who would probably get you arrested in most countries, have to explore these dungeon-like areas that are filled with various enemies ranging from creepy faceless people to evil fridges, skeletons, and even demons. Fighting them is easy, as you have a baseball bat which you can smash their faces in Negan style. You have a basic combo, but it does the job. You can lock onto enemies and strafe around them, but most aren't too tough, and they give you loads of warning when they're about to attack. Your 2 anime girl chums will also fight enemies and run around doing their own thing. They don't do a great job of it, and maybe they'll kill 1 enemy per room, while you wipe out the other 10 or so. You can also pick up pretty much anything in the level as well, so if you see bins or tables and chairs, you can pick them up to throw them at enemies. These are especially handy against the flying ones. You get a map that fills in as you go, so you know where you've been and where you need to go, which is handy. And between levels you can visit a shop and spend the hundreds of diamonds that drop when you kill enemies. I don't know what a lot of the things in the shop were, but you can get upgrades for all your characters, giving them more health and making their attacks stronger. You also get health items that you can carry around with you that need to be used manually. All items can be used for all the characters as well, so you need to make sure you keep an eye on their health and stats, so you can survive in the later levels. So far I haven't found any new weapons, but they might just be hidden in a menu that I can't read the words for. The actual levels here don't get wildly different, other than a slight change of scenery. They do all basically play the same. Go through corridors, beat everything to death, a new door opens, repeat. If you go too far ahead of your lady friends, they'll get stuck in a room, or sometimes even the previous floor if you get too far ahead. But it's never really an issue, as they'll eventually find their way to you, but they can still take damage as enemies will carry on attacking them, and it does mean that enemies will immediately focus on you as well. But still, your baseball bat is usually more than enough. The game looks good enough with your standard anime vibes. The cutscenes are all stills and they do drag on forever and a day. Granted, I may have missed some stuff that you can do there, but I didn't have any issues actually playing the game when it got to the actual gameplay, and I don't really remember seeing any choices being made. But I did have fun playing this one, and even though it's quite basic and repetitive, it's got that just one more level quality of gameplay to it. Right, back to a game that we can understand, as long as you speak Australian, that is. Here is KO the Kangaroo Round 2, the sequel to the first game, which I think was only released on the Sega Dreamcast. The story here is simple. KO and his mates are kidnapped by an evil hunter, who I believe is the bad guy in the first game. Luckily, he didn't bother to take away your boxing glove, as you know, you're a kangaroo, so you can just break out of your cage, and then you set off to rescue all your mates over a bunch of levels. You'll need to guide KO through your usual bunch of 3D worlds with jungles, ice levels, fire levels, cave levels, and of course swimming levels. These are all connected by a hub world as well, but thankfully getting around is easy and you have access to all the levels by talking to most of the characters you meet in the hub world. I like this, and it means you don't have to do loads of backtracking just to get to a new stage. The levels themselves are all quite large, but actually quite linear. You won't need to do a ton of exploring, but what's here is still pretty fun. As you need to rescue your mates, you've got to keep an eye out for cages where they're all being held. When you find them, it's just a case of giving them a good slap and your mates will be free. They aren't particularly hidden or hard to get to, mostly just being your usual path. Also, you don't have to rescue everyone you see, unless you want 100% completion, that is. Most of the time it's just a case of getting to the end of the level and moving on, and then eventually you'll fight a boss. So really the main thing here is the platforming, which is done pretty well. The controls are super smooth and KO can run, jump, double jump, climb and attack. Most of this is done easily, but sadly the attacking leaves a lot to be desired. It works for the most part, but I found it really hard to not take damage thanks to some shoddy hit detection. As you probably guessed, you punched enemies to defeat them, but most of the time you take damage during your animations, and also seemingly when you're miles away from enemies, which can be very frustrating. Thankfully there's quite a few health power-ups, and you can even get boomerangs to throw. These are much better, but you do have a limited supply. The platforming though is great fun, and it has a fair bit of variety. The levels, even though they're fairly standard fare, do mix things up a bit, and you'll be surfing, driving vehicles, riding minecarts and all sorts on your adventure. And as with most 3D platform games, it looks pretty good. I am a big fan of these cartoony graphics, and these ones are good. The levels all look great and the animations are decent. There's plenty of things to collect in the levels as well. These unlock doors in the hub world, giving you access to a bunch of mini-games and challenges to complete. I didn't really bother with too many of these, but they can be a nice distraction. Overall, this is a fun 3D platform game. It's never going to be the best game you've ever played, but it's fun for what it is, and it's well made enough, and it might be worth taking a look if you like these games like I do. Knights of the Temple Infernal Crusade is a game that I've actually owned on the GameCube for years, but ironically I'm now playing it for the first time here on the PS2. You play as Paul, a Templar knight on your first crusade, trying to stop the end of the world from the bunch of bastards. You start off looking for a bishop, only to uncover a deadly conspiracy where they're trying to use the powers of a sexy woman called Adele, who can be used to open a portal to hell, which, to be honest, is not the story I was expecting. You do all of this in an exciting 3D adventure that's pretty much made up of chopping people with various swords and solving simple puzzles. It is mostly combat here, so you'll be taking on a whole army of possessed monks, knights, bandits, and eventually even some demons. Your adventure takes you through holy monasteries, cities, catacombs, deserts, and yep, even some hellscapes. As the combat is the main focus here, you get a few weapons and combos. These are all easy to use, and your weapons do feel like they have a weight behind them. There's usually a few enemies coming at you at once, and they're surprisingly good at looking after themselves. You will definitely need to get used to blocking, as well as using the various moves that you unlock as you play. You'll learn moves that break attacks or stagger enemies, and these are vital when you're fighting 3 or 4 at the same time. Animations can take a while to play out, and you have to wait for them to finish before being able to do anything else, including block, so timing is everything here. I do wish there was a dodge button though, as it is easy to get stuck in a corner and attacked by a few enemies. Thankfully, your block blocks everything, no matter where they are. What's cool is that as you progress, you get more and more armour, and you start to look like a badass by the end of the game, fully kitted up. You even learn a few magic spells to help you out. In fact, this is kind of like a serious version of that Khan Barbarian game we looked at before. Enemies will drop health and keys that you'll need, and you'll often get locked in a room and have to solve simple puzzles. These mostly involve pushing blocks or switches, or finding combinations to match icons and that sort of thing. They're never particularly complex, but they do help break up the mindless sword swinging. There is a fair bit of story here, which I have to say I actually found quite interesting. I was a bit worried that I was going to be a preachy religious affair, but thankfully it was all about monsters and conspiracies, which I am okay with. The graphics here are good. They do go for realism, which means it can look a little wonky at times, but overall the detail is decent, and I have to say a lot of it is very dark, and I mean the kind of dark where you just can't see what's going on. Most indoor areas are like this, with candles lighting the way, and the cave and catacomb levels have parts where I really struggle to see where the hell I needed to go. It doesn't help that it's mainly a fixed camera, and this is really my main complaint, as otherwise I did enjoy playing this game. There's even a sequel for it, which, to be honest, kind of surprised me. So I think I may even go back and finish this one and give that a go, and I would say that you should too. This is definitely a game that no one ever talks about. Kinetica is a cool futuristic racing game featuring a bunch of freaky future people who are sort of attached to their bikes and have to take part in a bunch of future races. You know the sort. You get to choose from a decent selection of races, each with their own stats, and then you choose from single races, tournaments, time trials, or a two-player mode. The racing action is pretty simple, but also very fun. The tracks are your usual future fairs with big neo cities, spaceports, and apocalyptic wasteland-looking places. What's cool is that the tracks have crazy amounts of bends, jumps, and zero gravity sections, so you spend as much time racing on the ceiling as you do the floor. As it's a racing game, there's weapons here too. You find crystals on the track which you can collect, but you need to get 5 or more of them before you get a weapon, which is a bit annoying, but manageable. The weapons are things like EMP pulses or electric shocks which stun opponents. But you also get boosts and a thing that enables slipstream, and you can also get a boost from driving behind the other racers. Completing the Cup mode unlocks new characters and more tracks to race on, which is always good, and the action is fast and frantic. You're also encouraged to do tricks when you go off of ramps. These will fill your boost meter, and you're going to need it. The computer AI is pretty good, but not impossible. You'll need to get used to some of the tracks if you want to win every time, but even on my first try I was able to be in the top 3 quite consistently. The controls here will take a bit of getting used to. It is kind of standard controls, but they're quite slippery, and it feels like your character goes all over the place a lot of the time. But that's because you really need to use the brake and drift buttons when going around corners. Once you're used to doing that, you'll be able to speed around the place. Also, each character really does control quite differently, so try them all to see which one suits you best. There's a few massive characters which are great on the shorter tracks and can just bash everyone out of the way, but on the longer, more windy tracks you want a faster, more nimble character, but they're all quite well balanced. I did find that sometimes when I was racing I'd get stuck on the scenery, or when coming off a jump I would glitch through a wall. Thankfully you get reset back onto the track and I never lost too many positions and was able to catch up. Usually it was more amusing than annoying. I do really like the graphics here, the bike designs are great and the variety in the tracks are really good, with a great draw distance. If you like fast future races, then this is a great one to play. It's like a cross between Wipeout and Extreme G, and I'm a fan of both those series, so playing this was right up my alley. Survival horror time now with Quan. This is a really cool game made by From Software, and you can really see this in its presentation and graphics. The story goes that a few characters, which you get to choose from, arrive at a manor that's been overrun with demons and monsters, so you need to stop them. There is more to it than that, but that's the gist. There's 2 characters to choose from, Utsuki and Sakuya. Utsuki's father is one of the monster hunters sent to clean out the manor, and you're there looking after your sister, who then gets possessed and goes missing while you're waiting outside for your dad to come back. So you have to go into the manor, find your dad, and help to get him out. Thankfully, you have been taught some skills, so you're able to deal with some of the monsters and demons that come your way. If you play as Sakuya, you're one of the team of monster hunters that's been sent to cleanse the manor, and her story revolves around getting rid of all the monsters. The 2 characters play quite differently from one another, with Utsuki being more of a melee character and Sakuya being more magic based. Now, both of them can use the melee and magic, but they definitely have preferred styles. The actual gameplay and world is pretty much the same for both, with the same locations being explored, but they have different starting locations and will meet different characters along the way with slightly different paths and puzzles. The actual gameplay is what you'd expect from a survival horror, but I don't mean that in a bad way. You explore a creepy world that's filled with monsters and locked doors, and you need to find various items to open new rooms to explore new areas while fighting off the demons. Monsters come in a few flavours. You get your standard demons, as well as swamp demons, slug things, and even creepy ghosts that will chase you. All of the monsters will actually affect your sanity, so once you've fought them off or run away, you'll need to take a few minutes to meditate and clear your mind. The more scared you are, the blurrier the screen gets, making it hard to find items to see where you need to go, and also, if you're too scared, you end up getting vertigo, which makes you unable to use certain magic spells and attacks. The spells here are really cool. You get animals that you can summon, like spiders and wolves, which will follow you around and protect you as much as they can, but they can also get attacked by enemies, so you've got to work together with them and not rely on them. You also get direct attacks like fire arrows that aren't too powerful, but do come in handy in a fight. You get a few melee weapons, and these are easy to use just with the press of a button, and you can assign 2 different attacks at once, one to the square button and one to triangle, so you can have a mix of melee and magic at the press of a button. But the magic spells do have limited use, and you need to find scrolls with more of them as you play. Something that the game does really well is the creepy atmosphere. It's set in ancient Japan, so it has suitably creepy ghosts, which I think the setting does so well. The ghosts look strange and contorted and will appear out of nowhere. Some won't attack you and are just there to make you shit yourself. And I do have to admit, the game did make me jump more than once. My only real complaint is that, again, the game is so damn dark that most of the time I just had trouble trying to see where the hell I needed to go. But once I'd bumped the brightness up on my TV a bit, I had an absolute blast. I love survival horror games and I really enjoyed this one. The fact that you don't often have to worry about ammo really helps, but it doesn't mean you don't feel like you're not in danger, even when there's just one enemy. So yeah, if you like survival horror games, go play this one. And finally for today, here is Kaya Dark Lineage, and shout out to Jur the Orc, who also suggested I should include it on the list. You are Kaya, and your dad went missing a while ago. You and your brother Frank go and start looking through his stuff and manage to open a portal to a new world filled with furry creatures that are being overrun by evil wolves and enslaved by a git of a sorcerer. Potential spoiler alert now, but not really, as this is stuff you learn on the first level, but it turns out that your dad has of course been teleported to this land, and in what is actually a cool plot twist, it turns out that he is the evil sorcerer enslaving the natives, who are actually called natives, and turning them into the evil wolfens. You are given the task of transforming the wolfen back into natives and eventually taking down your evil father. Now, I haven't beaten the game yet, but I think we can all guess what will happen at the end, and I suspect it will be a happy one. So yeah, once the native leader, who I'm sure is voiced by the same guy that does Master Roshi, gives you your orders, you've got to explore a large hub world which gives you access to all the levels as well as various shops and other places to visit. Each level you visit requires you to turn back all the wolfen into natives. To do this, you fight them, and the combat here is pretty fun. You've got a ton of combos that you can perform, and as you play, you can buy more combat bracelets, which give you access to more moves. Once you've pummeled a wolf enough, you can turn them back, provided you have enough green orbs, which are sort of like your ability power currency. You can use these orbs for loads of things in the game, like healing, fighting, transforming, unlocking teleports, and so on. You know when you'll need to use them, as you can see a number appear on whatever it is you're trying to interact with, and it tells you how many you need to interact with it. Thankfully, these green orbs are all over the place, and they do respawn if you leave and return to an area. So far, I've never not had enough. Something I really like here is that there's a bigger emphasis on falling with style. There's cannons and air currents all over the place, and these will send you flying into the air, and you've got to navigate through some tricky areas filled with obstacles and spikes. There's even cool bits where the air is pushing you up against a wall, but rather than just getting squashed and dying, you can use the air current to climb and walk up the walls, thanks to physics, if you know what I mean. Between levels, you'll want to visit the shops to spend the money that you find. Here you can buy loads of cool stuff that you'll need to progress, like climbing gloves, new weapons, and because it's the 2000s, snowboards. What's cool is that the village grows as you rescue the natives, and this is how you open new levels and shops, as they're constantly building and upgrading, and when you're in the hub world you can see the progress that they're making. The levels are pretty large here and will take a few hours to get through each one. You will need to come back to old levels with new abilities as well, which is something I always like in games like this, and I have to say, this game really does feel unique. Couple that with some great cartoony graphics and some really excellent looking levels, as well as decent controls and original mechanics, and you really do have a game that deserves a lot more attention than it gets. Again, this is a game that I've never heard anyone talk about, but since playing it for this video, I've already gone back to play it to finish it. This is definitely one I plan on finishing, and it might even be my favourite one in this video. Let's start with some 3D platformers. Here is Looney Tunes Back in Action, a 3D platform game based on the movie that came out whenever that was released. The movie had Brendan Fraser in it, but he's nowhere to be seen in this game, which does make it immediately crap, but it's actually quite fun. The story is suitably wacky. A blue diamond has been stolen by a monkey in a top hat, so Bugs and Daffy set out to get it back. They'll need to explore a bunch of locations, hunting that damn monkey down so they can give him a good spanking, and of course they'll meet a whole host of Looney Tunes characters along the way. What's cool here is that you play as both Bugs and Daffy, and you can switch between them at any point by pressing the triangle button. You'll need to do this a lot as they each have their own abilities that you'll need to use to explore the levels and track down their monkey and his monkey mates. Bugs can double jump and wall jump at certain points, giving him access to higher areas. He can also dig areas that have soft ground. You'll be able to get past certain walls and barriers doing this, as well as dig up valuable coins. Daffy, on the other hand, can flap his wings to glide slowly when jumping. He doesn't get as much height as Bugs, but can reach platforms that are further away, just not higher. He can also swim, so you'll want to be him in any water sections. As you play, you'll find doors that act as changing rooms. These need to be used by a specific character and will put them into one of their classic costumes from past cartoons, giving them access to new moves and powers. Both characters have a weapon and you can attack enemies as well. The costume powers only tend to be used in certain areas for specific reasons. The gameplay works similarly to Mario 64 type games, where you have to explore the level to collect a set number of stars, or in this case, monkeys. To do this, you'll need to do some tricky platforming, solve some simple puzzles, complete minigames and fight bosses. And actually, the variety is pretty good here. Monkeys don't have to be collected in a specific order, and you are given hints as to what you might need to do to get them. You also need to get as much money as you can. Your adventure takes you all over the world, and you've got to pay for your own travel, so getting new levels costs a pretty penny. Money can be found all over the place though, and you'll meet a ton of the other Looney Tunes characters as you play. They'll give you tasks to do, which sometimes pay you money, and other times give you a monkey. As you can imagine, there is a fair amount of chatter here, with all the characters being voiced really well, and they have a lot to say, sometimes too much and it can get a bit repetitive, but it is great to see all the characters here doing their thing. And it's actually quite amusing at times, as when you're being shit, one of the other characters will basically tell you to stop being crap. I kinda liked it. The graphics here I actually think are really good. The characters all look spot on and animate well, and the variety in the levels is very good. I did sometimes have issues getting around the levels as they aren't labelled too well, and knowing which doors to take wasn't always obvious, meaning I was doing a lot of accidental backtracking. The controls are fine, but some of the platforming is a bit dodgy thanks to the camera that doesn't always let you control it, but for the most part it's alright. So yeah, this is actually a very fun game. I'm a big fan of 3D platformers, and this one is a solid entry into the genre, and probably much better than you'd expect. Next up is Legend of K, a really cool 3D platformer that actually probably has more in common with games like Zelda than a regular platform game, though not exactly. You are K, a cat who is part of an animal world inhabited by rabbits, frogs, gorillas, rats and a few others. They all live in harmony as they've been living in a state called The Way, where they all live and work together in harmony. But wouldn't you know it, the gorillas and rats are being bastards and start to deviate from the way and are causing all sorts of trouble, stealing gems, kidnapping people and generally being dickheads. Luckily you are a ninja cat, so you go on a quest to beat them all up and restore the way. This is all done in a fairly large 3D world where you'll be visiting the domains of all the animals. You'll need to rescue captured critters from cages or fighting off hordes of enemies, doing some platforming, solving puzzles and going to towns and chatting with people. I really did not expect this game to be anything like it is when I first started playing, and I had a real hard time putting it down. As you explore, you'll meet new characters. A few of them will give you new quests to complete. These come in a few varieties, which you can probably guess for the most part. You'll need to collect certain items, defeat certain enemies, and explore every inch of your areas to find hidden areas that contain statues for you to muck about with. And I said areas twice then, sorry. Completing the side quests will give you upgrades to your health and magic, as well as loads of money and other items like new weapons and armour, making you even stronger. Then you have your main quests, which to be honest are usually pretty similar, but with a cutscene before and after them. But that doesn't mean they're not fun to do, because a lot of it is really well put together. Combat is a big thing here, with you fighting a whole bunch of your usual evil animal types like rats, bugs, gorillas, bears and so on, and there's a surprising amount of stuff you can do. You have your standard 3-hit combo, but you also have jump attacks, dodges, rolls, blocks, super attacks and even magic. You'll need to use a variety of all your moves as you play, as some enemies have certain weak spots and you might need to knock them over with an uppercut slash to expose their weak spot and then do a jump attack to finish them off. Or they might just block everything you do, so you'll need to roll around them and attack them from behind. It's really fun working it all out. There's plenty of big bosses to fight as well, and these have patterns that you'll need to figure out that are really fun to fight. You also get a few power-ups that you can save and use whenever you want. There's ones that make you stronger and faster, as well as a power-up that sees a bunch of hornets follow you around for a while, and they'll attack any enemy that you see. You even get bombs that can be dropped to hurt enemies, but they will run away if they see a bomb, which is cool. These bombs can also be used to destroy walls and uncover secrets. You can usually tell when a secret's nearby thanks to the small holes in the wall giving a glimpse of something behind it. It is very Zelda, and I like it. There's also plenty of tricky platforming here, and it's mostly tricky by design and not because of crap camera or controls, though sometimes it is because of that. K can lock onto and home in on certain objects, helping you do combos and get across chasms, and some chests and breakable objects can only be broken if your combo meter is at a certain level, forcing you to fight well and not break up your combos. The variety in the levels is good here, with a range of jungles, forests, swamps, etc, and they all look great. In fact, the graphics here are really damn good. All of the characters look brilliant with a ton of detail and animation, and it looks like it should have been a cartoon or something. It is quite a linear game though, so don't expect a sprawling open world. You are put in levels made up of a few sections that you can explore, but it works well and has just the right amount of challenge. The controls are good, but can take a minute to get used to with some of the button combinations needed for combat. And while the camera is okay, there were times where it swung around wildly and made me make mistakes. I don't have many complaints with this game. It does have unskippable cutscenes, but only the first time you watch them, so if you do die and go back to one before, you don't have to watch it every time, which is nice. My only real proper complaint is with K himself. I really don't like the voice actor, who just sounded bored and pretty terrible most of the time, and actually manages to make K quite unlikable, at least he was for me. Now, this game did actually get remastered and is available on some of the modern consoles, so some may argue that it's not a hidden gem. But be honest, how many of you actually have it? This is the first time I'm playing the game, and I don't know a single other person that's played it or owns it. But man, I'm glad that I have, as it's really a great game, and I'm very tempted to get the remaster on the PS4, where it will look even better. If you're a fan of adventure games, then this is sort of a Zelda light. It's nowhere near that epic, but maybe more along the lines of Star Fox Adventures on the GameCube. The gameplay here is fantastic and well worth checking out. What's that? You want to see a budget puzzle game that looks like it should have been released on the PS1 or an old mobile phone? Don't worry, I got you covered. Here is Luxor, Pharaoh's Challenge from Mumbo Jumbo Games. You know them, right? This is a very simple puzzle game of which there are quite a few just like it on various platforms. And the most famous one is probably Zuma, with that frog thing on the front. I'm pretty sure I have that on the Xbox 360. Anyway, what happens here is a scarab beetle pushes a bunch of coloured balls onto the screen, which follow a set path. It's never a straight line though, and the bloody drunk bug will push the balls all over the place. You control a paddle at the bottom of the screen which generates balls of the same colour, and you have to use the paddle to shoot the ball into the ones that are on the screen and insert it so 3 or more of the same coloured ball are put together, at which point they'll disappear. Now, it's possible that there might already be a load of the same coloured balls that are already in a row, but they will only disappear when you shoot one of that colour in there. And that's about all there is to the gameplay. It's simple, but it's also bloody addictive, and I played this for way longer than I probably should have. I even went back to it twice after recording the footage for it. While you're destroying the balls, power-ups will fly out of them for you to grab. These do things like giving you a speed up or making your magic ball one that can join any colour, or sometimes you even get a lightning shot which destroys every ball it touches, so you need to time your shots very well. You also get power-ups that slow down the balls, give you an aiming reticle for a few shots, or make the bug stop for a few seconds. These are all helpful and you'll want to grab them all if you can. You can make combos if you set up the colours correctly, and you get massive points and more items for doing this. It's actually worth doing that, as you can unlock perks which can be equipped. These do things like give you permanent speed boosts, extra points, or permanent reticule that makes aiming easier. They last forever, but you can only have one equipped at a time. Every few levels you'll get a bonus stage where you actually control the balls and not the paddle. The paddle will constantly fire balls, and you've got to move around so that it lands in the right place, just like Toby Von Doom on a Friday night. Check out the Secret Levels podcast for more information on that. As you progress, the routes that the balls take get more and more complex. Man, I've said balls so much. With more twists and turns, making it harder to be accurate with your shots. And if the scarab manages to get his balls off the screen, you'll lose. Also, there's parts of the scenery where you can't shoot through, like walls or buildings that they go through, so it means you actually have to plan ahead at times. You do have two coloured balls at the same time, and you can switch between which one you're firing with a press of a button, so you want to make every shot count later in the game. The graphics here are fine for what they are. They're in no way impressive, and wouldn't have even been impressive on the PS1, but they do the job, and for a game like this it's really all you need. The controls are smooth and responsive, which is really all that matters. If you like this sort of thing, then it is actually a fun, addictive game. Yes, it's clearly a cheap budget title, but really it's not a bad game, it just won't appeal to everyone. And if you are into puzzle games, then Lumina's Puzzle Fusion Plus might be one for you. It's another simple puzzle game that is bloody addictive. Basically what happens is you're given a grid playfield and blocks of 4 squares appear at the top of the screen. The squares are in a few colours, usually only 1 or 2, but in different patterns, and your job is to place the blocks so they make shapes that are square or rectangular. Once you've made an acceptable shape, it'll change to indicate that it's ready to be deleted. Eventually, a laser that is constantly scrolling from left to right will delete any blocks that are in the square, causing the others around it to fall down into their place. Depending on the game mode, you either do this just forever until it gets so fast that you can't keep up, or until a timer runs out, or until you've gotten rid of a certain number of blocks. You can rotate the blocks as they fall so the squares are in the best position, and as always in games like this, you'll want to be able to create combos for massive scores. As I'm crap at games like this, I wasn't good at making combos deliberately, but when I accidentally did it, I always loved it, and as all good puzzle games do, this one just made me want to keep on playing. You also have a puzzle mode, where you're given various shapes that you have to create using the blocks. I'll be honest, I was rubbish at this and I couldn't even figure out how to complete the first one, but I'm sure you're smarter than me, and you'll probably do a lot better. The graphics are just basic blocks, so they're not impressive in any way, but they are all you need in a puzzle game. It's the gameplay that really stands out here, and it's bloody addictive. And the music here is excellent as well, with a great licensed soundtrack that I've actually looked for online, but I just can't seem to find it anywhere. And really that's all there is to say about this one. It's a simple puzzle game. It's probably not one that many people will want to play on their PS2, but if you do, then you'll probably have a very good time. Let's have a movie license next, with Lemony Snicket's A Series of Unfortunate Events. This action-adventure game is very loosely based on the movie and book series, and I'm not ashamed to say that I've actually played through this game 2 or 3 times in my many years on this planet. On the GameCube, granted, but still, the PS2 one is basically identical. The story is that you are the Baudelaire children. There's a boy one, a girl one, and a baby one. Your parents have passed away, and you have to live with your uncle, the nefarious Count Olaf. He's a bit of a dick, so you decide to escape his mansion and along the way uncover some secrets that point to the Count maybe having something to do with your parents' accident. Luckily, the girl kid is a good inventor, and most of the game sees you and the other Scrotum spawn exploring various locations, mostly mansion-based ones, looking for the parts that you need to put contraptions together. What I like is that you actually keep all of the stuff that you make, and they're not just made for one-off things. So you'll make a few weapons. The girl spawn has a tomato flinger that works like a gun. The boy spawn has a boxing glove thing that is much stronger, but you need to be closer. Baby spawn just rides on the girl's back, so doesn't need a weapon. You also get things like stilts that let you walk in various liquids and things that you wouldn't otherwise be able to, and even some propellers that let you jump much further. Finding the items is never straightforward though, and you'll need to complete other tasks, usually chores given to you by Count Olaf or other characters, which give you the access to other rooms in the mansions, and you'll need to do a fair bit of backtracking in order to find everything you need. Thankfully the areas aren't too huge and it's never particularly tricky. The characters have a few unique abilities as well. For example, Girl Spawn is scared of rats, so if there's ever any around you'll need to send Boy Spawn in to get rid of them before she'll go any further. Much like the Looney Tunes game from before, you can actually switch characters on the fly with the press of the triangle button. Baby Spawn isn't useless here. At certain points in the game you'll find areas that she is the only one small enough to get into. From here it becomes a 2.5D platform game, and you'll do some simple platforming to open doors or find items, then that sort of thing. These sections are actually really fun. There's also plenty of mini-games that you'll need to complete as part of the game as well. These can be stealth-based platform sections, rhythm games, boss fights, target shooting games, and so on. The variety is quite good, and none of them outstay their welcome. In fact, the game itself never outstays its welcome and can be beaten in about 3 or 4 hours, which I think for a game like this is pretty decent. You do escape the mansions quite early on, and you will explore other outdoor environments like some large gardens and a creepy town, and they've really nailed the feel of the movie, with all the characters being a bit weird and creepy, and the locations are all dark and dingy. I actually really like the presentation here, and it made me want to see what was next. And the graphics do a very good job, especially for a game that has a serious look to it. It's done a decent job of getting the mix between realistic and cartoony just right if you ask me, and it works pretty well in the game's favour. There is voice acting here. I don't know if it's done by the actual film cast. I get the impression it isn't, especially for the Count, and a lot of the time they just kind of sound bored, especially Boy Kid, but it is fine and it kind of fits the overall odd tone of the game. I really like the locations that you visit, and the lighting and colour really suits it all. And overall, it's just a fun game to play. It is pretty easy, but there's things to collect that open secrets and extras for you to play around with, so there is a bit of replay value. And it is a very well made, especially for a licensed game, and you'd probably expect it to be terrible, but I genuinely really enjoy playing through this one. Time for some racing. Here is LA Rush. This is an interesting racing game with an overly serious story considering the gameplay, but that's alright, as you'll probably be skipping most of that anyway. In a nutshell, what happens is you're a world famous street racer who has a massive collection of cars thanks to your amazing driving skills. You go to a party only to return to find your mansion in ruins and all your cars gone. So basically you spend the whole game starting from the ground up, taking part in street races in your crappy car that you use to get to the party. Then you win those races to earn enough money to upgrade your car, take part in bigger races, and eventually track down your stolen cars. As I said, it's a daft story, but it's played so seriously it actually makes it quite funny, but not on purpose. It's one of those games that's trying to be so cool and edgy, but it just comes across dumb and the characters sound like Fast and Furious rejects, and considering the writing in those films, that's not good. However, actually playing the game is pretty damn fun. It's an open world and you're always in a car. You've got a map that shows you all of the available events and races, and you can drive around to any of them and take part. Some are free to join and will give you a few $100 if you place in the top 3. But then you also have some that you can pay to enter, which offer much higher rewards, but of course you run the risk of losing money if you don't finish in a certain position. And the races will be much tougher as well. There's also events dotted around which aren't races. Things like time trials, or even doing things like jumps or skids of a certain distance. Completing these will give you access to more unique vehicles that aren't the ones that you're trying to track down. By completing races, you also find out information about where your cars have been taken. Then you drive to those locations to get your car back. And to do this, what you have to do is drive it from its location back to your mansion, and you'll be chased by bad guys in these parts who will try and ram you off the road. If you lose all your health here, you explode and have to try again, but if you make it all the way back, you keep the car, but you will have to pay to have any damage you took fixed, often costing thousands of dollars. The actual driving is well done, with the vehicles all having really distinct handling and speeds, and as you'd expect, it can take a while to get used to some of them, but you'll soon find your way. Tracks have loads of jumps and twists and turns, and you're encouraged to drive recklessly, with crashes and jumps getting called slow-mo sections. You've even got to look out for traffic. The tracks aren't wildly varied. The whole thing takes place in LA, so most of them are just being in city scenarios, but they do mix it up a little later on. Also, as you need to do a fair bit of grinding to afford entry fees or upgrades and repairs, you will have to replay the same races multiple times just to earn a few quid. This can be a bit annoying, but as you play you'll open up more and more races, so have plenty to choose from. Oh, and you also have to watch out for the cops, who are always looking out to bust your ass. This usually means you have to pay money, but it's not the end of the world if you get caught. The game looks good with some decent car models, and the environment is huge, letting you explore and just drive around at your leisure if you want to, which is pretty nice. The sound is cars, and there's a standard hip-hop soundtrack. I kinda like it. If you like arcade-style racing games, you probably like this one as well. If you prefer your story not to involve wannabe gangsters, then you might want to check out Legacy of Kain Defiance. Now, the Legacy of Kain games have been around since the PS1, but it's only the first two that really ever get talked about. This is actually the fifth and final game in the series, and it has loads of backstory and lore if you're into that sort of nonsense. There's two characters that you get to play as here, the vampire Lord Kain and fan favourite Raziel, who is a soul-eating wraith. It's an interesting twist, and the game actually sees the characters travelling backwards through time rather than the usual time rules of going forward, and you get to see all the events that led to the two of the undead tossers losing their wars and lives, etc. It's cool, and I've always been a fan of the Legacy of Kain games. This one is a third-person action game, and you switch between the characters at certain points. Kain's levels see him going through various towns, monasteries and other places where he's fighting soldiers, other evil vampires, and generally anyone that gets in the way. You'll explore quite large but linear levels where you'll need to use your vampire abilities to kill everyone and reach tough areas. Being a vampire lord, you actually start with all your powers, which is quite nice. You can run, jump, glide, climb and even transform into a mist to get through certain obstacles. As well as this, you have telekinetic powers that basically work like force push and pull, letting you grab enemies that are far away and push them off ledges onto spikes, or even bring them towards you so you can kill them with your sword or face. As Kain, you'll need to feed. Being a vampire, you need lots of blood. Your bloodthirst is constantly draining and you'll die if it reaches 0. You'll need to drink the blood of your enemies to keep it topped up, as well as the blood of the conveniently chained up men and women that litter the levels. Fighting enemies is fun as well. You've got a few combos to do, and mixing them up with your vampire abilities is always fun. When you're Raziel, the game is more of a platform game and you're in a Lovecraft-looking world filled with monsters rather than humans. Being a wraith, you have to absorb souls rather than suck blood, but the principle is basically the same. Exploring the levels with either character is fun and would be even better if it wasn't for one thing, or maybe two. Mainly the awful camera, which is mostly a fixed affair, and while you can move it around, for the most part it just doesn't go where you need it to and makes some of the platforming needlessly tough. Also, some of the control can be dodgy. It is much more noticeable with Raziel, as he tends to have more of the tricky platforming. But still, this is one of those games that if you're able to get past those things, is a great fun one to play. The story is engaging and I really like the look of the world and characters. It's a fun one to play, and the series as a whole is just one that I really enjoy. None of the games are perfect, they all have their flaws and quirks, and honestly I think this would be a great series for Night Dive Studios to take a look at, remastering them and fixing the camera and control issues, and that would make these games really great. So yeah, check this one out if you can, but maybe play all the games in this series in the correct order. They're a good time. RPG time now with Legaia 2 Dual Saga. If you've been visiting my channel for a while, you might know that I don't tend to review many RPGs, as to be honest I just don't have time to play them and would only be able to show the first boring bits of the game with the obligatory village or forest that you always bloody start with. But hey, here we are with Legaia 2, so I hope you like footage of villages and forests. Anyway, it's an RPG. I've never played the first one, so don't know what that's like, but I did actually really enjoy what I played here. You are Lang, and you'll never believe it, but he has a mysterious tattoo thing that he has no memory of and lives in a sleepy, quiet village. Monsters start showing up, and a double-R bastard turns up and steals the magic crystal that's been bringing life to your village water supply. This means there'll be no fish for your people, so they might starve to death, even though they've got vegetables, cows and chickens, but I guess those will die as well if they don't have water. You are in training as a guard, so you've got a bit of combat experience, so you set out to find the bloke that took it, who also happens to have a similar tattoo to yours. Turns out these tattoos give you magic powers called origins, which are kind of like spirit Pokemon thing that come out of you and are really powerful. They're just magic basically. On your journey you'll meet various characters, some that will help you out and others that will even join your party, sometimes permanently, sometimes just for a short while. You'll need to explore the various list of RPG environments like forests, mountains, deserts, towns and enemy bases on your mission to track down the bad guy. As you'd expect, there's a lot of combat here, and that's where a lot of the fun came in for me. This is a turn-based game, and I actually really like turn-based RPGs and leveling up. The battles here are very interesting though, as you don't just choose from a menu. Instead you have to input button combinations on the controller. These are basically up, down, left and right, which is the direction you'll swing your sword. Doing certain correct combinations of these lets you do special moves and unlocks them that do massive damage, and sometimes have magical or other properties to them. What's cool is that the game doesn't tell you what these combinations are, so you've got to figure them out through trial and error. Thankfully, when you do figure one out, you have a record of it, so it's easy to use them again, and I really liked this. As you level up, you'll unlock more and more direction slots, letting you do bigger, longer, more powerful attacks that might take up 5 or 6 directional inputs. I found this very fun. The enemies are cool, with your usual wolf, bat and plant variations, but there's also plenty of weird mystical enemies that will turn up quite further into the game and will take a fair bit of patience to get past them until you get stronger. Saving is done at crystals that you find, and I do recommend saving as often as possible. Enemies will drop a fair amount of money and health potions, and you do really want to make sure you're fully stocked up, as it can be a while between villages and places you can buy more. Being an RPG, there is also a lot of story, and you actually have a good amount of choice on how you talk to people here, which actually changes what happens at certain parts of the game, which is really cool. The game looks good enough with some decent characters and enemies. It's got a semi-cartoony look, which I think always works well. While I don't think this does anything crazy drastic to other RPGs, I am only 3 hours or so in, so it may well do later on, but I do think the combat and story are definitely good enough for fans of the genre to get stuck into. Legion, The Legend of Excalibur is an interesting game. It's set in ye olden times, where an evil sorceress has killed King Uther Pendragon and encased the legendary sword Excalibur in a bubble thing. He was probably distracted by her massive rack. Fast forward a load of years and you are Arthur, a wimpy punk who is not terrible with a sword. You're on a mission when all sorts of nasty bastards turn up, but luckily you find Excalibur and become king, which gives you some cool magic armour and a much better slash with your sword, which is nice. Of course, the evil sorceress is still knocking about, so you need to avenge your dad and kick her in the tits, but she gets an army of horny soldiers and even some undead minions. The gameplay here is a cross between a top-down dungeon crawler and a real-time strategy game. It's all played from a top-down perspective and you control Arthur. You've got a ton of levels here, which are all very challenging. You'll need to fight hordes of enemies, you've got a few attacks, you can slash your sword, as well as doing some heavier attacks that use stamina, but do twice the damage. If you run out of stamina, you can still use your normal attack, but will need to wait for it to recharge before using your strong attacks again. Killing enemies gives you money and XP. You'll level up, getting more powerful attacks and learning new magic spells along the way. The money can of course be used to buy various items, armour and so on to make you take less damage. And you'll need it, as this is an extremely hard game and you're very easy to kill. Even regular enemies can make light work of you. This is partly down to some terrible collision detection and slow animation, making it hard to attack anyone or do much at all really. But just keep hammering that button and you'll do alright. Or you can do what I resorted to and use a hit and run method where you attack once, run away and attack again, but this is hard to do against multiple enemies. If you have these spells, well, these are often much more powerful, but you'll have to use the same hit and run tactic. What's interesting is that as you play, you can recruit people to join you on your quest. You can have dozens of soldiers with you at any time and they'll attack enemies and help you out, except they don't really. A lot of the time they'll just sort of stand there and get killed, so the best thing to do is let them get attacked while you sneak in and stab the bad guys in the back. You get various objectives in the levels, from rescuing people to burning bridges and killing bosses. It's often not entirely clear what you need to do, and if you fail or die, you have to replay the entire level. There's no checkpoints. To heal, you need to find a church and rescue the priest. Then, as long as you're near them, they'll constantly shoot healing magic at you. This means you can spend a lot of your time backtracking almost the entire level just to get healed. But what is handy is that if you manage to get enemies to follow you, you basically never run out of health while attacking them, as you'll constantly be healed. You also do get your health back when you level up, which happens just at the right time and every now and then. The graphics here are alright, the scenery looks like what you'd expect, but the character models are a bit basic and there's little in the way of animation. So, as you may have noticed, I haven't really said much that's kind of good about this game, and that's because actually it kind of sucks and I don't like it at all. But of all the other games I had time to play, this was the best of a bad bunch. I wouldn't really recommend you play it, which is a shame as the cutscenes here are awesome and they look great, but the gameplay is kind of bad. Sorry. And finally for today, here is Lifeline Voice Action Adventure, and I'll be honest, I had a nightmare making this video, so apologies. I was getting really into this game, playing it for about 3 hours, and then when it came to record footage, for some reason I couldn't get the microphone on the PCSX2 to work. So it must be where I'm using the dock to record my footage on my Steam Deck, but I'm too stupid to figure it out, so I'll keep this one brief. Normally that wouldn't be a problem, but here the game is controlled entirely with the mic, so I'm afraid I've had to steal some footage to use. Credit to the actual creator can be seen on screen, but please rest assured I have played this myself and it actually works. But anyway, the game. Lifeline is a very unique survival horror game set on a future space hotel, which is attacked by terrible creatures. You play as an unnamed character who is meant to actually be you thanks to the way the game works and its immersion. You're trapped in a security room and you're using the cameras to follow Rio, who is one of only a few survivors and just so happens to be a sexy woman. You're helping her escape and she's helping you track down your missing girlfriend. The twist here is that the game is controlled entirely with a microphone, with you having to issue commands to Rio by actually talking to her. Rio will be in a room, so you'll need to tell her to walk to certain objects, examine them, pick them up, and so on. Just like you would a real person in that situation. And amazingly, the voice recognition works very well. Of course, there are times where it doesn't always pick up what you say, and you will have to repeat yourself at times. And also, sometimes it can be confusing as to what you actually need to say to get her to do what you want. But if you ask me, that's also just like talking to a real person. As with any survival horror, you'll have to explore and find items and keys to solve puzzles that will open new areas and let you explore and rescue other people that you come across. Then there's the combat, which is also controlled with your voice, which might sound a bit terrible, but it's actually kind of fun if you ask me. You can tell Rio where to aim at certain parts of enemies, so you can say shoot head and she'll shoot it in the head, or any other of its weak spots. You usually get a prompt on screen to let you know where you can aim, and this is pretty handy. You can also tell her to get up close, to back off, or to dodge left and right. So you'll spend a lot of your time watching the enemies and learning the way they move, so you'll know what they're about to do. I actually really like doing this, and I didn't really have too much trouble with any of it. The trick is to just make sure that you speak clearly and relatively slowly, kind of like how you talk to your nan. Then it seems to work well. It probably helps that I have a sexy English accent, as I imagine I could have trouble understanding some accents, but it'd be fun to find out, wouldn't it? Graphically, the game looks good, pretty typical for a PS2 game of this era, but that's not a bad thing really. And yeah, overall, I actually really like the fact that they've just gone all out in trying something new. Yeah, it's got its flaws, and you will die because of things not understanding you all the time, but this isn't really a problem if you're emulating thanks to quick saves, and that's probably how I'd recommend playing this one. It's got a cool premise and fun gameplay, and is surprisingly immersive. Let's start out strong with MDK2 Armageddon. The original MDK is probably a game that would feature in my top 10 games of all time. It's one of those ones that I played just at the right time, and thankfully the follow-up is also a great game. The story follows on from the first, and after you've killed an alien leader, his army is in disarray, but wouldn't you know it, another evil git has taken up the mantle and is out to get revenge on Earth for killing their big bad. Thankfully, there's 3 heroes who can set out to stop all this nonsense. That's right, unlike the first game, here you can play as 3 characters. You've got Kurt Hectic, a janitor turned hero with the aid of a supersuit, Max, a 4-armed, 2-legged cyberdog who is a great mechanic and also obsessed with guns, and then you've got Professor Hawkins, a genius professor who created all the tech that's being used to save the planet. The game is a third-person action game, and depending on the character, you've got slightly different play styles. Kurt has his supersuit, which gives him a chain gun with unlimited ammo, and a really cool parachute that ignores physics but lets you glide safely along large gaps. Kurt's levels are packed with action, as well as a lot of platforming that use his skills. You'll have to fight loads of alien scum throughout the levels, and your chain gun makes light work of most of them, with a good and needed auto-aim. Another of Kurt's abilities is the use of his sniper mode. You can enter sniper mode, and this gives you access to a handful of ammo types, from regular shots as well as grenades, homing shots and mortars. You'll find puzzles in the levels that require certain ammo, like a building with a hole in the roof that you'll need to fire a mortar through to blow up the whole thing. Kurt also uses his cool parachute a lot, with plenty of large bottomless pits for you to get over, and one wrong move can cost your life. There's fans all over the place as well that you can use to glide in the air before falling with style to a safe spot. Max the dog's levels are basically pure action. You collect loads of weapons like magnums, shotguns, Uzis, and having 4 arms, you can equip any combination of weapons that you've collected. This is really good fun, though I did find that I really couldn't care what weapon I equipped, as long as I had 4. You have the pistol that doesn't run out of ammo, but any of the other ones you collect will run out eventually, so you will be swapping quite often. Max also finds a jetpack pretty early on, and this is used a lot in the levels. It uses fuel which can be replenished at certain spots, so you need to be careful and plan your routes to the various obstacles and mazes that it's used for. And then there's Professor Hawkins. He has a very different playstyle. His levels are more puzzle focused, though they still have plenty of enemies. It's just that you need to find a way to kill them using your head more than just shooting them. Being a professor, you can invent loads of things, and you'll collect a bunch of random stuff while you're exploring the levels. You can equip items in your left and right hands, and by equipping and combining the right things, you'll make various contraptions that can help you, like a ladder that can get to high areas, a leaf blower to blow enemies into hazards and kill them, and most importantly, an atomic toaster that fires radioactive bread which can be used to kill enemies. You'll also need to use items in other ways, like patching and repairing things with duct tape, so items you find might not be used to make anything, and they might just be used somewhere in the level. It can make for some pretty tricky puzzling. No matter who you play as though, it's always really good fun, and the game has a wacky sense of humour that I absolutely love. The enemies are all various types of alien or robot, and you get a load of bosses to take down. These fights are always great and often have a puzzle element to them as well. I like the graphics here. It is an early game for the system, actually being a PC and Dreamcast game first, and you can kind of see that, but the level design and overall art style really make it stand out and look good. The main issues for most people, and when I say most people I mean me, are the level design themselves, which can be quite confusing. They are kind of linear but still hard to navigate thanks to all the corridors and things looking the same, and there's rarely any direction as to where you need to go. And the other thing are the controls. There's a ton of preset options you can choose from, and while there should be something for everyone, it's easy to see that this is an early game as none of them are really perfect, more that you'll just find one that you can work with, and you can't customize it yourself. But still, these gripes do not hold the game back from being a great one. MDK only got 2 games in this series, but I'd say they are both must-plays, and it's a series that I'd love to see get resurrected. Believe it or not, we have a couple of RPGs in this episode. This one is Magic Pen Gel, a game I'd never heard of, and nor had you. This is a strange, quirky game where you play as a pen gel, a creepy being thing that has a magic brush for an arse. You live in a world where people have their own pen gels, and what you can do is draw creatures with magic ink. These creatures then come to life, so you can battle them. So yeah, it's kind of Pokemon, but you draw the monsters yourself. Turns out the king of the land here is a bastard and corrupt and is forcing his creations, and other ones that people are making, to do awful work for him. And when you find this out, you go on a quest to make your pen gel drawing strong enough so that you can battle him and stop this tyranny, even though it's basically the same as what you're doing. Ah well. So you start out by drawing a creature. At first you can't be too creative as you don't have much ink. You can draw a body and an extremity, like a horn. Depending on what you draw, you're assigned stats, which are HP, magic, attack, and speed. These do the usual RPG things. You also get assigned random attacks, and as far as I know, there's not much you can do about this as it's all based on the designs that you draw. The game is set in just one kingdom, and you have to explore all around it, meeting various people, and you'll need to talk to everyone you can to find out bits of the story, and also to challenge them to a battle. Battles take place in a few arenas around the kingdom, and fighting people will do a few things. Most importantly, it will level up your creations, as long as you win, which is harder to do than you'd think. If you win or lose though, you will get coloured ink. This is the magic ink that you need to draw your creations. Winning a fight will get you considerably more ink than if you lose, but that makes sense. You can also then use this ink to either draw a new creation or edit one of your existing ones. And you can also unlock new parts to draw, and you can end up with eyes, arms, legs, and so on, whereas you can only draw a body at the start. It's really cool drawing your creations and seeing them come to life in 3D in the game, and the fact that you make them yourself actually makes you care about them. If you want to, you can take your magic ink to Grandma, who runs a little shop. She'll exchange it for money. You can then go spend this in the various shops around the kingdom, as well as being able to buy pre-made creatures to battle. None of the pre-made ones seemed particularly great that I found, but you can still level them up and use them as starting points to make some gruesome additions to them. The battles themselves are turn-based, and you have a few options of what to do. You can attack, use magic, defend, or recover. Most of these are exactly what you'd expect, but if you recover, you always go first on that turn, and you'll recover some HP, as well as boosting your attack power for the next turn. The thing here though is that you can't use the same action twice in a row, so if you use magic one turn then you're forced to use something else on the next. This actually comes into play quite a lot, and it's one of those rock paper scissors scenarios. Attacks are good against blocks as you can only block magic. Magic is great if the other person has used an attack, and so on. So you want to keep an eye on what your opponent has done the turn before and try to counter what they might do next. It's kind of simple but effective. And while the battles start off quite tough, at least it did for me, you will still earn ink to upgrade your characters and can keep coming back until you're strong enough to kick their butt. The graphics here are actually excellent, with a really cool cartoony style, and I like how all the crazy creations look in 3D. There's plenty of cutscenes here which you can't actually skip, and I did find that sometimes they seem to go on longer than a Sega Lord X video's intro. But to be fair, there's quite a lot to take in here, so it's good to get these full instructions. There's also loads of voices, and the characters are all fun to talk to. I especially like the guy with the guitar who sings everything he says. I'm actually surprised that this game didn't get a sequel on the Wii or something, as it's a really cool premise and it's harder than you think to get into, but it's one that somehow keeps you coming back for more. At least it did for me. Here is Melty Blood, Actress Again, a 2D fighter with a stupid name that as far as I can see was only released in Japan and was a spin-off from a visual novel series. There is a story, but it's a fighting game, so no one cares. I say that, I don't. But actually, it's based on a visual novel, so it should be more interesting. And from what I can see, a bunch of murders have taken place, and the characters here all have something to do with the murders or the investigation, so need to have a punch-up. You get a decent selection of around 30 characters to choose from, each with their own attacks and specials as you'd expect, and the game uses the classic Street Fighter control scheme, so I felt right at home here. So you choose your character and then you have your fights. You've got the usual set of attacks, and blocking is done by holding back on the controller. And when you've kicked enough ass, you can unleash some of your super moves for massive damage. First to win 2 out of 3 rounds wins. You have 3 attack buttons, a weak, medium and strong attack, so special moves can be done using any of these buttons, but the move will be slightly different depending on the one that you press, either in distance, size, range or something like that, depending on the attack. To do your super specials, you'll always need to press the hard attack button. The other button on the controller is your parry. Press it at just the right time and you'll block an opponent's attack and leave them open for a counter, and even adds a fair chunk to your special meter. It's actually pretty forgiving as well, and surprisingly easy to use, though you won't want to rely on it all the time. Characters do have their own backgrounds and stages, but there's never really much of interest going on in them, and it's mostly just stills, which is a bit of a shame. A bit of interactivity would have been nice. The graphics are great though, as is usually the case with 2D sprite-based fighting games. The characters all look excellent and have good, smooth animation. Learning the combos and putting them together is really satisfying and always looks great. You've also got a few game modes here. Along with the usual arcade mode, which plays through your story, you also have training and survival modes, where you see how many people you can beat up in just one life bar. These modes are nothing special, but it's nice to have some variety. And of course, if you've got a friend, this is a good one to play with them, and you can easily see a few hours away kicking the shit out of each other with these anime weebs. And yeah, that's about it really. It is a fairly standard fighting game, but it's well made and a good amount of fun. Definitely one that I would recommend. Next up is Malice, an interesting 3D adventure game where you play as a goddess called Malice. The evil dog god has turned up and is causing a load of trouble, hence your return. So you've got to explore various worlds where you'll battle all sorts of enemies to collect logic keys that are then put into a giant mechanical thingy that will then open a door to let you fight the naughty boy. You start the game in a hub world where you chat with a giant clock thing who's basically your mate. He tells you where you need to go and what you need to do, though this is never exactly hard to figure out and the game is very linear, but still, he seems like a nice chap. Gameplay is simple enough. You're sent into a level and your only mission is to find the logic key, though it's never that simple. You'll end up needing to do a load of other side missions in order to get the power-ups, items and things you need to find it. As you'd expect, this involves a lot of platforming, puzzle solving, double jumping and whacking enemies with your massive club. As you explore the environments, which for the most part are your usual forests, caves, tech, fire, ice, etc. levels, you'll meet a few characters that will help you out. Usually after you've done something for them first, of course. These things involve more platforming and collecting things, but once you've done that, you'll go back to them and they'll open a door for you, let you access something you couldn't before, or sometimes even give you a magic power. You get a few powers, like being able to glide for a short while, powering up your club to make it stronger, or making you run faster. You'll need to use these at various points throughout the game to get where you need to go, and the controls here are pretty good and easy to get used to, so it's never a problem. There are puzzles in the levels as well. These will be switch puzzles where you'll need to push things in certain orders or within a time limit, and then you even have parts where you need to guide little robot guys to power pads to different parts of the levels. Honestly, the game does a pretty decent job of mixing things up. You even get boss fights at the end of each world, and I actually quite like seeing these and the other wacky characters in the game. There is just something that really appeals to me when you get these games set in slightly bizarre worlds that you could see being made into a Tim Burton film. As mentioned, Malice has a massive club that is her main weapon. This works well, and you have two attack buttons. One is your normal swing that kills most things easy enough, and then you've got a more powerful overhead swing that takes a lot longer to pull off but does more damage. This is also needed against some of these smaller enemies that you can't reach with your normal attack. Most of the bad guys you fight are crows, and they come in a few varieties. Some just try to peck you, some have guns, and so on. I guess Malice's hair is just too orangey for crows. This isn't a very long game, and you can beat it in about 4 hours. It'll take longer if you want to explore every area to find the hearts which increase your overall life, but honestly they're not really needed. Graphically, I think the game looks really good. It was actually an early game for the system, but I really like the style of it all. As I said, it's that kind of dark cartoon that's really appealing to me. It was actually meant to be a PS1 game, but was held back and released for the PS2 and Xbox. Isn't that fun? I had a quick look at some review scores and actually saw that it got quite crappy reviews, which I have to say I'm a little surprised at, as I had a really good time playing this game. For some reason it does struggle to run on the PCSX2 on my Steam Deck, and I had to put the game on the lowest possible settings, or there was just constant terrible frame rate. Not sure what that was all about, but it doesn't matter as it was still fun to play and looked good. And actually it's pretty cheap if you do want to buy a real copy, and I have to say it probably is worth the money, and I am going to look for a copy for my Xbox. Next up is Mark Echo's Getting Up, and I'm telling you it doesn't get more 2000s edgy than this game, and I'm probably not the best person to be talking about it if you're meant to take it seriously. First off, I have no idea who this Mark Echo knobber is, and I don't care enough to Google it, but that shouldn't matter if the game is any good, and actually it really is. The story here is that you're a punk criminal graffiti guy and you need to go around the place tagging local architecture with your cool tag so people know you're cool. Of course, there's loads of other gangs in the city as well, and they'll be doing the same tagging. So you want to put your tags over their tags so they know your tags are cooler than their tags. In this version of the world, there's also a crazy militant police force who are out to put a stop to any naughtiness, and if you are indeed very naughty, and you'll want to stay away from them as much as possible. Often you'll come across a bunch of other gang members and you'll need to fight them. Thankfully, you're actually quite tough and have a few combos you can throw together against anyone that wants to question your edginess. You've got a punch and a kick button, and doing combos of these does a few different chains of attack. Holding the attack buttons down lets you do a powerful attack that can break an enemy's block, and you can also grab bad guys and throw them into other people or scenery for massive damage. Of course, as you're super cool and tough, you can also do insult moves, where you literally bitch slap an enemy and give them an insult as your finishing move. Now these are meant to be cool, but honestly they're just hilarious for trying so hard to be edgy. They're so needlessly tricky to pull off as well, so I never really bothered anyway. The main focus though is on graffiti, and you'll be doing a lot of tagging all over the place. You have main objectives where you need to tag something, and these things are always highlighted for you. You can also have smaller areas where you can tag things, so when you see a wall, make sure you scan it using your graffiti intuition, so you can see anywhere that you can spray. Most walls can have more than one tag on them, and as you play, you'll unlock more colours and designs to do. Walls can also have loads on them, so you get more rep for the more tags that you do. Smaller tags are done automatically, and yeah, I'm so sorry I've said tag so many times. But if you're cool, you can even sneak up on cop cars and start drawing all over them. For bigger doodles, you'll need to use the analog stick to control your arms and tag it as neatly as you can. You get a better rating for how in the lines you are and how quickly you can do it, just like in primary school. These bits though are actually really good fun. Getting around the town is done with a bit of platforming. You can run, jump and climb all over the place, and while you're not quite the Prince of Persia, you will be doing a fair bit of parkour to get around. The graphics here are very PS2, if you know what I mean, but they are decent and I don't really have any complaints. The controls are also really good and it's easy to fight, platform and spray things. My only real complaint, which isn't something exclusive to this game, but applies to a lot of TV, film and other video games, is that it just seems to be trying so hard to be cool and edgy that it just comes off as laughable. All the characters talk like wannabe gangsters, and it's all about being cool criminals, swearing and calling people a bitch, and then smashing their head in with a baseball bat. If you're a 12-year-old in the 2000s, you'll probably think this is really cool, but anyone older than that is likely just to find it funny like I do. But if you can get past the edge without cutting yourself on it, then actually you will find that this is a surprisingly fun game to play. It's very well made, it has a decent soundtrack, and I genuinely did enjoy playing it. Mark of Kree here is a cool third-person action game where you play as Rao Utu, a cool warrior chap who is a protector of the Marks of Kree, and I'll be honest, I'm still not sure what the Marks of Kree really are, but I'm sure they're very important. As you'd expect, all sorts of nasty bastards start showing up near your village, and they're stealing and destroying all sorts of stuff, so the best thing to do is to nip out and murder the lot of them, which I have to say is really fun to do. The levels here are all quite large, but also linear, which isn't a bad thing, and you set out with your sword and bird companion to get rid of various bandits and ne'er-do-wells. This game plays differently than most though, and can take a minute or two to get used to, but it's got a cool system. As you're playing, you control Rao with the left stick. He can run, jump and climb to his heart's content. And when you see enemies though, what you need to do is use the right analog stick to point a cursor over them to highlight them. If there's more than one enemy, you'll want to highlight them all. They are then assigned a button above their heads. Then basically you just need to press the button assigned to that specific enemy to attack that enemy. It works pretty well, so if the one assigned with the circle buttons tries to sneak up behind you while you're pressing the X button, just start pressing the circle button and you'll automatically start attacking the enemy with the circle above its head. It's really cool. There's also combos and things you can find and unlock as well, and the combat is surprisingly in depth. You can also use stealth here, and I actually found this really fun to do. By putting your weapons away, you can go into sneak mode. Here you can move silently and get behind enemies. Then you're given button prompts which allow you to do takedowns on them and not alert other enemies. These takedowns are actually surprisingly violent, which I didn't expect, but I like it. On top of that, you've got a bird mate who can help you see what's coming up next. There's highlighted areas in the levels where you can tell him to fly to, and then you get to see from his point of view, letting you see any traps, enemies or obstacles that are coming up. You might even need to use the bird to pull switches or activate things that are out of reach of your muscular grasp, and it is worth using the bird as often as you can, as if you're surrounded by enemies it doesn't take long for them to slice you to bits, so it's useful to know where they are. What's cool is that each level has its own mini challenges as well that you can complete if you're good enough. These include things like killing a certain amount of enemies in stealth mode, collecting items, not alerting enemies to your presence, and stuff like that. You don't have to do any of these, but you get rewards that might help you out later in the game if you do. The graphics here are good. It is an early game, but it all looks smooth and reminds me of old animated movies. I kinda like it, though it's not going to win any awards. The only real complaint I have is that you can't control the camera at all, thanks to the way the gameplay works. And there were times where I couldn't see an enemy, item or something that I needed that was literally right next to me because I couldn't look around to see it freely. There is a look mode that you can select, but it slows the pace of the game, and having to stop and start all the time meant I rarely bothered using it. Still, this game is damn fun, and it's even got a sequel which I will have to try at some point. Definitely one that you should try out if you haven't already. Survival horror time now with Michigan Report from Hell. I love survival horror games, and it's great when you see something new in them, and this game is really a unique take. You play as a cameraman as part of a news crew, and your crew have been sent to report on a mysterious fog that's appeared in the city, and to see what the hell is going on. It doesn't take long before strange shit starts happening, and you realise that you need to get out of Dodge. But being good reporters that you are, you never stop filming, so even if you and your crew die, there's evidence of what's going on. So yeah, early on, monsters start coming out of the fog and eating people. These people then turn into monsters themselves. It's all very nasty. The way it works here though is that as the cameraman, you can't really do too much. Instead, you need to make sure you capture the nasty shit that's happening all around you, while your crew does most of the hard work. Now, that's not to say that you're useless, and in fact you still have a very important role to play. As you have the camera, you'll need to scour the environment to find clues or items that your crew can then pick up and use elsewhere. You'll also find notes, newspapers and other things that have been written down in order to give you clues as to what's going on and what you might need to do next. You can also highlight certain objects, which tells your crew that they might need to interact with them. And when you go to a new area, it's your job to stick your camera through the doorway to make sure the coast is clear before giving your crew the okay to enter the room.
Risco.
If you're not careful, you can make them enter a room that has a hidden enemy just out of sight and they might get eaten. You can also do things to help out, like when one of your crew is reporting to the camera, they might be walking backwards, or facing you and not looking around. Enemies or obstacles might be near them, and it's your job to tell them when they're in danger. Also, it's your job to point out where enemies are so your crew can shoot them and kill them. And finally, you do have a shove button that lets you push your friends and crew members out of the way of danger. Enemies could pop out of anywhere, and sometimes the only way to stop them being killed is to push your friends out of the way. It's very cool and very unique. The thing is, there's actually times where you do want them to be in danger, as you're ranked on how exciting the footage you record is. So there's actually times where you want your colleagues to nearly die, but save them at the last minute. Or maybe you actually do want them to be eaten. Or maybe not so severe, is that you might just want them to trip over or something like that, and so you get more points. Alternatively, you can try to get erotic points by filming sexy things, because this game was made in Japan. I actually didn't come across anything that got me sexy points in the 2.5 hours that I've played of it, but as it's a Japanese game, I'm assuming there's parts where women show off their underwear. And by the way, if you do want the sexy stuff, make sure you check out the reviews that are only available on my Patreon. Just saying. The graphics here are decent enough, but it does give low-budget game vibes. However, I'd say that it actually works in its favour, and really has a B-movie charm to it, with strange characters and gross monsters. This is definitely a game I will be going back to, as it's just so unique and genuinely interesting to play. Sadly, this one is a rare game, so if you do want a physical copy, expect to pay a month's rent for it, so you might want to fire up the emulator for this one. Next up is Musashi Samurai Legend. This is a cool 3D action RPG adventure that's the sequel to the PS1 game, which is also really fun. You are Musashi, a samurai bloke who is going around doing good samurai stuff and doing some training with his cat master, when all of a sudden a princess is captured, along with the residents of a mystical tower thing that's also a flying dragon. You know, the usual. So, being a cool samurai, you start to help out, defeating a load of monsters and hunting down the people that are trapped in magic blue orbs throughout the levels. Between levels, you go back to a hub world, where anyone that you've rescued will then have set up a shop, a home, or something along those lines, and they'll help you out by selling you things, teaching you new attacks or magical powers, or letting you know what levels still have people that need rescuing in them. And then you go to the action levels, where your main objectives are to kill all the enemies you see, which actually isn't possible as they all respawn, and of course rescue everyone you can. As you'd expect, you'll need to do lots of exploring to do this, and you'll need to go back to levels at later points with new abilities to find new people. Fighting enemies is fun. You've got a few weapons that you can get along the way, but your swords are always the main focus. You've got basic combos you can do, but one main mechanic here, which is very unique actually, is that you can lock onto enemies, which builds up a focus bar. If you get this bar full and let the enemy attack you, you can then counter it and actually learn that attack to use yourself. These attacks become regular ones in your normal arsenal and will require specific button inputs to pull off, and it's really fun to learn these and to do them as part of your normal combos. You can level up here, and when you do, you've got the option to do the usual health, attack, speed or focus. Leveling up your focus makes it quicker to get this bar maxed out, which is handy as the harder an enemy is, the longer it takes to fill, and you can't block, attack or be too far away from an enemy while it's doing it. Do any of these things and it will just reset, and can actually be very hard to learn some of the new moves. There's a few other gameplay styles in here as well to mix things up, like having to complete escort missions quite regularly, as well as vehicle sections. These aren't terribly often, but are always a welcome break. As the eagle-eyed ones of you may have spotted, the graphics here are brilliant, with an amazing cel-shaded style and some great animation. I really love how it all looks, and even though I'm not entirely sure I like the Musashi design here, you've got to admit that it looks fantastic while you're playing. There's loads of different enemies to fight as well, and some huge boss battles as well. I do like that this game is more level based than an open roaming RPG, as it makes progression happen at a steady pace, and you never really find yourself wandering around with no idea what to do next. I didn't know this game even existed until I was looking for games for this video, and while it's definitely not perfect, it does have some control lag issues and definitely some camera problems. It's still a really solid game, and I'm surprised it doesn't get more love. Time for a shooter now, with a stupid name that I will probably butcher. Deal with it. This is Mushi Himi-sama, and it's a bullet hell shooter from Cave, the experts at making bullet hell shooters, I think. This one doesn't waste any time with story nonsense, and after choosing if you want to play classic or arranged mode, you're immediately thrown into the action. Though there is actually a story if you look it up, where bug-like creatures live outside a little fairy village thing, and people in the village start to get sick. So you've got to go out and find a cure while fending off the waves of bugs that want to eat you. At least I think that's what the story is. It's hard to tell. But much like the fighting games, the story in shooters doesn't really matter to me, and I just want to get to the shooty bang bangs. You can play this game single or co-op with a friend, but as you know, I don't have any of those. You can't choose a character, but you can choose a weapon set that suits you. One shoots straight forward, another's more of an angle, and the other one shoots at even more of an angle. They're all decent, but I tended to stick with the one that's basically a spread shot. Then you set out into some levels that auto-scroll straight forward while waves and waves of bugs come at you. Some of which just fly around and get in the way, while others shoot streams of bullets on you that you'll need to dodge. Killing enemies makes them drop power-ups or points. Power-ups make you fire even more projectiles, and if you die, you'll power down, but usually you've got the chance to grab a few more immediately, so you're not totally weak all the time. And this is good, because if you're like me, you'll be dying a lot. The hitboxes here are fair and tight, but there's just so much stuff on the screen constantly, and unless you're proficient in these games, it's hard to tell what the hell is going on most of the time. You'll also have a supply of screen-clearing bombs that you can use, which come in handy and are good against the bosses as well. And speaking of bosses, they are great. Much like in most Cave games, they're huge and fire ridiculous amounts of projectiles at you. Thankfully, even though you'll die a lot, you will get extra lives after certain point milestones. Though to be honest, these are kind of pointless as you actually get unlimited lives anyway. So if you want to beat the game, there's nothing stopping you. You can change this in the options, I suppose, if you really want a challenge. And really, that's all I really think I need to say about this one. It's a simple but fun bullet hell shooter. Honestly, for me, it doesn't seem to do anything that all the other ones in this sort of genre do, but it is still fun to play, and even though I'll never be good at them, I actually really enjoy playing through these games every now and then. So yeah, if you like this sort of nonsense, definitely give it a go. And finally for today, we have another RPG. Can you believe it? I was actually meant to include Mad Maestro, but that game requires the pressure-sensitive buttons on the PS2 controller that I can't mimic on my Steam Deck, so had to settle with this. But that's not a bad thing, as this game was really fun for me. Metal Saga is actually the 5th game in the Metal Max series that started way back on the NES, but nope, I'd never heard of it either. This game is set in a post-apocalyptic world where there's various factions all over the place that go around in a Mad Max style vehicle, collecting resources and generally trying to survive. Luckily, your group are a bunch of friendly people, and you're a hunter, someone who goes out looking for scrap and other useful things to help build better vehicles and a better way of life. And yep, it turns out there's a load of bastards not far away, and you soon get into a war with the other factions and have to fight them off. But it's not only the other factions, as there's a ton of evil sentient robots and machines all over the place that you'll also need to fight. What's cool here is that the game has a big focus on the vehicles. As you play, you'll get more and more people to join your party and have access to various different vehicles for everyone. As you'd expect, the vehicles have their own strengths and weaknesses, as do the humans that pilot them, and you can swap out vehicles and characters as you see fit, so no one character is locked to a particular vehicle, meaning you'll need to find combos that suit everyone. Vehicles can also be upgraded. You can buy new armour, weapons and special abilities for your tanks and buggies, as well as weapons and armour for your characters to use as well. So the gameplay loop here is basically what you expect from an RPG. You go around an overworld map looking for locations to explore. You'll find one, and then you'll need to explore that, looking for scrap, characters and even new vehicles to add to your army. Most of the battles are random, and they are turn-based, and I've got to say, I really enjoyed all the enemies I came across. Most are daft things like a knife on wheels, but they're fun to fight and you get a good amount of options of things to do. If you're battling with a vehicle, you can even ask drivers to get out and attack on foot. This does leave them open to take more damage, but it means you can have more turns, as you can have someone in the vehicle attacking with its weapons, while your troops on the ground attack with theirs. It's cool, and the battles never outstay their welcome. Now, as it's an RPG, I've barely scratched the surface, but I did find this one pretty addictive. I had to learn the hard way that you've got to be patient and explore the whole of your home base at the start, as I originally left it without buying any armour or weapons, and so got destroyed by the first few basic enemies. Soon I realised the error of my ways, and I went to buy some weapons and armour, and then I found my first vehicle and kitted it out with some good stuff, even managing to take out the first boss on my first try, and I really liked it. The graphics here I think are great, with a fantastic art style and some cool effects for your special attacks, and it's not too obnoxious with the amount of random battles, though you will want to spend a few hours at the start of the game getting yourself to around level 10. I would probably say that this is a good RPG for people like me who aren't really into the genre, as it's not overly complicated and the mechanics, while not completely basic, are easy to pick up and learn, and it's quite forgiving. Overall though, it's lots of fun, and I'm actually quite glad I wasn't able to play Mad Maestro properly, even though that seems like a cool game, and probably one you should also check out. But yeah, if you like turn-based RPGs, this is one you should give a go.